Welcome to the Manhwa world. King Binaz Roche stands with an air of authority. His voice echoes through the grand halls of the palace as he says, I, King Binaz Roche of the Durand Kingdom, solemnly decree the dissolution of our marriage. Arnoah Salyard Kajin, you are hereby stripped of your title as Queen of Durand, as your presence is no longer welcome in this kingdom. You must now return to your home, in the capital of the empire. As a last act of kindness, I intend to provide you with an old carriage for the journey. If you beg him in earnest, perhaps His Imperial Majesty will allow you to remain within his palace. Blood is thicker than water, after all. He may be willing to put past differences aside and take you back in. His decision to dissolve the marriage is fueled by a mix of frustration and newfound liberation. Arnoah Salyard Kajin, the once queen, receives the news with a mix of shock and defiance. Her noble lineage and pride is wounded. Larissa Estiae, a lady-in-waiting with a hidden agenda, revels in the unfolding drama, her loyalty shifting towards the ambitious pursuit of becoming the new queen. Larissa Estia is asking the king, Mai, does she really intend to travel all the way to the capital in a tiny little carriage? I'm nauseated just thinking about it. Larissa is the daughter of a wealthy Duranian noble, and Queen Arnoah's lady-in-waiting. She is allowed the luxury of living in the royal palace as a lady-in-waiting, and is widely known as King Binaz's other woman. The king looks at Larissa with affection and calls his name, Larissa. Larissa replied, I understand this is no light-hearted occasion, but I wanted to offer you my support, nevertheless. As a sign of his everlasting affection, King Binaz presented Lady Larissa with a special gift. A finely wrought silver tiara. Its centerpiece a black diamond more brilliant than starlight and of a hue deeper than the mysterious depths of the sea. This gem was part of a pair, and the other diamond was embedded into King Binaz's crown. Both diamonds had come into King Binaz's possession as part of Arnoah's dowry. Not a soul in the empire could have foreseen this divorce. It seemed unfathomable that Arnoah Salyard Kajin, sole imperial princess and bearer of the empire's most illustrious lineage, would be subjected to such a humiliating divorce. Such a pity to think they'd end up divorced. Larissa, does she not hail from far nobler ancestry compared to the king? King says in aggressive what that, she wasn't even worth my time. I should have divorced her sooner. She may have been the imperial princess. There were different voices chattering in the palace as people were whispering in each other's ear, but with her head hanging in shame before His Majesty. She appears the same as any other divorcee. This divorce is an embarrassment to the imperial family. Even if she is allowed to return, I'm sure she'll spend the rest of her days locked away in a tower. It would be more fitting to call Lady Larissa our queen. Upon hearing these voices, the princesses look sad, whereas on the other hand Larissa is looking happy. It was no secret that King Binaz did not love his queen. But the prevailing expectation was that divorce would be avoided for the benefit of his kingdom. This was a reasonable conclusion, given that Queen Arnoah was Emperor Luciano's half-sister and niece of Duke Rickle, who had made a name for himself as a tyrant in the southern regions of the empire. Claiming a woman of such noble pedigree as his queen gave King Binaz a sense of superiority he had not been privileged to feel before as a ruler of a tiny sovereign state. That gave him reason to maintain this loveless marriage for 2 years. But eventually his heart turned entirely in favor of his mistress, Larissa. As Larissa was no longer satisfied playing the role of his mistress, King Binaz decided to crown her as his new queen. Of course, it was not an easy decision. Several factors contributed to why their marriage of 2 years ended in divorce. The first was that he had reason to believe Larissa was pregnant. The second was the queen's sudden change in conduct, which proved to be quite wicked indeed. And the third and final reason, which led King Binaz to move forward with proceedings for the divorce, was his certainty that the dissolution of their marriage would still leave him in good standing with the emperor. He was assured of this by the emperor's messenger who came to him in the middle of the night, a sorcerer who possessed the cold beauty of a statue. The emperor's messenger came to meet the king and gave him the message of emperor. The emperor will not oppose the divorce between the king and queen of Duran. The esteem in which this kingdom holds the empire has already been demonstrated by your behavior in the past. King thoughts that he's here to discuss the terms of the divorce. Emperor's messenger reveals more information as, the dowry offered by the imperial princess is but a trifle compared to the riches stored in the imperial treasury. It would be unwise to ruin diplomatic relations between our two kingdoms over such a trivial matter. The king is shocked and he in a state of happiness. Does the messenger mean to say, I can end it? The emperor will not demand back Arnoah's dowry even after the divorce? I can part ways with that woman without suffering any consequences at all. King Binaz, cold and resolute, dismisses the value of his former queen with a mix of disdain and arrogance. His decision to divorce is not only a personal matter but a strategic move to secure favor with the powerful Emperor Luciano. King to princess standing in the palace, it's time to say farewell. I didn't intend for us to end this way from the start. Perhaps this could have been avoided if you had behaved with a little more resp. If Arnoah had been able to subdue that damned pride of hers just. And if she had clung to him, begging for his love. The night of the wedding. Desiring to snub the haughty princess, Binaz sought Larissa's chambers. But if Arnoah had humbled herself and waited for him, playing the coquette like Larissa always did, the king continued his dialogue then. Perhaps I might have given this marriage a chance. Night after night, Binaz abandoned his lawful wife for the embrace of his mistress. But Arnoah made no attempt to stop him, not even once. King whispered in the ear of Larissa, who is standing beside him, about the princess that, I'm certain she thought I was beneath her. Being a ruler of such a small and powerless kingdom. I see you remain insolent to the very end. I wish never to lay eyes on you again. Go back to where you belong, and leave us in peace. Saying this, he throws divorce on princess. The emotions intensify as the divorce document is thrown onto the princess. Arnoah, once proud and regal, now stands broken and betrayed. King Binaz, however, remains stoic, convinced of the righteousness of his actions. The twist in the tale comes as Princess Arnoah, instead of crumbling in despair, surprises everyone with a composed reaction. Her apparent joy and gratitude for the dissolution of the marriage leave the court in shock, questioning her sanity. Princess addresses the king, so the deed is done. We are divorced. I suppose there is no need to keep up false pretenses any longer. King shocking said, what? Princess lifts her head and said, since you are not my husband anymore. King furiously said, what is the meaning of this? Princess calmly replied to King, we are officially divorced, are we not? King, I see the news must have been quite a shock, for it seems you have lost both your mind and manners. Princess Arnoah surprises the court with her composure and gratitude, leaving the onlookers bewildered. I know not what you mean. I've suffered enough for the past 2 years, and I couldn't be more grateful to you for ending our marriage. People in the palace whispering, does she fail to grasp what's happened to her? Princess, I've endured you and your court for as long as I could. And you've given me precisely what wanted. Allow me to thank you for saving me. The King, how dare you speak to me in that manner? Princess, unfortunately, it appears you are the one who fails to grasp what is happening, Binaz. King looks very angry as he says, I've never seen her smile like that during our entire marriage. It seems the shock of the divorce has gotten to your head, but may I remind you? Princess made an announcement which left everyone in shock. Belle come out and deliver the emperor's message to the king of Duran. The palace whispers in confusion as Arnoah's true intentions come to light. Is she insane? There is just no other excuse for her behavior. What in the world is she talking about? The introduction of Bel, the enigmatic sorcerer, adds an extra layer of mystery to the unfolding drama. With skin as white as snow and hair as dark as night, with silver-gray eyes that seem to penetrate the gaze of any onlooker, and a face so beautiful, it appeared to be chiseled by the gods. It was the very same sorcerer who Binus spoke to the previous night. King Binus was taken aback at the sight of the boy. Upon seeing him, he exclaimed, "What is the Emperor's messenger doing here?" The young messenger, clad in white and black shoes, calmly responded, "I came because I was called." Swirling in his light brown royal dress, he continued, "Although I feel more like an errand boy than a messenger. Did you not hear the new Empress call for me?" Larissa, visibly stunned, questioned, "The new Empress?" Binus, growing irritated, added, "I don't know what you mean." Meanwhile, Arnoah, holding a divorce letter, grinned continuously. Standing beside him, he revealed, "Luciano Casian is dead, the imperial messenger. I am here to announce his passing." Binus, in utter shock, exclaimed, "The Emperor? 15 dead?" In anger, he shouted, "Nonsense! His Imperial Majesty is in fine health." The undisputed tyrant and ruler of the empire, the young Emperor Luciano Casian, had no heirs. Binus inquired, "If what you say is indeed true, then Prince Arian must now be seated on the imperial throne." The messenger replied, "No, Prince Arian is also dead," adding, "They were both assassinated." Servants were shocked, and whispers filled the air. Binus loudly exclaimed, "What foolishness is this? How dare you spout such lies about His Imperial Majesty?" Arnoah insisted, "The news of his passing is no lie. The message comes from the Imperial Messenger himself, so it cannot be a falsehood." Binus, deep in thought, pondered, "That's impossible, but what will happen if this news is really true?" He added, "No one could have foreseen such a sudden turn of events. Emperor Luciano was not involved in any known disputes, and he was in excellent health. Furthermore, only a few years had passed since his coronation." He recalled the moment when he, wearing his coat, addressed a servant, saying, "I find there is an excessive amount of appointments as of late." The servant bowed and replied, "I shall see if any items can be rearranged on the itinerary, Your Majesty." He ordered, "We'll discuss this further upon my return." The servant replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall be waiting patiently." In his thoughts, he pondered, making the news of his assassination all the more unexpected. He inquired, "Then who will inherit?" The boy replied, "As the Emperor had no heirs, the crown will be passed down to whoever is next in line." He explained, "According to your nuptial agreement, the husband would have been designated as the successor of any inheritance that was passed down to his wife. Not just wealth." Meanwhile, Arnoah stood, twisting her arms and smiling. He added, "But any title as well. In other words, you would have been the successor of the imperial throne." Binus and Larissa were in extreme shock. He asked, "But that's…" and staggered, falling to the ground. Larissa came to hold him, saying, "Your Majesty," the boy continued, "if you had just waited one more day, the entire empire would have been yours to claim. However, since you have already acquired a divorce, the imperial throne now belongs to someone else." Binus kept his hand on his mouth and uttered, "No." While raising his hand, the boy said, "Yes, it belongs to none other than Her Imperial Majesty, Arnoah Saliard Casian." He turned towards Binus and asked, "Do you refuse to bow down to your new empress?" Binus was in utter shock, unable to figure out what was happening. He exclaimed, "This can't be." Arnoah started laughing and said, "Ha! You heard him, Binus." She added, "As your new empress, I demand you show me the appropriate courtesy." Binus got up and said, "I refuse to do so." He clenched his teeth and leaned towards Arnoah, screaming, "You the empress? That is absurd. Until a moment ago, you were the Queen of Duran." Smiling, Arnoah replied. And according to the imperial messenger, I am now the ruler of this empire. Why do you pretend to be ignorant of it? Binaz, irritated and furious, seeing her smiling, said, This is preposterous. Larissa held him, saying, Your Majesty. Arnoah fluttered her hair and said, Hugh, it matters not whether you bow down to me or not. She added, I expected as much from you. Ha, I'm sure you recall that when I married you, I brought with me a carriage full of gold as my dowry. Have it prepared at once. Binaz asked her. What? She added, For I plan to start off on my journey before the day is done, just as you wanted. Seeing her so boldly, Binaz started thinking. Have I ever seen such a cold expression on Arnoah's face before? Arnoah turned towards him and screamed out. Binaz, are you deaf? Don't tell me you meant to divorce me and keep my dowry too. Binaz started trembling, clenched his wrist, and said, No, I know what I heard. He shouted, The messenger told me the dowry was a trivial matter to the imperial family, and they had no intention of getting involved in such trifles. As he rushed towards Arnoah, the emperor's messenger came in front of him and stopped him, saying, Stay back. He asked Binaz. It would be unwise to ruin diplomatic relations over such a trivial matter. Was what I told you. He protected Arnoah and added, Judging by his behavior, I can imagine what your life must have been like as his queen. He twisted his arms and said, Are you still unable to comprehend my message? Any half-wit would have realized the dowry must be paid back in full in case of a divorce. He asked, Is it not obvious? Binaz trembled and denied him, saying, That can't be true. He staggered and fell down. Larissa held him, calling, Your Majesty! Arnoah ordered him, saying, King Binaz, I shall give you 1 hour. Prepare a carriage filled with gold. She added, If there is not enough gold in the treasury, scrape off the gilding on the soft walls and spires of the palace, and pick off the jewels on the scabbards of the royal guards. Wait. If after confiscating the royal throne and crown, there is still room left in the carriage, I shall fill that space by cutting off the hair on your very heads. She leaned towards him and said, And of course, the pair of my mother's black diamonds on your heads. I must not forget about those. After saying this, he called the emperor's messenger, saying, Bell! He replied, Yes, your imperial majesty. Your wish is my command. The royal servants started whispering, What's happening there? What will happen now? What on earth is happening here? Larissa hugged him and said, Your Majesty. Binaz, what do we do now? He didn't reply. She again asked, Your Majesty? Meanwhile, Belle snatched her crown from her head. Binaz screamed, Larissa! She's holding her head, screaming. Binaz asked her, Are you hurt? Binaz screamed out loudly, What is the meaning of this? I've had enough of this insolence. How dare you? Belle held Binaz's collar and snatched his crown from his head. Larissa asked him, Your Majesty, are you all right? He said, You may be a sorcerer, but you are nothing more than a lowly messenger. Binaz sat down, clenched his hand, and said, King Binaz! You have gone too far! He screamed out, This is an insult to the kingdom of Duran! The messenger exclaimed as he snatched the crown from Larissa's head. With a disdainful huff, he added, You remain petty to the very last. Examining both crowns adorned with sparkling diamonds, he continued, You are nothing but a cad who had nothing to give your mistress except for the jewels from your wife's dowry. Gazing at Binaz, he questioned, And you have the audacity to talk of insults? In a fit of anger, he flipped off the crowns, causing them to break and scatter crystals and diamonds. Larissa, witnessing the destruction, gasped, My tiara! Black diamonds from the crown fell to the ground. Swiftly, the messenger gathered the black diamonds in his hands and addressed Larissa. Your Imperial Majesty! He smirked while swirling the diamonds in his hands. Arnoah, observing the scene, was astonished. The messenger approached Arnoah, took her hands, and politely stated, I've retrieved them, just as you desired. Smiling, he handed her the black diamonds and asked, "Does that please you?" Arnoah, filled with gratitude, responded, "Yes, well done." She touched his face affectionately and declared, "Let us leave this place. I've had enough of their foolishness." Meanwhile, Binus fell to his knees unconsciously. Larissa tried to support him, pleading, "Come to your senses, Your Majesty." A concerned servant rushed to Binus and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Binus, bewildered, uttered, "I don't understand. What on earth is happening?" Arnoah, smiling, announced, "Today has quite possibly been the most wonderful day I have ever experienced. I'd like to see exactly what I've inherited." Arnoah was reminiscing about her past when her brother entrapped her in the tower. In the midnight, the castle was illuminating with lights. Her brother grabbed her hand and said while showing her the castle, "Look before you, Arnoah." Arnoah was in grief. He added, "Everything you see, this place, the empire, belongs to me. And as your ruler, I hold your very life in my hands. Never forget this fear. You'd be wise to suppress any spark of rebellion or ambition within you." He added, "Always remember that your worthless life will be wiped out from existence the minute I let go of your arm." He was her brother, Luciano, her half-brother, who locked her away in a tower as soon as the preceding emperor passed away. Then, as soon as she turned 18 years old, she was married off to the king of Duran. She added, "Looking back, there was not even a valid reason for the marriage. Binus, the king of Duran, was more interested in my dowry than in me. After marrying him, she started thinking. But I found comfort in the fact that marrying him at least allowed me to be freed from that tower. I convinced myself that a little infidelity would not shake me. I only had to suffer through his efforts to shame me a few times a week, which I found tolerable. Then, Larissa came into her life. However, we were fated to be together. I've never loved another woman in my life." Binus was holding Larissa's hand and saying to her, "Promise me you'll always stay by my side, Larissa." She replied, "Your Majesty." I'm speechless with happiness. It was their wedding day. Larissa was dressed up in a pink royal dress. All the guests praised them. "They make such a handsome couple that I feel a bit envious. They truly are a winning pair." Meanwhile, Arnoah stepped in holding 2 glasses of wine. Everyone got shocked to see her. She said, "Your Majesty, may I take my leave now?" Binus turned towards her and asked, "What are you still doing here?" Larissa reminded him, "Do you not recall, Your Majesty? You asked Her Majesty the Queen to wait with our wine glasses." She hugged him and said, "So that you could have the first dance with me." Binus snuggled her and replied, "Oh yes. I see my queen has faithfully carried out my request." He scoffed at her and added, "I didn't realize you were so obedient. It's not as if you're some servant. I thought you'd have more dignity than that." Larissa asked Binus, "Whatever shall we do, Binus?" "I'm afraid Her Majesty had no idea." She added, "That you wouldn't drink that wine anyway since it's been sitting out for too long. You've always preferred your wine chilled." Larissa, the daughter of Count Estiae of Duran, the Queen's chief lady-in-waiting, the King's first love and current mistress. On seeing them together, Arnoah started thinking, "I thought it was strange that I was given a lady-in-waiting so soon after my marriage." He just needed an excuse to keep Larissa close by. Arnoah placed wine glasses back at the dish and said, "Then I shall return to my chambers as I am not feeling well." Meanwhile, Binus interrupted her by saying, "What a shame! Larissa wanted you to enjoy the festivities with us." Larissa screamed out with excitement, "Yes, we don't mind your presence here at all." She started rushing towards the stage and added, "Please, you'll stay a bit longer." She sat on a chair and asked, "Won't you?" Binus was standing beside her chair. She taunted Arnoah by saying, "Although, you'll have to stay on your feet as there is no seat for you here." Arnoah left from the wedding running towards her room. She thought, "Are all marriages this horrible? Where did we go wrong?" She reminded, "Was it on our wedding night when Binus left for Larissa's chambers as soon as the ladies-in-waiting were dismissed?" At that time, when Binus said to her, "Or was it when I overheard his lies about the night we didn't even spend together? The imperial princess was not so high and mighty standing naked before me. If I had to evaluate her, she'd receive the lowest marks." She got trembled at that moment. She thought, or perhaps when Binus said, "Larissa will remain in charge of household matters. If there is anything you need, be sure to get her approval first." She thought that. And there was also when she stepped on her dress and fell down. Binus scolded her by saying, "Are you blind? Larissa lost her balance because you stepped on her skirt. Thank heaven she did not fall." Arnoah squeezed her dress and thought, "Binus has always been an imbecile. Despite the challenges, I could bear it all, as long as it meant I could escape that tower." She reminisced about her past when her brother entrapped her in the tower. "My half-brother Luciano despised me since the day I was born. Perhaps that was because he was envious of my mother's noble lineage, which was more powerful than his own. This was understandable, as my mother, Anastia, was the matriarch of the Rickle family before her marriage to the emperor." She added, "Father had always been of delicate health. After his death, I must have become a thorn in Luciano's side. Knowing this, I tried to keep out of his sight, staying with my mother's side of the family. But he dragged me to the palace as soon as he ascended the throne and locked me away in that tower. Yes, I'd rather be there than remain confined in that place. I would have willingly forgiven Binus for his senseless behavior." She twisted her arms and thought, except when he gave away that tiara, and the jewel that adorned it. Those diamonds were a keepsake from my mother. She also received them as a gift from father when they were young. She added, "So the value of those precious diamonds was already well known in high society. And of course, they were a part of my dowry. When I first saw Larissa wearing that tiara, I was furious. But after fury came fear." She disclosed her father's intentions, saying, "When Count Stia saw his daughter at the king's side, wearing the tiara embedded with that famous jewel, he aspired for his daughter to become queen. Since that day, I have been a target of ongoing assassination attempts." She added, "Aside from being fed poisoned food, I lived under constant threat of attack. I could hardly sleep at night for fear that assassins would break into my chambers through the windows. I could die at any moment, so I lived in terror. Realizing Duran was no better than the tower, everything felt futile." Arnoah put her hand on her head, took a sigh, and said, "How much more can I take? I'm at my wits' end just surviving day to day." While opening the door, she started thinking, "What can I possibly do to change any of this? I'll just toss more firewood in the fireplace for now and get a good night's." She saw a white beast in front of her and got astonished. "Huh! What's this?" she thought. "Why is there a beast fast asleep in my chambers? Is this the Count's new plan to kill me?" She stepped forward, thinking, "Since the assassin he sent last time got caught, perhaps his new plan is to set a wild beast on me." Still, the beast was sleeping, and suddenly he flicked his eyes. "My goodness! I've never seen such an enormous animal," Arnoah was thinking. "It's rather beautiful." The beast growled, and she got scared. Meanwhile, she slapped her head and realized, "What was I thinking? Did the fatigue go to my head?" She panicked and started rushing towards the door to escape. This is not the time to gawk. I should go out to the corridor and ask for help. She hurried towards the door in an attempt to escape. As she rushed, panic set in. Meanwhile, the beast awoke and lunged at her. Upon hearing its footsteps, she turned around, visibly terrified. In a matter of seconds, the beast charged at her, causing her to fall, with the creature standing over her. In the grip of fear, Princess Arnoah questioned her fate as the leopard held her. "How can this be? Am I to die like this?" Suddenly, the leopard underwent a mystical transformation, morphing into a human figure. The sorcerer, revealed to be Bel, stood before her and asked her, "Is it you?" he questioned. Princess, bewildered and frightened, could only manage to ask, "What on earth is happening?" "He's a sorcerer. And seeing as he is able to polymorph, He must be a very powerful one at that. What could he possibly be doing here? Sorcerers are known to keep to their own kind in the territory of Prehen. Answer me. Are you Arnoah Salyard-Kasian? Sorcerer demanded. The princess, nodding her head in acknowledgement, awaited an explanation. All right, then on to business. Here, this letter is for you, he said, handing her a letter. Princess, still bewildered, questioned. A letter? Who would dash? As she took the letter from the sorcerer. Sorcerer, I was told he was a friend of yours. Could it be? Princess, reading the letter which says, Tell me whenever you wish to leave Duran. I'll find someone from the academy to put a curse on King Binaz. She muttered. Anakin? Did Anakin send you here? Sorcerer, indeed he did. He was always an arrogant pest, even when we were students at the academy. Keep reading. The princess continued to read Anakin's letter with shock. My dearest friend Arnoah, the Emperor and his successor have been assassinated. I've sent you a gift. Knowing you, I'm sure you'll be able to use it wisely. I sincerely wish you the best of luck. Your loyal friend, Anakin. Assassinated? Drat! Princess Arnoah exclaimed, shocked at the news. Both of them, at the same time? But that's impossible. The sorcerer interrupted, stating, That isn't even the real concern. Princess, now contemplating her situation, murmured, If the Emperor and his next in line are both dead, that means I'm the only heir left. However, her thoughts drifted to her marriage vows. I, Arnoah Salyard-Kasian, do hereby solemnly vow to become the Queen of Duran, pledging faithful obedience to my husband, agreeing to transfer all worldly wealth and titles under his name. Realizing the complications, she thought that, I am bound by my marriage vows. The Emperor already had a successor, and I did not expect any title to be bestowed upon me. Regardless, the Emperor and his successor are both dead, which means that imbecile will become the Emperor. Were you and your brother on close terms? Although, you do look more angry than sad for that to be true. The sorcerer inquired, curious about the princess. My mind is preoccupied with various matters, that is all, he said, sensing the emotions of Princess. As the princess continued to read the letter, she found a line that caught her attention. I've sent you a gift. Is that the only explanation you're giving me, Anakin? So where is it? She questioned. Where is what? The sorcerer responded innocently. My gift, she pressed further. Are you disappointed that I came empty-handed? Perhaps I should have prepared a gift as an offer of my condolences, he teased. And oh, that is not what I mean. Do you truly have nothing else to give me? She clarified. And no, I do not, the sorcerer affirmed. The princess, skeptical of the sorcerer's response, thought, he appears much too composed to have taken the gift for himself. Anakin must have had a reason for sending this letter. A letter and a sorcerer, at any rate, and asked the sorcerer about the circumstances that led him there. I was simply trying to be a good friend, the sorcerer explained. A good friend? According to Anakin, there existed no such thing as a good sorcerer, at least not within the halls of the Academy of Magic. If a non-sorcerer desires something from a sorcerer, he must always pay a price, he replied. I'd rather not delve into specifics, she interrupted. Or perhaps you were challenged to a wager. He turned, looking at her with anger. She smiled and said while holding the letter, It appears I am correct. A sorcerer's wager mandates acceptance if challenged by citing their full name, as ordained by the sorcerer's code, Arnoah emphasized. Winning the wager is no easy task. Sorcerers have lengthy, difficult names, and even if one were able to overcome that obstacle, most people end up losing the wager, paying the price with their life or losing something precious to them. However, Anakin was unlike most people. Expressing irritation, she stated, No surprises there. Then looked at the letter, pondering. But why? Why would Anakin challenge you to a wager? The boy smirked and replied, I can't say for certain myself. Arnoah contemplated. Anakin's letter said the Emperor was dead, and the role of announcing his passing has always been reserved for the Master of the Enchanted Tower. As the boy smiled at the situation, Arnoah realized and exclaimed, "You are the Master of the Enchanted Tower!" He confirmed. "It appears you truly are as clever as they say," adding, "That is correct. I am here to fulfill my duty as the Imperial Messenger. Now, where may I find a fellow named Binaz? I must make myself useful to the Empire by delivering the news to him." Arnoah, serious, questioned, "Did Anakin tell you to come to me before you met Binaz?" He affirmed, "Yes." Placing the letter on the table, she presumed, "I presume you'd decline if I were to seek a favor from you." He responded, "Well, of course I would. It is no simple task to persuade a sorcerer to do your bidding." Concerned, she declared, "Then I'm afraid I must challenge you to a wager." On hearing this, he sighed. "A wager? How will you go about doing that when you don't even know my—" He flinched when Arnoah added, "Belcharius Dion Askel Rupulation Perhen Nerudi." Astonished, he questioned, "What?" She clarified, "That is your name, isn't it? Belcharius Dion Askel Rupulation Perhen Nerudi, called Bel for short." Irritated, he turned, saying, "Ugh, Anakin, that sly bastard!" She insisted, "Now you must join me in my wager." Arnoah continued, "The last thing I want is for Binaz to sit on the imperial throne. If I win—" Bel stood up from his chair, and she slipped the letter out of her hands, declaring, "I shall acquire a divorce and become the Empress myself." The letter dropped on the ground. Princess Arnoah, with a fire in her eyes, expressed her grievances. "What was my recompense for allowing Luciano to lock me away in that tower, and then consign me to a marriage that was no better than exile? The servants under my command disappeared one by one, having been falsely accused of treason. I was the scapegoat of Luciano's rage and violent temper. Then I was subjected to Binaz's mockery, and now my very life is in jeopardy as Count Stia aims to have me assassinated. Luciano was the cause for all my suffering, and yet the fool died without even a successor. At this rate, Binaz will ascend the imperial throne, and I shall become a nameless queen, destined for even more humiliation. I must attain the sovereignty for myself." Turning toward Bel, the imperial messenger, she declared with authority, "And you, the imperial messenger, shall acknowledge me as the new empress, the 28th master of the Enchanted Tower and ruler of the territory of Perhen." In the halls of the palace, Princess Arnoah contemplated the mysterious figure before her, Bel, the master of the Enchanted Tower. She recalled the whispers and tales surrounding him. "Bel, the master of the Enchanted Tower," she mused. "I have heard some unverified rumors regarding him before." As the imperial messenger, Bel stood with an air of enigma. His unparalleled magical prowess was inherited from birth as the son of the esteemed sorceress Amaryllis, the 26th master of the Enchanted Tower. Despite his position as an imperial vassal, he remained elusive, much like many sorcerers who tended to live in seclusion, isolating themselves in a territory even the emperor dared not govern. They only emerged from their isolation to fulfill their duty as imperial messengers, honoring a covenant established in ancient times. Princess's mind wandered to the past, remembering a conversation with Anakin. Anakin had shared insights about Bel. "One of my schoolmates is exceptionally talented." Intrigued, Princess inquired, "Oh? Do go on." "He's a genius, yet he has no friends due to his horrible temper. He makes wagers with other students, depriving them of their wealth and magical powers, thereby rendering them unable to live as sorcerers any longer," Anakin explained, admiring the bravery of Bel. Shocked, Princess questioned, "What? How can he be allowed to attend the academy after committing such misdeeds?" Anakin continued, "He was expelled, although it's uncertain whether it was due to his notorious behavior. He is said to have returned to Perhen after that, inciting the previous master of the Enchanted Tower into a duel, emerging victorious, and claiming the tower for himself." As the pieces of the puzzle came together in Princess Arnoah's mind, she couldn't help but feel a mixture of curiosity and caution towards the enigmatic sorcerer standing before her. Belle broke the lingering silence, interrupting the princess's inner thoughts. "Your proposal is absurd. Do you even realize what you would be forfeiting if I won the wager?" Belle questioned with a hint of skepticism. "Our wager becomes official once you state what you desire from me, does it not?" Princess responded calmly. Belle observed her demeanor. She appears not to be afraid of me at all. If she has heard anything of my reputation, she should behave with more caution, he thought. "You are after my soul stone," the princess asserted. "Are you truly willing to relinquish it? Pray, do you have any understanding of how it is made?" Belle inquired. "I do. Half of my life will be drained, forming a beautiful jewel. It cannot be taken by force and must be given willingly. There exists a tiny bit of magical power in every soul stone, but the most powerful stone is one which is created from the life force of an imperial. Sorcerers use these stones as a source of power," explained the princess. "Yes, you are well aware of its purpose and at what cost it is made. However, I am sorry to inform you that I cannot kill the king of Duran so that you may become the empress. The founding emperor of this empire was no fool," Belle clarified, highlighting the limitations imposed by the spell on the imperial messenger. "Your offer is quite tempting, but I cannot accept this wager, as it does not offer any possible gains," Belle asserted. "But there is no provision that dictates when the news of the emperor's death must be delivered, is there?" Princess suggested. "While that is true, I prefer to rid myself of this hindrance as soon as I can. If there's longer than a month's delay in delivering the news, the succeeding emperor may hear it from another source, and that would be quite embarrassing for me," Belle explained. "Fine. All that I ask," the princess tapped the table with force, "is for you to delay fulfilling your duty for just 1 month." "Why?" Belle questioned. "So that I may acquire a divorce in the meantime," the princess declared. "Acquire a divorce?" Belle echoed, surprised. "Yes, that is what I wish to wager, whether or not I am able to obtain a divorce and claim the throne for myself," Princess stated. "In other words, you win the wager if you are divorced within the month," Belle summarized. "Yes, and if I fail, I shall give you half of my lifespan. If I win, I shall become the new empress, and all that would be required of you is to fulfill your duty by declaring the news. Therefore, you stand to lose nothing even if you fail," the princess explained confidently. "Then this wager has no merit. You dare to challenge the master of the enchanted tower, yet seek no compensation?" Belle questioned. "You need not look so offended. There is merit in this for me as well. In order for the wager to proceed, announcing the news of the emperor's death must be delayed. Not only that, but if you want my soul stone, you will have to prevent any harm from befalling me, no matter how brash my behavior may be," Princess reasoned. "It appears you have ensnared me in a rather curious scheme. The wager was just a ploy to gain my support, was it not?" Belle concluded, applauding the princess's strategic thinking. The princess merely smiled in response, her plan unfolding before her. The memory of a play orchestrated by the king to mock the princess lingers. Princess Arnoah is vividly reminded of the painful spectacle. "Nas! How dare you seduce His Majesty? There is only one person who deserves to be by his side, and it's me, Arnoah," the princess exclaims, snatching Nanissa's hair. Nanisa pleads, "Your Majesty! I shall bear the blame for it all, but please, have mercy on my unborn child." She staggers, uttering desperate pleas. King intervenes sternly. "Nanisa! Speak no more!" Princess Arnoah tries to play along, proclaiming her devotion, but the king silences her with a sharp command. "Hold your tongue, Arnoah!" The king dismisses the absurdity of the play. "This is ridiculous. Prospects for Duran's artistic pursuits appear bleak, indeed." As the princess reflects on the humiliating performance, she recalls the audience's applause and the sinister motives behind it. This play was written to humiliate me, and I have no choice but to applaud. Is this their idea of amusement? The audience's reaction is mixed, with some clapping enthusiastically, while others murmur about Count Estia's relentless pursuit to make his daughter a queen. The princess wonders when the public will tire of this farce. Despite the disclaimer that the play is a work of fiction, she can't help but find the actor's name, Rick Tavian, suspiciously familiar. When will the public tire of this ludicrous play? Ahem. This performance was written as a work of fiction, unrelated to any real people or events. Could they have picked a more obvious name? Whispers circulate within the audience, discussing the male actor's rising reputation. That male actor has been making quite a name for himself. But of course, he's Rick Tavian, after all. There are rumors of Count Estia's illegitimate son, performing in cheap melodramas, fueling speculation about the actor's true identity. The king, reveling in the mockery, acknowledges the actor. I was quite impressed with your acting. Your eyes were very expressive. The performer stammers out his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. To further humiliate the princess, the king turns to her, smirking. What say you, my queen? Was there any line in the play that you found particularly memorable? Perhaps you'd like to recite one of the queen's lines for us. That would be quite amusing indeed. Ha! As the royal court gathers for the commencement of the play, tension is palpable between Princess Arnoah and King Bainas, with Larissa observing the unfolding spectacle. Princess Arnoah, seizing the opportunity, addresses the king. As you wish, Your Majesty. If you'll allow me, would it be all right if I receive some assistance from the star of the play? The king, wearing a smirk, responds, Please do. I must say, it has been ages since you have shown such enthusiasm. Rick, you may step forth. Rick, the star of the play, nervously approaches. It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Your Majesty, he says with a nod. Princess Arnoah, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, instructs Rick to come closer. As he hesitates, she demands even more proximity, causing discomfort. It is true what they say. You truly are the most handsome man in all of Duran. You are just as I imagined you would be, she declares, leaving Rick shivering. Princess Arnoah continues her theatrical performance. You carry yourself with such a majestic air that those in your presence cannot help but lower their heads in admiration. None can wear that deep purple hue with more grace than you, Your Majesty. King Bainas trembles with anger as the princess proceeds to place a ring on Rick's finger. This rich purple shade is the symbol of Duran's royalty. It is a color suited only for the bearer of this crown. Rick, now visibly distressed, stammers. This color symbolizes royalty. Only a person of royal lineage may wear purple. The audience begins to murmur. The princess, playing up the charade, slips the ring onto Rick's finger, stating, You are entirely correct, of course. That is why I wish to present you with this ring, whose elegant color suits you perfectly. Kindly accept it as a heartfelt gift from me, Arnoah. She quickly corrects herself with a smirk. Oops. Oh, it was Arnoah, wasn't it? My apologies. I must now bring this act to a close. King Bainas, seething with anger, questions the sanity of the queen. Has the queen lost her mind? Princess Arnoah continues talking to Rick. You may keep that sapphire ring as a gift for putting on such a fabulous performance. Rick, startled, attempts to remove the ring and he says, Your Majesty, I will take off this ring right this instant. The audience reacts with shock. Larissa tries to intervene, claiming Rick had no intention of wearing the ring, but King Bainas has heard enough. He snatches the ring from Rick, ordering, Get this scoundrel out of my sight! Rick pleads for forgiveness, but the king remains firm. Princess Arnoah, unfazed, glares back at the angry king. Glare all you want. You would not dare lay a finger on the imperial princess. As the guards escort Rick out while he screams for mercy, King Bainas, frustrated, declares, I shall return to the palace at once. Larissa rushes after him, but the princess, contemplating the unfolding chaos, thinks, What has Larissa Stia gained from being Bainas's first love? He mocks others all he likes but cannot stand being mocked in return. How can someone with such a self-centered attitude possibly rule over an entire empire? I managed to wound his pride, but that is hardly enough reason for a divorce. We shall see who prevails in the end. With a smirk, she moves away from the scene, leaving the palace in a state of turmoil. On the next beautiful morning, the sounds of chirping of birds have surrounded the palace. The royal trio, King Binaz, Princess Arnoah, and Larissa, sits at the breakfast table. The king reads a newspaper article praising the yesterday's play and performance of its main lead character named Rick and Princess, and the newspaper illustrate the exact dialogues of Princess about the main lead as the most handsome man in Duran, able to wear the color purple with grace and possessing the majestic air of a king. King Binaz, unimpressed, exclaims, "This is absolute drivel!" He flaps the newspaper dismissively. Princess Arnoah, with a mischievous gleam, pokes the king, asking, "What is the matter, Binaz? Were you not the one who wanted me to recite the lines from the play?" The king, clearly irritated, retorts, "As it appears you have entirely abandoned any sense of propriety, I must remind you that you are a queen, and I expect you to behave accordingly. Even if you were raised a naive princess who knows no better." Undeterred, Princess Arnoah continues cutting her steak, smirking. "You need not remind me of my title. I couldn't possibly forget, as Larissa has been relentless in her quest to seize it from me." The king falls silent out of anger, and Larissa intervenes, trying to ease the tension. "Your Majesty, Her Majesty, the Queen, seems a bit irritable today. Let us not concern ourselves with her and continue enjoying our meal. Here, would you like a taste? This is my favorite." Larissa lifts a piece of meat from her plate. King Binaz, touched by her gesture, responds warmly, "You are as kind as you are beautiful, Larissa. I shall let you have the first taste." Larissa takes a bite and expresses her enjoyment. "It's delicious, Your Majesty." Princess Arnoah, observing the exchange with a glance, decides to take her leave, saying, "Ha! I shall take my leave now." As she departs, King Binaz and Larissa share a moment, appreciating the delightful meal. The atmosphere lightens, and the king exclaims, "I'm certain it's delicious." They continue to enjoy their breakfast, seemingly unaffected by the earlier tension. In the quiet recesses of Princess Arnoah's memories, a poignant conversation between her and her mother resurfaces. Princess Arnoah's mother imparts wisdom. "Remember, Noah. In order to win a servant's loyalty, you must only give one your undivided attention." A young and curious Princess Arnoah inquires, "Pardon me?" Her mother, sensing the innocence in her daughter, asks, "Are you all grown up?" Princess Arnoah hesitates before responding, "No." The mother continues her guidance. "Then are you wealthy? Just like your father or uncle? Or even myself?" Princess Arnoah, understanding her modest circumstances, replies, "No, I'm not wealthy either." The mother leans in, sharing a profound truth with her daughter. "I shall tell you something very important, so I want you to listen closely. Wherever you go, seek just one person who has the greatest potential to be your aide." The young princess, absorbing this advice, seeks clarification. "Just one person?" Her mother nods, emphasizing the significance. "Yes, choose the smartest of the bunch. The smartest, and give that person all of your trust and affection so that they would even risk their life for you if you so desired." Tenderly, she pats Princess Arnoah's head, leaving an indelible impression. When you lack power, that is the only way to gain an ally. In a quiet moment at the royal table, Princess Arnoah and Belle engage in conversation. Princess Arnoah reflects, "Mother was absolutely right." Belle inquires, "And your choice was Dr. Lude's?" Princess elaborates on her decision. "Correct. In a foreign kingdom with so many enemies, what one person could prove most useful to me? They would need to be able to detect any poison in my food, protect me from illness, and at times, even aid me in keeping my enemies in check. In other words, a physician." She wasn't the court physician but an apprentice. Dr. Lude stood out from the rest. She came from a family of scant means with many mouths to feed. And most importantly, she was a genius. Sorcerer Bell probes further. But is she truly poor? Royal physicians are paid handsomely, are they not? Princess clarifies. Not in the case of apprentices. In addition, her mother fell victim to an incurable disease, and Dr. Ludes was in desperate need of money for her treatment. The conversation shifts to a memory of Princess Arnoah discussing plans with Dr. Ludes. Princess expresses gratitude. You have been an indispensable help, Dr. Ludes. Dr. Ludes replies, It was no trouble at all, Your Majesty. I'd do anything to please you. Princess discusses the contraceptive medicine. The contraceptive medicine you concocted worked wonderfully on Larissa. You may stop administering it to her now. Dr. Ludes questions, Is it no longer a concern whether she becomes pregnant? Princess reveals her true intentions. Actually, I need her to show symptoms which indicate pregnancy. Dr. Ludes asks about the timeline. How soon do you require her to have such symptoms? Princess sets the deadline. I need her to be diagnosed in 3 weeks' time. Are you up to the challenge? She punctuates her request with a smile. Dr. Ludes confidently responds, Of course. I'll get started on mixing the ingredients right away. Sorcerer Bell acknowledges. Quite competent indeed. Princess concludes the discussion about Dr. Ludes. As I told you, Dr. Ludes is a genius. I would not be alive to converse with you like this had it not been for her help. I'm sure Larissa is at a loss as to how I managed to survive all of her attempts to poison me. In a flashback, Larissa frustratedly questions her helper. Is this the best you can do? You told me she ingested the poison without a doubt. Why is she still alive? In the midst of their conversation, Belle drops an unexpected revelation. Belle asserts, No, not the physician. You. Princess, taken aback, exclaims, Me? C'est quoi? Belle, maintaining an air of mystery, states, I must step outside momentarily. With a swift movement, he springs up. Princess, puzzled, questions, What? But where are you going? Belle, already in motion, leaps away. Princess, left with bewilderment, mutters, He just comes and goes whenever he pleases, as if he were some kind of alley cat. In a mysterious jungle setting, Belle engages in an unusual conversation with an animal. Belle scolds, You were moving at a snail's pace. Did I not tell you to carry out your tasks promptly? Surprisingly, the animal transforms into a human, revealing Luca. Belle, unfazed, states, Luca? Luca, with theatrical flair, exclaims, You are too cruel. Do you really intend to nag me after all the time we've been apart? Are you not glad to see me? Belle, pragmatic as ever, replies, It has only been 2 days since I last saw you. Luca, dramatic, sighs, Well, it was the longest 2 days of my life. Ha! Cutting through the banter, Belle demands, Enough with all this chatter. What do you have to report? Luca, back on track, says, Oh, right. Ahem. There was a letter from Perhen. This time, a boy from the Lopen family is showing the signs. Belle acknowledges, Yes. I also heard that on the way here. What else? Luca, with a mischievous grin, adds, Oh, if you wish to hear some news regarding the Queen of Duran, during your absence, she drove an entire theatrical company to ruin. Belle, surprised, questions, What? Did she truly manage that in the span of just 2 days? Luca nods. Yes, she is quite a terror, contrary to her appearance. Belle, unfazed, inquires, Have you captured it in the artifact? Luca proudly presents the artifact. I have it right here. Although it is a bit blurry. I'm sure you're already aware, but Anakin always claims the entire stock every time new artifacts become available. Belle examines the artifact and comments, Wasn't she amazing? I witnessed the whole ordeal hidden just off the stage. The Queen knew exactly the effect her words would have. It appeared to be all part of her plan. Luca agrees. She certainly is competent. As Belle hands back the artifact, Luca adds, "She desires to become the new empress, eh? She is better suited for the position than that fool, Luciano." Master Belcherius?" Belle responds, "Yes?" Luca, alarmed, points at the palace. "I'm afraid I just saw." A tense moment unfolds as Luca reveals. A band of assassins headed for the palace. Princess, unaware of the unfolding danger, greets Belle. "Oh, Belle! You're back, dash." Suddenly, chaos ensues. "Dart!" The scene is filled with the sounds of whooshing, thudding, and splashing. In the midst of chaos, the sounds of assassins causing harm to the princess echo through the room. Belle remarks, "It appears the palace guards are remiss in their duty. Where have they all gone?" Princess, determined, says, "Yes, I expected as much. Judging by this sudden appearance of dagger-wielding assassins and how they leapt 3 stories without a moment's hesitation, I was right. The guards were instructed to abandon their posts. Their relentlessness never ceases to amaze me. I am the Queen of Duran. Is this the treatment I deserve?" Belle, concerned, notices, "You are hurt." Princess tries to downplay. "Oh, it's nothing. I'll just have the wound cleaned and have Dr. Lutz take a look at it in the morning." Belle firmly insists. "Hold still." The princess questions, "Do you also possess the power to heal?" Belle, with a touch, replies, "Only as much as needed in the present." "Is this Count Estia's doing? To make his daughter a queen?" Princess nods, indicating yes. Belle, with a suggestion, says, "Would it not be simpler to have the king killed?" Princess, shocked, responds, "What?" Belle continues, "It's true, is it not? King Binaz is what's in your way. All of your troubles will be solved if he ends up dead like Luciano and Arian. Have you not attempted to because I refused to do it for you?" Princess denies. "No." Belle persists. "With Dr. Lutz's help, surely you could." Princess interrupts. "That's not it." Belle, intrigued, questions, "It can't be because he's your husband?" Princess clarifies. "The reason I cannot do it is because Binaz has a nephew who is his successor." Belle, surprised, asks, "A nephew?" Princess confirms, "Yes. Meaning if he dies before the divorce, I will be nothing more than a widowed queen. It would be a sight to see to have that unruly brat seated on the imperial throne. What a headache that would be." Belle, pondering, says, "Then have that 10-year-old taken care of first." Princess covers his mouth, warning, "You are forbidden from inflicting any sort of harm on Dr. Lutz, Binaz, or his nephew unless I give you the word. If you kill anyone without my permission, I will consider it an act of sabotaging our wager, and you can forget about receiving a soul stone from me." Belle, realizing the situation, agrees. Yes, we had a wager. It completely slipped my mind." "That's," Princess asserts, "we shall proceed on my terms." Belle adds, "Fine, but I also have a request." He slips a mystic eye into her hand. "That is a mystic eye, isn't it? Why are you giving that to me?" Belle explains, "It's the only artifact that allows a particular enchantment to be cast on it. That gem is part of a pair. When one gem is worn, it allows the person who dons it to witness the actions of the person wearing its counterpart. Always wear it around your neck." Princess expresses gratitude. "Thank you." Belle, looking alert, says, "Your Majesty." Palace guards rush in, and Belle notes, "I see the palace guards are finally coming to your rescue." The guards approach, and Belle adds, "I also have a request." Princess urges, "Quick! You must morph into another form." Belle, bewildered, responds, "What? Wait." Princess insists, "Hurry!" The palace guards slam the door, announcing, "Your Majesty, we have come to save you." They barge into the room. Princess, with a sense of unease, experiences a chill. One palace guard, realizing the situation, thinks, "Is something the matter? She's still alive? We discovered traces of an intruder." Another palace guard expresses relief. I'm relieved to see that you are safe. The princess, with a hint of sarcasm, remarks, I'm all right, even though you have all failed to protect me. The palace guard, apologetic, says, please forgive us. Suddenly, there's a rattle, and the guard notices. A trespasser! Gripping their weapon, they gasp. Princess tries to intervene. Wait, that's... And then there are the unmistakable steps of a cat. The guards, now realizing the situation, comment, Oh, what's a cat doing here? A subtle meow resonates in the room, adding an unexpected element to the unfolding scene. The scene unfolds, revealing the layers and depth of the story, introducing new characters and leaving an air of suspense. Kesman pleads for his life. Roxanne, please spare me my life. I beg you. The captain, holding him with a sharp knife at his neck, responds, The request made by Kesman is not a substantial one by any means. In addition, I have no desire whatsoever to kill your betrothed. Kesman continues to plead desperately. I beseech you to reconsider the terms of our peace agreement. This is a meaningless war, and we want to cease. Roxanne, without a word, releases an arrow from her bow. Kesman panics. Wait! What are you doing? Suddenly, Roxanne takes the arrow from her bow and stabs Kesman with it. A shocking act that leaves everyone stunned. Kesman, bewildered, questions, What is the meaning of this? Do you intend to kill your own intended? Put that down! Do you want to kill me? Roxanne, please! Have you forgotten that I'm your intended? Roxanne silences him with a fatal blow, killing him with her own hands. As Kesman slumps down, Roxanne, with a chilling determination, declares, Kill them all! The night was filled with the subtle chirping of crickets as the Grand Duke Aselier and his daughter, Roxanne, discussed their recent triumphs and setbacks in the dimly lit room. Duke Aselier, holding a glass, expressed his amusement. How foolish of them! Did they really think we would accept a peace agreement? Roxanne, confident and composed, replied, Those dimwits from Kesman didn't know what hit them, father. Concerned, Duke Aselier inquired about Roxanne's well-being. Were you hurt? Roxanne assured him. Of course not. But please pick someone better as my intended next time, father. She sighed, clearly unimpressed with her previous betrothed. Duke Aselier chuckled. I will keep that in mind. But right now, we have a more important objective to discuss. Roxanne, curious, asked about the assassination of Emperor Luciano. Duke Aselier shared the unfortunate news. Actually, that is precisely what I'd like to speak with you about. There was a setback. Luciano died as we had planned, but that imbecile Aryan died as well. Roxanne, infuriated, slammed her drink, demanding answers. How could you be so careless? You should have prevented him from dying. Was it that hard to keep the dullest member of the imperial family alive? Duke Aselier reassured her. Worry not, my daughter. Our plan isn't over yet. This merely means we'll have a different nitwit sitting on the throne. Roxanne, displeased, questioned her father's strategy. So the crown goes to the King of Duran? Duke Aselier confirmed. Yes. For the imperial princess Arnoah gave up all of her rights 2 years ago. She will become nothing more than his wife and empress. There is nothing to be concerned about. Unlike you, she is a weak, ordinary girl. Roxanne, deep in thought, walked toward a mirror, whispering to herself. Imperial Princess Arnoah. What was she like? Was she really just a weak, ordinary girl like my father says? No. She was more like... Interrupting her thoughts, Duke Aselier tapped her shoulder, reminding her of their lineage. Do not forget. You're my daughter, my flesh and blood. You're the most capable person in the empire and the future empress. I will make sure you sit on the throne. Roxanne, looking in the mirror, continued to ponder. The master of the enchanted tower should deliver the news to the King of Duran in a few days. Duke Aselier agreed. Yes. Maybe he has already been notified. With a determined expression, Roxanne concluded. He does not have the slightest idea how heavy the Emperor's crown is. I shall let that halfwit from Duran know his place. I will make him understand the difference between a king and an emperor, and who truly wields power within the empire." The stage was set for a power play, and Roxanne was prepared to assert her dominance. Amidst the tranquility of the palace garden, the ladies-in-waiting gathered for a tea party, sharing gossip about the recent events. The first lady-in-waiting, curious, remarked, "Is that true, Dana? I can't believe Her Majesty was so infatuated with Rictavian. She even gave him the very ring symbolic of the royal family of Duran." "That's hard to believe. She didn't strike me as the type to do such a thing." The second lady-in-waiting, excited, affirmed, "I am telling the truth. I didn't know she was even capable of smiling. She was this close to hugging him. I am certain Rictavian won her heart." Larissa, with a hint of disdain, commented, "What an embarrassing scandal. It seems that Her Majesty still doesn't know how to conduct herself in Duran. As ladies-in-waiting, we must teach Her Majesty how to dash." Interrupted by an unexpected entrance, Larissa burst, "Who dares to enter my greenhouse unannounced?" To everyone's surprise, it was Princess Arnoah, who calmly responded, "I see you're enjoying tea time in my absence." The ladies-in-waiting, flustered, fumbled and bowed in respect. Larissa scolded, "Oh, Your Majesty! It's considered rude to barge in unannounced, and on your own, no less." Princess Arnoah explained, "I was invited, and the door was closed. What other choice did I have?" Unconvinced, Larissa retorted, "Well, you could have had a servant open the door for you. After all, we wouldn't want Mother to get upset again." Princess Arnoah defended herself. "I intended to, but all my servants were here having a tea party." As the ladies-in-waiting stared in disbelief, Princess Arnoah thought about the repetitive schemes of Count Stia and Larissa, noting, "The way she uses the same tricks repeatedly is just like her father." A little information on how Larissa and her father are like each other. Count Stia, Larissa's father, tirelessly produced the same play over and over again, and attempted the same assassinations repeatedly without ever growing weary. Larissa held tea parties with similar schemes each time as well. She would invite Arnoah as if she were concerned about Arnoah feeling lonely. Then she'd insult Arnoah for hours, put strange things in her food, and laugh at her after gifting her gaudy outfits. Larissa, trying to act on her scheme, inquired, "Your Majesty, where is the dress I gifted you? I chose it with great care. Was it not to your liking?" Princess Arnoah bluntly responded, "No, it was an eyesore." Larissa, offended, asked, "How could you say such harsh words? Are you implying that you have a problem with my taste?" Princess Arnoah, unimpressed, critiqued, "I'm implying? No, I'm telling you you have terrible taste. Take a look at your hideous dress, for instance." Larissa, visibly upset, exclaimed, "Rubbish?" Princess Arnoah continued her scrutiny, inspecting a cup of tea. "Let's see what rubbish you have served today." Larissa, increasingly agitated, tried to defend the tea, but Princess Arnoah's observations revealed an attempt to alter the flavor. Ignoring Larissa's explanations, Princess Arnoah took a sip and remarked, "It's spicy. It changed color. She must have coated the cup with something." Larissa, embarrassed, attempted to save face. "I'm afraid you're right. Your lack of taste for finer things worries me, Your Majesty." You must know how to enjoy the finer things if you want to win the heart of His Majesty. Unfazed, Princess Arnoah seized Larissa by the neck, stating, "I'm touched that my precious lady-in-waiting is looking out for me. What kind of queen would I be if I didn't reward such behavior?" With an air of authority, she commanded, "Drink. This is a reward for my chief lady-in-waiting." The ladies-in-waiting watched in astonishment as the dynamics in the palace took an unexpected turn. Amidst the tension in the greenhouse, Princess Arnoah poured the spicy tea into Larissa's mouth, who immediately reacted, coughing and pleading for water. Larissa's distress escalated, exclaiming, "It's burning my tongue! Water!" Ignoring Larissa's pleas, Princess Arnoah nonchalantly poured more tea into a cup, smirking. Larissa snatched the cup, desperately gulped the tea, and dissatisfied yelled, "I need water! Give me that! Arg! This is the same tea!" In frustration, she threw the cup, shattering it into pieces. Just as the commotion reached its peak, Countess Stia, Larissa's mother, entered the scene, alarmed. Larissa, still recovering, cried out, "Mother!" Countess Stia, concerned for her daughter, replied, "Larissa, my dear," and she questioned the source of the disturbance. Princess Arnoah, maintaining her calm demeanor, thought, "I was wondering when Countess Stia would arrive." Larissa, sobbing with pain, screamed, "Mother!" Her mother hugs her and inquired, "Who did this to you?" Larissa, now in her mother's embrace, accused, "Her Majesty did this." Countess Stia, infuriated, demanded an explanation. "What is the meaning of this?" Princess Arnoah, with a calculating smile, responded, "Is it not obvious? I'm glad she's here. She served me some wonderful tea, so I rewarded her accordingly." She slid the cup toward Countess Stia, implying that Larissa would be instrumental in making her point. Countess Stia, unimpressed, scolded Princess Arnoah. "Forcing her to drink against her will hardly seem like a reward. It's downright barbaric. I expected more from a member of the imperial family." Her anger evident, she continued, "You must be punished for your actions. Show me the back of your hand." Princess Arnoah, sighing, extended her hand to Countess Stia, acknowledging the repetitive patterns within Larissa's family. The tension in the greenhouse remained palpable as the three women navigated the aftermath of the peculiar tea incident. Princess Arnoah, holding her hand steady for punishment, thinks, "This family sure loves to repeat themselves." Countess Stia, determined, lifted her swinger, ready to strike. With a swift movement, Princess Arnoah flipped the swinger from Countess Stia's hand and retaliated by slapping it onto Countess Stia's hands. Countess Stia winced, experiencing the sting, and Princess Arnoah casually asked, My, are you all right? Perhaps you could try a gentler swing next time." "Ha!" Larissa's mother, furious, exclaimed, "You can't pull your hand back when you're getting punished. You've really learned nothing in the past 2 years, have you?" Princess Arnoah admitted, "You're right." Confused, Larissa's mother sought clarification. Pardon me?" Princess Arnoah responded. "Like you said, I have learned absolutely nothing from you. Oh, but I do remember one thing. You told me that the Queen is in charge of the royal staff and that I can hire or let go of anyone I want." Larissa's mother, realizing the implications, twitched uncomfortably. Princess Arnoah continued, "There's no need for you to inform His Majesty. You are relieved of your duties, Countess." Protesting, Larissa's mother questioned, "On what grounds?" Princess Arnoah declared, "Your incompetence is reason enough. Considering the amount of gold you're paid, you should have done a better job of teaching me." Defending herself, Larissa's mother argued, "It's your fault you didn't learn a thing from me." Unyielding, Princess Arnoah stated, "You have failed me. Your indifference made me the barbaric person I am today. Is it not a teacher's job to lead their student on the right path?" Before leaving, Princess Arnoah poured a cup full of tea onto Larissa's head, thanking her for the tea party. Larissa, shocked and in need of water, cried out to her mother. Observing the chaos, the ladies-in-waiting murmured as they saw that the princess is leaving. "My poor darling! She seems like a different person. Maybe she has gone mad." Princess Arnoah, unfazed, picked a flower from the garden, deeply inhaling its fragrance, seemingly lost in the moment. Meanwhile, in the palace garden, Princess Arnoah found solace among the flowers, deeply immersed in their fragrances. Unbeknownst to her, the sorcerer Bel and his companion Luca observed the unfolding drama, using their powers of invisibility. Bel couldn't contain his amusement, bursting into laughter. "Bwahaha! Is it not hilarious, Luca?" Luca, seated on a branch, urged Bel to show some self-control. "Master Belcherius, is it really that funny? We're in the middle of the palace." Bel dismissed the concern. "It's okay. We're invisible." Luca, employing his stealth magic, grumbled about the limits of his powers. Why make me cast it? It's not completely soundproof. Do you want me to stop training you? Belle teased. No, master. What could be so funny about a tea party? Luca replied, slightly confused. You missed all the fun parts because you didn't let me watch it with you, he added. Belle, still amused, encouraged Luca to focus on his training. She's a delight to watch. Luca, intrigued, questioned how Princess Arnoah had concealed her true nature for so long. Is she not hiding it anymore? Belle confirmed. No, she's being herself. Considering the consequences for non-sorcerers, Luca remarked. Honesty rarely pays off for them. It usually gets them killed. Belle chuckled. Only those who are thoughtlessly transparent meet a dreadful end. But her intentions are clear. Concerned, Luca questioned. But isn't it bad for you if she's the meticulous type? Belle, remembering something, fell silent. Luca reminded him of the wager with Princess Arnoah for her soul stone. Luca and Belle sat on the tree, Belle engrossed in his locket. Luca remarked, I thought the two of you had a wager. You should keep her from getting divorced if you want her soul stone. Belle, perturbed, retorted, Luca, flicking his finger at him and saying, When did you become so talkative? It's unattractive. Luca, nursing a slight pain, replied, Oh, why did you do that? And, losing balance, fell from the tree, exclaiming, You scoundrel! While Belle remained serious, he added, Anyway, I'll keep watching her and the future she paves for herself. Under the starry night, Larissa lay on her bed, crying. Binaz approached, consoling her. Stop crying, Larissa! She screamed in frustration. Does it not make you angry, Your Majesty? The Queen made a fool out of me! Binaz, equally furious, exclaimed. Of course, I'm furious! She sniffled, questioning. Then why are you still keeping her in the palace? Is your love for me fading? Binaz reassured. Of course not. Hugging her, he explained. I told you. You're my first and last love. But it's difficult to divorce a member of the imperial family. Benching his wrist, he added. Such hardship. Fate has never been kind to us. Larissa mused. God must be jealous of our love. Binaz, frustrated, asserted. We must stay strong. Tearfully, Larissa asked. So are you going to let this go unpunished? Binaz, irritated, replied. I will do no such thing. Wiping her tears, he declared. I will make her pay for making you cry. She will learn her lesson at the upcoming Festival of Souls and realize that to wrong you is to wrong me. Smirking, he added, Get ready for the spectacle of the century. The next day in the palace, some lady guests in royal attire whispered, Look at the Queen's dress. Observing Arnoah in a red royal dress adorned with red roses in her hair, they commented, It looks like it was in fashion a century ago. I heard it was bestowed by His Majesty himself, not Larissa. His Majesty must be quite angry. So you've heard about the tea party incident. When Arnoah caught wind of the gossip, she calmly thought, Gossip all you want. Another lady chimed in. The first song has come to an end. Larissa and Binaz gracefully danced in front of all the guests. As their dance concluded, the crowd erupted in applause, proclaiming, A round of applause for the most beautiful couple. Binaz turned to Larissa, expressing, You and I are a match made in heaven. We even dance well together. Larissa replied, It's because you taught me so well. Meanwhile, Arnoah stepped forward, bowing, and addressed Binaz. Your Majesty. Binaz smirked, saying, The dress suits you. It truly captures the solemnity of a queen. Playfully, he teased, What a thick and heavy fabric. It's as if my great-aunt has come back to life. He laughed and added, Those fake purple pearls are a good look on you, Your Majesty. Arnoah, holding her necklace, pondered, I couldn't care less for their meager insults. I wonder if you're watching me right now, Belle. 2 days before the festival, Arnoah stood in a red royal dress when a cat with black patches approached. Turning, she looked at the cat and said, "Belle?" It was indeed Belle. Holding his head, he admonished, "I told you never to remove the necklace. I need you to wear it at all times if I am to protect you until the end of our wager." Arnoah, removing the necklace, asked, "Did you come all the way here just to tell me that?" She wore it again, stating, "I took it off so I could change in front of a mirror." Belle, critical, asked, "A mirror? Did you even look in the mirror? Because that dress is ghastly." Arnoah, a bit sad, twisted her arms, fluttered her hair, and said, "It's my outfit for the Festival of Souls. Binus gave it to me, saying that he wants me to dress the way his great-aunt, who died 100 years ago, did." Belle noticed a blue gown on a chair and inquired, "Must you wear that abomination? Have you no other gowns?" While looking in the mirror, Arnoah replied, "I appreciate your concern, but it's a fitting dress for the Mad Queen. And I wish to put people off." Belle remarked, "You keep saying you're mad, but you're not." Arnoah looked at him and asked, "Pardon me?" Belle stepped forward, saying, "Is it so crazy to say that an actor beloved by the whole nation is handsome?" He reminded her of a theater situation, when the king parades his mistress around the court. Is it so crazy to punish a lady in waiting for insulting her queen? I don't think it insane at all to discharge that sadistic teacher of yours. Benching her wrist, she added, "Common sense has no place in. You should be enraged." Belle replied, "It's only natural to have done what you did. There's no need to call yourself mad." Arnoah held her necklace, pondering. "I thought sorcerers were heartless." Turning away from him, she said, "I see your point. I will no longer call myself mad, for I am not." Belle glanced at her and asked, "The festival is tonight, is it not? Does one have to be a noble to be invited?" Arnoah replied, "Yes. One must hold a title or be related to someone who does." An invitation lay on the table beside a rose. Belle noted, "If that's the case, that invitation is of no use to me. I'll have that instead." Arnoah turned and exclaimed, "You want me to give you this rose?" "If you wish to have one, there are plenty of them in the garden." Belle twisted his arms and replied, "There are, but I want the one you've picked." She retorted, "You're rather juvenile," extended her hand, and gave him the withered rose, saying, "This one is withered. To me, it is more beautiful than any other flower." Belle held the rose. When Arnoah gave Belle a red rose, he held it and remarked, "It is more beautiful than any other flower." Expressing concern, he added, "I'm afraid you're a tad bit late." Upon Arnoah's arrival at the party, Larissa informed her, "I have already picked my partner," with a smirk from Binus. Arnoah confidently replied, "I do not need a partner." Binus gestured and assured, "But worry not, I have found you another." A person with blonde curly hair arrived, wearing a green dress. Binus suggested, "Why don't you greet him first? You'll be dancing with him all night, after all." The man was Binus's distant relative, Marquis Robert Dine. Arnoah recognized him, saying, "Marquis Dine." Whispers circulated among the guests. "Isn't he that awful scoundrel who uses dirty tricks to get any woman he sets his sights on into his bed?" Dine bowed in front of Arnoah, stating, "It's an honor to be your partner, your majesty. At least someone is happy about this arrangement. Could it be that your majesty has 2 left feet?" Perhaps that is why the king prefers the tender company of Larissa. Larissa and Binus smirked, enjoying Arnoah's discomfort. Dine knelt and said, "Allow me to soften up your stiff body," pointing his finger and boldly claiming, "Even the most frigid shrew couldn't turn down a real man like me." He grabbed Arnoah from her waist, coming closer, and slid his hand on her face, saying, "Let us dance." Arnoah swiftly placed her hand at his neck, surprising him. He exclaimed, "Ha!" In that moment, she yanked him, causing him to scream in pain. Arnoah, screaming, declared, "It's quite simple to overpower someone with their guard down. You don't have to be a real man to do that." Dine started apologizing, saying, "My apologies. I'm the one who is playing the palace troublemaker these days, not you. Arnoah put her foot on Dine's shoe and stomped, causing him to scream in pain. Witnessing this, Binaz ordered Arnoah, "What do you think you're doing to my guest?" Arnoah, with a smile, replied, "The Marquis acted impertinently first." Binaz defended Dine, saying, "He was merely jesting. Why must you overreact like that? You really have lost your mind." Arnoah twisted her arms and provocatively added, "Why don't you punish me then?" Binaz gritted his teeth, stating, "I'm not to be trifled with. You think you can belittle me just because you're from the imperial family? Let's see how long you can keep up that attitude." Meanwhile, two girls upstairs plotted to pour water on Arnoah. Binaz noticed and, looking at them, one girl said to another, "Quickly, pour it on her before she walks away." Arnoah, anticipating the prank, thought, "I can't believe he planned such a childish prank." She clenched her wrist as the girls started pouring water on her, thinking, "Fine, I'll use this to my advantage. It will be easier to act crazy when I'm wet." Just as the water was about to drench her, Bel appeared and shielded her, using his gown to surround her. Arnoah was shocked to see Bel wearing a black eye mask. "Bel?" Binaz screamed. "Who are you? How dare you lay a hand on the queen?" Bel, smiling, replied, "What do you mean? I merely saved my partner from a rather difficult situation. As this is a joyous occasion, please demonstrate your great generosity and grace, your majesty." Binaz, trembling with rage, heard this. Bel held Arnoah's hand, saying, "My queen," bowed, and kissed her hand, apologizing for being late. Arnoah asked in surprise, "How did you?" Bel presented her with a red rose, saying, "This is for you." As she held the rose, its color started changing. She exclaimed, "The color of the rose is—" After holding the rose, its color became blue, and her gown transformed into a golden color. To see this, people started whispering, "The queen's gown changed. What is happening? It was red velvet until seconds ago. She looks so much better now." Arnoah whispered to Bel, "Are you crazy?" He asked her, "Do you not like it?" She replied, "I'm not talking about the gown. You can't use magic out in the open." Bel pointed at the rose and said, "I didn't. That's just an artifact." Arnoah was shocked, stating, "Artifact, magic, it all looks the same to people. We should leave immediately." Bel grabbed her waist, bringing her closer, and added, "I told you that I would escort you." She replied, "Yes, you did, but it's time to run." In that starry night, with the moon shining brighter, Arnoah and Bel left the castle. Arnoah asked him, "Why did you help me?" He replied, "Because you asked for protection." She turned and looked at him, saying, "I don't need you to protect me from getting splashed with dirty water. It would have made my mad queen act more persuasive." She asked him, "Bel, did you help me to sabotage my plan to obtain a divorce?" Bel came closer to her and said, "If that's how it seemed, you're free to believe so." Arnoah held her head and said, "I suppose it fits your character." Bel looked at her with a smile. She grabbed her necklace and expressed, "Nonetheless, you're the only one who protects me around here. Thank you." The next day, the castle looked beautiful in the sunshine. Binaz, in a fit of rage, screamed, "She's gone mad! Utterly mad, I tell you!" Binaz crumpled the paper in his hand with anger, turning to Dine standing beside him. "You there! Tell me your thoughts. What did you think of the queen yesterday?" Dine, while smiling, replied, She was beautiful, your majesty." Binaz, in a fit of rage, shouted at him, "You buffoon! I couldn't care less about how she looked." He clarified, "I'm talking about her behavior. How could she let herself be escorted by another man right in front of me?" Clutching the paper again, he screamed, "But Marquis Dine did so by your order, not him." Binaz emphasized, "I meant the man in the mask." Dine considered for a moment and remarked, "Oh, that handsome man." Binaz retorted, "He's no doubt ugly under his mask." While sitting, Binus twisted his arms and questioned. Did you find out which estate he is from? Dain calmly replied. Yes, your majesty. He is Count Lurk of Lurk Estate. Binus insisted. That can't be right. I know Count Lurk. I used to attend lessons with him in the palace when I was young. Dain conveyed his concern, saying, I'm afraid Count Lurk's estate and title were purchased by someone yesterday. Binus scolded him. Who could possibly buy the fourth largest estate in Duran? Clenching his hand in rage, he added, I'm sure the queen is behind all this. It's all her doing. I'm certain of it. Politely, Dain inquired, Why would she do that? Binus sighed and replied, Jealousy. Lost in thought, he continued, She is trying to get me to become jealous. She must be looking for other ways to get to me now that she can't harass Larissa anymore. Binus recalled, Do you remember Rictavian? It is obvious she was using him to make me jealous. It all makes sense now. Pathetic woman. Smiling, Dain remarked, I think she just likes good-looking men. Meanwhile, a servant burst into the room, opening the door, and screamed, Your Majesty! A carrier pigeon just arrived from Kesman. The servant informed Binus, Do you remember deploying our soldiers to aid in the war between the Imperial Army and Kesman? Binus replied, Of course. It was the Emperor's order. The servant conveyed the news from the letter. The letter says Grand Duke Asilier is forming a special force made of our Duranian soldiers. The special force of Grand Duke Asilier, established by the Grand Duke himself. Binus was shocked to hear this revelation. He added, Acting as commander-in-chief, the Grand Duke uses them to eliminate anyone who gets in his way. And when their service is no longer needed, they're sent to the front lines to die. Binus asked, Did the Emperor order this himself? The servant replied, I cannot say for sure. Binus inquired again, Could this be about the Queen? The servant responded, It is a possibility. Why else would the Grand Duke threaten Duran like this? Even though they're not on good terms, she is the sister of the Emperor. It might bother His Imperial Majesty that she is still not blessed with the love of your Majesty after 2 years of marriage. Binus placed his hand on his mouth and said, Damn. That leaves only one option. He put his hand on his head, adding, I suppose I'll have to save the day. Tell the ladies in waiting to get her ready. On the other hand, Arnoah sat in front of a mirror, with a hairdresser attending to her. Many items were on the dressing table. As she combed her hair, she asked, What exactly are you doing? The hairdresser responded, Isn't it fragrant? Rose-perfumed oil does wonders for your hair. Lady Larissa puts this on every day. Arnoah replied, That is not what I asked. The hairdresser explained, I told you, it's the king's order, and extended her hand to pick up a spray, saying, Let me spray you with this perfume Lady Larissa uses. It's His Majesty's favorite. Irritated, Arnoah warned, If you get a single drop of that on me, I will have your hand cut off. The hairdresser picked out all the sprays, bowed, and said, I'll take my leave now, your Majesty. Arnoah sighed and thought, Isn't it enough that he's making me put on all this makeup? Why must he make me go along with his preferences? What game is he playing at? Someone knocked at the door, saying, My queen. It was Binus, wearing a robe, holding a red rose, and keeping it in his mouth. He said, The preparations took quite some time, I see. Arnoah, shocked to see him, asked, What are you doing in my chambers? And why are you not dressed? She shielded her eyes with her hand and added, It's repulsive. I mean, it is inappropriate. She thought, So this was what he was up to. Binus stepped in, holding a rose in his mouth, and added, Tonight I shall give you what you've been longing for. Arnoah asked, What are you talking about? He came closer through the rose and said, You didn't have to harass Larissa and put on a display with another man at the ball to ask for my love. Arnoah was utterly shocked. Wait, are you offering? Binus blinked his eye and said, You may have my body. Arnoah denied him. I do not want it. Binus added, Let's make an heir while we're at it. She got shocked. What? Meanwhile, a cat stepped in. Binus leaned his hand on his chest and said, You need not play coy anymore. You have my permission to indulge in your lust for me. Arnoah said, Get away from me. The cat came closer to Binus and attacked him by scratching his chest. Binus screamed in pain. Ugh! Witnessing this, Arnoah thought, What is this cat doing here? Binus scolded the cat. How dare you scratch me? He fell down and started trembling. After that, the cat jumped on Arnoah. She said, Stop, Snowy. Come here, listen carefully, Your Majesty. Binus was shocked to see this. Arnoah said while smiling, If you ever try something like this again, you might end up like Marquis Dine. Binus asked, Are you saying you will break my foot? She replied, Perhaps your foot will be broken, or perhaps your tool for siring an heir. Try me if you're curious. Binus left in rage, slamming the door loudly, saying, You're a mad woman! The cat said meow meow. Arnoah touched it politely and said, Oh, sorry, turn back to human form. No one will come here for a while. It's fine. She hugged the cat. At that moment, the cat turned into Belle. Arnoah, still hugging him, said, Oops, sorry about that. Belle smiled and added, This is why I told you to let me go first. Belle arrived to safeguard Arnoah from Binus, transitioning from a cat to a man. As a man, Arnoah embraced him, expressing her frustration. This is why I asked you to let me go first. Did you not hear me a moment ago? Arnoah wondered if Belle had been attempting to communicate during his meowing. Moving away, she inquired, Anyway, why did you do that? Belle responded, What do you mean? Arnoah pointed out, You attacked Binus. I thought, as the Empire's messenger, you aren't allowed to harm the next emperor. Belle, nonchalant, whistled and remarked, It's okay to scratch him with claws. 'Tis but a flesh wound. He clarified, As long as I don't harm him with magic. Arnoah questioned, But why? She reminded him, You're supposed to keep me from getting a divorce. Inquiring about her soul stone, she asked, Don't you want it? Belle shrugged, saying, Didn't you hear that the master of the enchanted tower is capricious? I'm famous for doing whatever I want, as fickle as the wind. Approaching her, he added, Just now I felt like giving the king a good scratch, so I did. He confessed, If there weren't a magic contract between sorcerers and the imperial family, I would have killed him right then and there. The next day in the jungle, Binus and his companions targeted a raccoon. Despite Binus shooting an arrow, the nimble raccoon eluded the attack. Rushing after it, he exclaimed, That little vermin! His companions praised his shot, acknowledging the difficulty of hitting such a nimble creature. Suggesting a change of prey, one added, Raccoons are trickier to hunt than bears or boars. Maybe it's time to find another game. Seeing Binus's trembling hand, another questioned, Was it another shoot and miss, Your Majesty? Observing his lack of arrows, they remarked, You're already out of arrows. Offering his catch, one companion suggested, Would you like me to give you the raccoon I caught? Enraged, Binus grabbed his collar and shouted, Silence! Shut your mouth! Other companion restrained Binus, urging mercy. Have mercy, Your Majesty, he explained to Binus. He's new and has a lot to learn about manners. Binus gritted his teeth, frustrated by the cat, the raccoon, and now the young companion mocking him. Attempting to comfort Larissa, who burst into tears, he recalled a moment when she was crying on a bed, holding a pillow, accusing him of betrayal. Binus tried to explain. It's not like that, reminding her. After hearing that, I went to Arnoah's chambers. Furious at Arnoah, he thought about her. Arnoah. When the cat attacked him and she threatened him, he pondered. Did she mean it? Deciding, I wanted to have an heir with imperial lineage. He, holding a bow and arrow, wondered. Speaking of heirs, why is Larissa not getting pregnant? Shuddering at the thought, he questioned. Am I at fault? Adding, That can't be. I am the great king of Duran. In that moment, a raccoon attacked him, snatching a bottle and smiling. Binaz, furious, shouted, "You damned raccoon!" His companions tried to calm him, saying, "Your Majesty." Meanwhile, Arnoah, in a hunting outfit, and Larissa arrived. Arnoah laughed at Binaz, while Larissa, in a pink royal dress, mentioned accompanying Binaz often. Arnoah, unimpressed, noted, "Here we go again," revealing her experience in hunts at the Imperial Palace and Duke Rickle's manor. Larissa, attempting to impress, asked about Arnoah's archery skills. Arnoah, seeing through the lie, thought, "Foolish girl." Responding to Larissa, she suggested finding another teacher. Larissa shouted, defending Binaz, and Arnoah calmly replied, "Duran is doomed if its finest warrior is unable to take down a mere raccoon." Larissa challenged Arnoah to an archery competition, bragging about her past victory. Arnoah proposed a hunting competition, prompting Larissa to consider the lack of targets. Arnoah countered Larissa's claims of hunting success, causing Larissa to get furious and scream, What of it? That's still more than you." Larissa took a fighting stance and challenged Arnoah. "If your Majesty is so confident, hunt something bigger than a rabbit." She proposed a condition. "I will approve of your Majesty's archery skills if you manage to hit an animal with an arrow at least once." Arnoah responded, "Your approval means nothing to me unless you're going to apologize for your rude behavior the last time." Trembling, Larissa asked, "Did your Majesty say apologize?" Larissa thought, "Why would I apologize to a powerless queen? There's no way she can shoot better than me. She's been stuck in the palace for the last 2 years." Larissa agreed. "Fine," and added, spreading her hand, "But if I win, you do the same, your Majesty. I want you to apologize for what you did to me and my mother." Taunting Larissa, Arnoah said, "An animal bigger than a rabbit once, huh? Don't you think it's a dumb wager?" Shocked, Larissa asked, "Pardon me?" Arnoah explained, "Bigger animals are harder to kill with just one shot, but landing an arrow on them should be much easier compared to smaller critters." Larissa screamed, "Just go to the forest and start shooting, your Majesty." A servant suggested postponing the competition, but Larissa dismissed it, taunting, "Her Majesty is brave enough to go into the forest by herself. Or is it too frightening, your Majesty? Give up if you would like. It wouldn't be the first time you lost to me." Arnoah grabbed an arrow, stating, "I don't need to go into the forest." Astonished, Larissa asked, "Excuse me?" As Arnoah pulled the arrow, she declared, "There's no need to waste everyone's time when there is an animal bigger than a rabbit right in front of me." Larissa screamed, "Hold on, what are you doing?" Arnoah aimed at her and asked, "What does it look like?" She replied herself, "I'm hunting." In the jungle, everyone went hunting. Larissa taunted Arnoah, who decided to teach her a lesson. Arnoah, placing an arrow in her bow, declared, "What does it look like? I'm hunting." Furious, Larissa screamed, "Why you wouldn't? His Majesty will punish you if anything happens to me." Arnoah asked, "Really?" Larissa smirked, thinking, "Even she wouldn't outright defy the king." Arnoah smiled and said, "I'm curious how he will punish me." Staggering, Larissa fell down, saying, "Wait, your Majesty." Arnoah replied, "I'm no knight. I have no means to protect myself. I cannot hunt alone in the forest." Smiling, she added, "But lucky for me, there's a beast right in front of me." She tightly held Larissa's mouth, who thought, "She is mad. She will hurt me just like she did at the tea party." A servant tried to intervene, saying, "Please, your Majesty." Another said, "This jest has gone too far." Arnoah screamed, "Silence!" Aiming an arrow, she said, "I'm releasing the string." Larissa, scared, covered her ears, and Arnoah threw the arrow beside her. Larissa sighed in relief. Seeing the arrow, she asked, "What was that?" Arnoah attacked a boar, shocking everyone. A servant exclaimed, What in the world?" Larissa, still scared, sat on her knees. Arnoah put her bow back and asked. Boars are bigger than rabbits, yes? Larissa, trembling, screamed. Do you have any idea what you've just done? Unbelievable. Arnoah smiled. I believe I've just won. Holding Larissa's mouth, she added. Which means you owe me an apology. Larissa started weeping and apologized. Arnoah smiled. Lady Larissa! She lost consciousness. Later, they returned to the castle. Larissa, sitting on her bed, Binaz arrived, shouting, Larissa! Who did this to you? A servant sat nearby. Seeing Binaz, Larissa became emotional, hugged him, and said, Your Majesty. Binaz asked, The Queen. What did she do? Larissa was wailing and replied, She threatened to shoot me with an arrow. Binaz, disbelieving, asked again, What? Is that true? Larissa added, And on top of that, she laughed at me after I fell. Furious, Binaz thought, That foul woman! She didn't cause any trouble the last 2 years. What has gotten into her recently? He hugged Larissa and looked at the doctor. The doctor hesitated, and when pressed by Binaz said, Not exactly, Your Majesty. The doctor asked Larissa about her last menstrual cycle, revealing that she was about 2 weeks late. Larissa admitted feeling nausea and dizziness. The doctor announced, Congratulations, Your Majesty. Lady Larissa is pregnant. Shocked, Binaz asked, What? Overjoyed, they looked happy, and Binaz asked the doctor, Is that true? Is she really carrying my child? Larissa hugged him tightly, and the doctor confirmed, Yes, absolute stability must be secured. Larissa exclaimed, Did you hear that, Your Majesty? I'm pregnant with a child of Duranian blood. Binaz smiled, thinking, That means there is nothing wrong with my body. Larissa, crying, said, I'm so very happy. Binaz asked, What's wrong? It's terrifying to think. She added, That I nearly lost our child because of the Queen. She almost killed my baby. Furious, Binaz thought, How dare she insult my appearance, threaten to hurt my family jewels? Adding, And try to harm this hard-earned child of mine? Squeezing Larissa's shoulder, he thought. She crossed the line. I must have her punished. He strode into the library, shouting, Arnoah! Arnoah, grabbing a book, heard Binaz shouting, I'm aware of all your malicious acts. You have taken advantage of my generosity for long enough. Ordering servants, he declared, Lock her up in a room immediately and do not let her out. Servants grabbed her, affirming, Yes, Your Majesty. Binaz added, No one is to see her until I give my permission. Do not bring her a single meal or a sip of water. He thought, When she is on the verge of dying of hunger, she will have to beg me for mercy. The servants threw her into the room and locked the door, informing Binaz, The door is locked, Your Majesty. Good. Binaz ordered a lady servant, saying, Keep an eye on her and report anything she says. The servant replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Binaz thought, I can already see her begging me to spare her after she's reduced to skin and bones. After that, Arnoah whispered silently, He's gone. She tried to pull and open the door, realizing, The door is locked. He must be planning to starve me. She raised her hand and thought, Well, I'm not going to let him get his way so easily. Arnoah wrote something on a piece of paper, saying, First things first, and grabbed her necklace in hand. Arnoah carefully divided the bread into 2 portions before dipping a piece into a hot slurry and taking a bite. Flicking her finger, she remarked, All I asked for was just a little piece of bread. The dining table sparkled with a variety of delicious foods in front of her. While indulging, she commented, You didn't have to prepare a whole feast. Bell, cutting a piece of steak with his fork, brought it close to Arnoah's mouth, saying, I can't have you starve to death. As she held a necklace, her thoughts revealed. I mean, I did blackmail him, saying my soul stone would shrivel if I starve. Bell added, I even brought desserts. But Arnoah reclaimed the fork, stating, I can eat by myself. Pondering, but isn't this a tad bit too much? Beside her, Bell playfully twisted his arms, noting, I heard that women like desserts more than main dishes. Arnoah, enjoying her steak, glanced at him and asked, Are you interested in what women like? Bell smiled, responding, I am now. Arnoah humorously added, One might say I'm the pregnant one. Even Larissa wouldn't be eating this much. Bell shrugged, saying, I thought her pregnancy is fake. While holding a knife, Arnoah clarified, It is. It's Dr. Lutz's handiwork. Bell, surprised, replied, Oh? I didn't know she could even do that. Arnoah, smiling, said, She's quite capable. Reflecting, From the disrupted menstrual cycle to the slight nausea and occasional fatigue. Continuing, she admitted, All I wanted was for her to lie that Larissa is pregnant. I didn't know she'd even make Larissa have the symptoms of a pregnancy. Thanks to her, Binah's will now have something that'll justify our divorce. Bell, moving towards the door, inquired, Right, the door of this room will stay locked for some time, yes? Arnoah affirmed, It will. Opening the door, Bell stated, Good. He won't be discovered then. Arnoah was taken aback, questioning, He? Bell clarified, I'm expecting a guest. It doesn't concern you. Arnoah looked at him and asked, How will that guest visit you when the door is locked? He climbs quite well. As someone started stepping inward, Arnoah exclaimed, What do you mean he clim? But was abruptly astonished. Wait, that's a raccoon! The raccoon entered the room, reminding Arnoah of the one from the jungle. When Binah's expressed irritation, she cursed, That damned raccoon! Rising from her chair, she remembered, I remember him, and began patting it kindly, asking, Is he your student? He's the raccoon from the hunting ground. The raccoon, now a Luca, shook hands with Arnoah. Bell intervened, saying, That's enough. Report. Luca transformed back into a raccoon, waving his hand. Hi, Your Majesty, and excitedly sitting on his knees. Bell, hitting him on the head, demanded, I believe you have news to deliver. Luca, rubbing his head, replied, Hee, I did hear a few things from Kesman. Arnoah, shocked, questioned, Kesman? That's the nation. She began thinking. At the northernmost end of the continent where Grand Duke Asilier and his daughter are engaging in war. Bell sat on the bed, squeezing a pillow in his arms. Arnoah, looking at him, asked, Why did you bring me news about Kesman? Bell explained, I thought you wanted to know about it. Rolling his head on the pillow, adding, You said the war must have something to do with the assassination. Arnoah, approaching Luca, thought, I'm surprised he remembered that, and asked, Is the war coming to an end? Luca shrugged, replying, Nope, it's still very much ongoing. But it's not because Kesman is putting up a good fight. Arnoah, covering her mouth, speculated, The Grand Duke is dragging out the war, huh? Luca, shocked, asked, How did you know that? Arnoah remarked, It doesn't take a genius to know that the war is necessary to continue the flow of funds from the Empire to the Grand Duke. She added, Things in the Empire are actually even messier than in Duran. While contemplating, Arnoah squinted her eyes and inquired, Is there anything else? Luca pointed at her, revealing, Oh right, I heard that the Grand Duke manormed a special force recently. Astonished, Arnoah questioned, A special force? Why so suddenly? She pondered, The members of special forces are practically sentenced to death. That's where the Grand Duke sends people he doesn't like to punish them. Arnoah remarked. Curious, she inquired, Who are the members of the special force? Luca, unsure, replied, Let's see. Sitting on the floor, he continued, They're from all sorts of backgrounds, and they never did anything to anger the Grand Duke, but they all have one thing in common. Arnoah pressed, What's that? Luca explained, All 20 men are from Duran. He must have heard about Arian's death. It's likely that the Grand Duke's plan was to kill Luciano and keep Arian alive, but now that he learned Arian is dead, he added, he must be trying to break the spirit of Duran's king, who is next in line to the throne. Shrugging, he mentioned. And that was 10 days ago. Concerned, Arnoah asked. Are they already? Luca quickly responded. Oh, yes. He sighed, adding, the special force all died on a dangerous mission a few days ago. The Kesmanians must be furious with the Empire to put their heads on spikes and display them. Kesman did the Grand Duke a favor by delivering a warning to Binus. Fall in line. Bell, puzzled, questioned. Why go through all that trouble? The Grand Duke could have killed the soldiers himself. Arnoah explained. That would have made him responsible for their deaths. This is one of the simplest power play strategies. She added. The problem is Binus might be too stupid to understand even a simple warning like that. Actually, he didn't understand it and tried to bed Arnoah wearing a robe. Arnoah, with a smile, placed her hand on her mouth and mused. Perhaps this might work in my favor. Bell also smiled as he looked at her. Binus slammed his hand on the table in rage, shouting loudly. What did you just say? A lady servant stood trembling in front of him. Binus scolded her, saying, Ugh, that spiteful woman. How is she still not apologizing? It's been 3 days already. The lady servant leaned against the door and explained. Her Majesty didn't make any sound at all, so I had a maid ask how she was doing. Curious, she asked. Your Majesty? A reply came. Totally fine. Binus, frustrated, questioned. What? A male servant standing beside her added. And all Her Majesty said was I'm fine. She even sounded more vigorous than 3 days ago. Binus, irritated, put his hand on his head, muttering, Is she a witch or something? He pondered. How can she remain haughty when she was locked away without food and water for 3 days? She looks like she would faint if she skipped a few meals. Perhaps it's merely an act of bravado. Yes, she must be acting tough to save face. He added, Has that woman no shame? She should have apologized for her actions by now. Contemplating further, he worried. I want to make her starve more, but what if she dies? If the Emperor finds out that I starved his sister to death? He shuddered at the thought, took a sigh, and said, Sigh, what to do? Suddenly, someone burst into the room, exclaiming, There's been a disaster, Your Majesty. Binus demanded. What now? A man standing in front of him reported. A message came from Kesman. Binus, shocked, asked, What's the message? The man replied, The special force that was established all got captured by the enemies and were executed. Binus started sweating, stammering, what? The messenger bowed his head, adding, Some of their heads were even put on spikes and displayed on a wall. Binus, enraged, slammed his hands on the table, exclaiming, what? Utterly shocked, he questioned, What did I do to deserve this? In his thoughts, he reflected, Even though Arnoah turned me down that night, I managed to spread a rumor that we shared a bed. He continued, There should be no reason for Emperor Luciano to hate me. The families of the dead knights will want an explanation, and I can't ignore them because they're nobles. I didn't know the Emperor cared about his sister this much. Having the esteemed imperial princess as my queen and keeping Larissa as my lover was a feat to boast of. A sweating servant in front of him stammered, Why, Your Majesty, the lords are waiting in the audience room. Binus flinched. Already? He clenched his teeth and ordered, Free the queen. Reflecting on his situation, he thought, I thought this marriage would benefit me, but it's holding me back instead. 2 persons wearing royal dress screamed, This is preposterous, Your Majesty. 20 men who were sent from Duran died meaningless deaths. Another added, How could the Empire treat us this way? A person standing beside him shouted, Duran has always been a loyal servant to the Empire. Someone asked, What's gotten into the Emperor? Binus expressed, I too am perplexed by the Emperor's actions. It turns out becoming a brother-in-law of the Emperor was nothing but a shackle. Nibbling his finger, he added, But I'm already married to Arnoah. I cannot take it back now. Count Stia, Larissa's father, suggested. A divorce should be considered an option. Binaz asked again. A divorce? Count Stia replied. Yes, your majesty. The marital union with the queen is no longer beneficial to Duran. Binaz added. One can't just divorce an imperial princess. His imperial majesty would. He stood up from his chair and said, I'm sure his imperial majesty could be reasoned with. He explained to Binaz. If your majesty and the emperor come to an understanding and if you persuade the emperor that the divorce is justified, it could be done. Adding, and your majesty will no longer have to anger the emperor by punishing her majesty like you're doing now. Others nodded in agreement. Concerned, Binaz expressed. But Duran is not able to pay back the dowry the queen brought to our marriage. It was a carriage filled with gold. What do we do about that? Larissa's father confidently replied. I shall summon all the scholars within Duran to scrutinize the laws, your majesty. There must be a way not to give back the dowry. He added, in any case, our prime goal now is to protect your majesty and Larissa's child. A red-headed man suggested. First, let us send a token of fealty to the empire to demonstrate your majesty's loyalty and appease the emperor. Then, we shall seek a way to make the divorce possible. Binaz replied, I shall consider your counsel, while smiling and thinking. Yes, there must be a way. There's always a loophole. In a beautiful garden of the castle, Larissa fluttered her pink royal dress. Her mother praised her, saying, That is a beautiful dress, Lady Larissa. Larissa replied, Ha, do you think so? She added, I told her to wear something that isn't a gift from the king when she is walking in the gardens. The king loves her. Oh my! But what do you know? All of her dresses are gifts from His Majesty. Larissa smiled and replied, Mother, it's nothing to boast about. His Majesty only gave me 10 dresses. Larissa's friends looked at her and exclaimed, Wow! Oh my, so many! Another friend said, The dresses are nothing compared to this ruby necklace. Larissa touched her ruby necklace, shining and sparkling. Another friend added, That's right, you also got a ruby necklace. Her friend expressed jealousy. I'm so jealous. His Majesty is such a romantic. It's so elegant and shiny. Larissa and her mother smiled and laughed. She added, The last time, His Majesty even gave you a black diamond. His Majesty really knows how to make his lover happy. I want to be as loved as you are one day, Larissa proudly stated. I've been awaiting this rush, she replied to her friends. I am loved by the king himself. Admire me. Envy me. Someone called her, saying, Larissa. She asked. Huh! It was Arnoah standing in front of her. Larissa became furious to see her and said, Your Majesty. In the garden area of Castle Larissa, the royal atmosphere was disrupted when Arnoah entered. Larissa, adorned in her royal dress, acknowledged her presence, respectfully greeting, Your Majesty. Her friends followed suit, bowing before Arnoah and offering their greetings. The castle's servants, one by one, extended their respectful greetings, addressing Arnoah as, Your Majesty. Noticing Larissa's mother standing nearby, Arnoah remarked, I see someone has yet to greet me. This remark angered Larissa's mother. Arnoah continued, Did the time you spent outside the palace make you forget the proper court etiquette? Larissa's mother, visibly upset, responded, Your Majesty. Arnoah inquired about her wrist, recalling a past incident when Larissa's mother had punished her. She mentioned, How is your wrist? You hit yourself quite hard, did you not? Larissa's mother reflected on the moment, thinking, But this time. As Arnoah attempted to lift a paper fan, Larissa's mother resisted, thinking, I will not play along. However, the fan accidentally struck her hand, causing her to scream in pain. Arnoah taunted her, saying, I never thought I would see you scream like a little girl. It must have hurt a lot. Larissa's mother, visibly angered, stammered, Thank you for your concern. In fact, I was concerned about your Majesty as well. Arnoah inquired, Were you now? I heard your majesty was locked away after acting like an untamed horse. She added, 3 days without food or water must have taken a toll on your majesty. The other girls were shocked to hear this, exchanging glances. Larissa's mother, with a sly smile, remarked, although it must have done wonders for your majesty's figure. Lord knows you needed to lose a few pounds. She pondered. How strange. Isn't she a bit too vibrant for someone who starved for 3 days? Arnoah, seemingly unfazed, smiled politely, stating, the king would never do such a cruel thing to me. I have been doing quite well. Swishing her gray hair back, she added, especially since Larissa apologized for her rude behavior toward me in the past. Larissa, astonished, shouted, what? I only apologized because you threatened to shoot me with an arrow. While I was pregnant, might I add. Arnoah twirled her hair and casually asked, did I? I was only aiming at a boar. Are you saying I'm a boar? She provocatively added, you sure squealed like one. Larissa, seething with rage, clenched her teeth as Arnoah stepped forward. Larissa retorted, until now, I've shown you respect because I pitied your majesty's situation. But do not expect such courtesy any longer, she declared. I tire of seeing you move aside. Arnoah nonchalantly responded, you move aside. Larissa, taken aback, asked, I beg your pardon? Arnoah sighed, saying, I was crossing the bridge first, and you came along later. Therefore, you should move aside. In a fit of rage, Larissa thought, she really doesn't know her place yet, does she? I am the king's first love and his beloved mistress. She smiled, thinking, so she wants to dance, huh? Larissa taunted Arnoah, reminding her of the black diamonds on her crown, claiming, the king said such a precious jewel belongs on my head and gifted me the crown, a matching set with his majesty's. Arnoah calmly acknowledged. I remember. Larissa continued, I'm his majesty's lover, and you are not. There is nothing you can do to change that. With a smile, she asserted, imperial lineage is nothing compared to the king's love. Arnoah questioned, are you sure about that? Larissa proudly displayed her ruby necklace, claiming, his majesty even gifted me this ruby necklace today. Arnoah remained unfazed, thinking, I could not care less. Larissa asked, is it not beautiful? She added, anyway, I can take anything from your majesty, even though there is little to take from you since you are not blessed with his majesty's love. Arnoah intriguingly responded, oh? Larissa, showing no signs of shock, inquired, what's that? Arnoah calmly replied, is this your first time seeing a mystic eye? Larissa screamed, I've seen one before. Where did you get your hands on such a thing? Arnoah advised. Larissa, there are things in this world that should not be pursued with greed. It's a virtue to know when to step back. Larissa shouted, you must have hidden it in a drawer or somewhere for 2 years. She eyed Arnoah's golden necklace and declared, I want it. Moving aside, she stated, I'll move aside if you hand it over. Arnoah retorted, you're worse than a boar. You're a bandit. While distancing herself, Arnoah added, I'll end up having it one way or another. So why don't you just give it to me? If you refuse? Larissa snickered, suggesting, I might fall into the pond. Arnoah, unyielding, responded, why should I care? Larissa emphasized, you do know I'm carrying the king's child, don't you? If something were to happen to me, his majesty would have to punish you. How dare you harm Larissa? Assertively, she questioned. And what would people say? Pushing the woman carrying off her husband's child into the pond. Isn't that what the villainess did in the burning palace? She smirked, adding, your majesty wouldn't want to get divorced like the villainess too, would you? I'd hate to make you the villainess who tried to kill me out of jealousy. Arnoah, reflecting on Larissa's tactics, thought, Larissa, you're a genius. Extending her hand towards Arnoah, Larissa said, of course, if you want me to. As Larissa reached for Arnoah's necklace, Arnoah held her hand and remarked, I hope you know how to swim. Never mind. I actually don't care. Larissa, startled, found herself placed along the bridge. Panicking, she exclaimed, "Huh! Hold on, Your Majesty!" Arnoah shoved her into the water, and Larissa screamed, "Ah! Help!" Servants and her mother joined in the distress, shouting, "Oh my goodness! Larissa! Lady Larissa!" Her mother urgently ordered, "Guards! Come help her!" Meanwhile, Arnoah stood there, smiling and looking at her handiwork. Larissa sat on the bed, shouting and weeping, her head buried in a pillow as she screamed. Binus stood beside her, attempting to calm her. "Calm down, Larissa!" She continued to scream. "How could I? She pushed me into the pond." Binus sighed and asked, "Did she really?" With tears in her eyes, Larissa screamed, "Are you doubting me? The mother of Your Majesty's child?" Binus reassured, "Of course not." Larissa sniffled heavily, and Binus, sitting beside her on his knees, apologized. "Sorry, it was just hard to believe." He hugged her, saying, "Oh, Larissa, you have been through hell." A servant explained to Binus, "Actually, the pond is not nearly deep enough to drown. If she had stayed calm, she wouldn't have drunk so much pond water." Furious, Binus shouted at the servant, "Get out! You useless windbag!" Trembling in rage, he added, "No matter how busy the staff is due to the aftermath of the Kessman incident, sending that imbecile as my errand boy is unacceptable." Turning towards Larissa, he assured, "Don't mind him, Larissa. I'm just grateful to the gods that you and our child are unharmed." While crying, Larissa questioned, "What if it happens again? The queen tried to kill me many times, and she will try again." Sniffling, she moved closer to him, asking, "Your Majesty, why are you not divorcing her?" She added, "Are her murder attempts not reason enough to get a divorce?" Binus replied, "There are 1,000 reasons to divorce her." Reflecting on the theater scenario, he grimaced. "She enjoyed the company of other men right in front of me, and she even called her king hideous." Binus frowned and continued, "However, even after consulting with all the legal experts, there was no solution." He remembered Larissa's father saying, "Forgive me, Your Majesty." Binus gritted his teeth, realizing, he was just all talk. I'd have him whipped if he wasn't Larissa's father. I would have to return all of her dowry if I divorce her. Binus clenched his hand with anger, thinking, "But I already spent most of it." He added, "The gold that filled an entire carriage was used on new palace pillars, the gardens, and Larissa's dresses and jewelry." Reflecting, Binus realized, come to think of it, the pond Larissa fell into today was also made with that gold. Larissa mumbled, "What if she left in some other way?" she asked. "What other way?" Smirking, she suggested, "Like dying at the hands of people who have had enough of her malicious acts?" On the other hand, Belle sighed, saying, "I am sick and tired of Count Estia's lousy assassination attempts." Holding the collar of a guy amidst a scene of dead bodies and scattered blood. Flicking his fingers, he remarked, "Increasing the number of assassins fivefold won't change a thing if they're all this sloppy." Meanwhile, Arnoah, in her night suit, sat on a bed, contemplating. "He would rather send more assassins than divorce me?" She sighed and rubbed her head, saying, "I should have brought a smaller dowry. It's not like I had a say anyway." Arnoah thought about Luciano's decision to offer Binus her entire inheritance as her dowry, realizing, "I don't care about the gold. Binus can keep it if he would just divorce me." Adding, "But he must believe that if he doesn't return the dowry when he's divorcing the imperial princess, he won't be able to stay on the emperor's good side. That must be why he wants to maintain the marriage." She considered the timeline, thinking, "It's been 27 days since I heard of Luciano's passing from Belle. Binus will become the emperor if I don't get him to divorce me in 3 days." While sitting on the bed, she wished for more time, saying to Belle, "I think you won the wager, Belle. Please polish my soul stone as prettily as possible." Lying on the bed, she thought, Even if I had more time, he would just hear about Luciano's death from somewhere else. At least if I become a soul stone, I won't have to live as Binaz's queen until I grow old and die. In the complete silence, she opened her eyes and saw Belle standing there. She said, "I thought you'd be more happy when you won." Belle replied, "I'm not happy at all." Arnoah asked, "Why not?" Belle waved his hand, saying, "I also said things I want change often." Rising from the bed, she asked, "What do you want now?" Belle looked at her and added, "I want to see you on the throne with a crown on your head." Arnoah was shocked. "What?" Belle turned back, stating, "As the master of the enchanted tower, it would be shameful to become the messenger of an emperor even less capable than Luciano." Belle choked, adding, "Soul stones occasions are rare, but it's not worth going through that kind of disaster." Astonished, Arnoah couldn't comprehend. "But—" Belle raised his hand to his mouth and explained, "Wagers with non-sorcerers are just a pastime for me. I do not care if I win or lose." Arnoah asked, "You want to help me?" Stepping forward, he responded, "If I could. However, I still won't be able to harm him with magic." Coming closer, he held her chin, saying, "Take his life or lie to him." "Those are the rules until I announce the new emperor." Arnoah questioned, "Do you think there's a way for me to help you?" Laughing, she added, "I can think of a few ways." Belle blushed to see her happy. Belle slammed into Binaz's room through the window. Binaz, sensing someone sneaking in, woke up immediately, flapping, and exclaimed, What was that? An assassin?" Belle sneaked into Binaz's room through the window. Sensing someone's arrival, Binaz woke up and exclaimed, What was that? An assassin?" Belle appeared in front of him, stating, "I am the messenger of the Empire." Shocked, Binaz swished his blanket away and asked, "Huh! What is a messenger doing here?" Blinking to see him clearly, Binaz remembered and laughed. "Did the Emperor send you because of what happened with the Queen?" he assured. "Tell the Emperor that there is nothing to worry about. Even though her behavior is problematic, Dairon will honor the marriage between our two kingdoms." Binaz clenched his legs together and continued, "I shall never make the Queen return to the Empire as a divorcee. Should I just break the contract and rip this man apart?" Belle gritted his teeth with anger, recalling when he had told Arnoah, "Imply that the dowry would not be an issue even if he divorces me. And Ludes will do the rest." Taking a deep breath, Belle thought, "That is not why I came," he said to Binaz. "Here is what I came to tell you. The Emperor will not oppose the divorce between the King and Queen of Dairon." Binaz, astonished, questioned, "Is that true?" Thinking, "He's here to discuss the terms of the divorce." Belle explained, "The esteem in which this kingdom holds the Empire has already been demonstrated by your behavior in the past." Binaz asked about the dowry, adding, "Currently, Dairon is not able to give back all of the dowry." Belle stated, "The dowry offered by the imperial princess is but a trifle compared to the riches stored in the imperial treasury. It would be unwise to ruin diplomatic relations between our two kingdoms over such a trivial matter." Belle asked him, "Am I understood?" Binaz, in utter shock, replied, "I understand." With magic, Belle started vanishing, saying, "I shall leave the decision to you." Binaz smirked and thought, "I can end it. I can part ways with that woman without suffering any consequences at all." While shouting, Dr. Lucas rushed to Larissa's room, exclaiming, "What? You misdiagnosed?" Larissa collapsed upon hearing her scream, and Dr. Lucas informed her, "Yes, it's a common mistake. I'm afraid you're not pregnant." Larissa held her belly, saying, "No." Dr. Lucas stood beside her, and she added, "This is important news. I shall tell His Majesty about this at once." Larissa flinched as Dr. Lucas started grabbing the blanket from her. She held his hand to stop him, saying, "Don't. If His Majesty finds out about this, my father spent so much of his fortune on hiring assassins that our household is one step away from being seized. If he finds out that I'm not pregnant, he will be even more reluctant to get a divorce. Dr. Lucas said, "All right. I will give you 3 days to prepare yourself. I cannot hold it off any longer, even if I'm let go as a result." Larissa started thinking, "I have 3 days." After that, things went as expected. Thinking that he wouldn't have to return the dowry, Binus told Larissa about the messenger that visited him. After seeing a chance, Larissa pressured him to get a divorce. She added, "The divorce process, which originally should have taken at least 10 days, was shortened to a mere single day due to Larissa's relentless nagging." People whispered in the castle as there was some event. Arnoah arrived there. After seeing guests, she thought, "Look at all these people gathered here to become witnesses. This is the first time I've been treated with respect since I came to Duran." Wearing a white and purple royal dress, Binus turned towards her and asked, "You came?" Holding a message, Arnoah bowed in front of him, saying, "Your Majesty." Binus ordered her to kneel down, and Arnoah slumped completely in front of him. Binus started reading the message. "Listen carefully. I, King Binus Roche of the Duran Kingdom, solemnly decree the dissolution of our marriage." Arnoah thought. Finally. Larissa leaned in when he was reading. "Arnoah Salliard-Cajun, you are hereby stripped of your title as Queen of Duran, as your presence is no longer welcome in this kingdom." Arnoah thought. "It's over." Binus added, "You must now return to your home in the capital of the empire." While sitting on the floor, Arnoah was lost in her own thoughts. "I finally achieved." She held the message and was very happy. "The freedom I've been longing for." She bowed in front of him, saying, "We are divorced. I suppose there is no need to keep up false pretenses any longer." Binus was astonished. "What?" While smiling fully, Arnoah added, "I've suffered enough for the past 2 years, and I couldn't be more grateful to you for ending our marriage." Binus said, "Does she fail to grasp what's happened to her?" Arnoah replied, "Unfortunately, it appears you are the one who fails to grasp what is happening, Binus." He started thinking, "How can she be so arrogant now?" Binus became furious and started screaming. "It seems the shock of the divorce has gotten to your head, but may I remind you?" Arnoah fluttered her hair and said, "Belle, come out and deliver the Emperor's message to the King of Duran." Suddenly, the wind started blowing. They exclaimed, "Where is the wind blowing from? What's happening?" Belle appeared there, and Binus was shocked to see him, screaming, "Huh! What is the Emperor's messenger doing here?" Belle replied, "Did you not hear the new Empress call for me?" Binus asked. "The new Empress?" Belle informed him. "Now that Emperor Luciano and Imperial Prince Arian are dead, and you, Binus Roche Duran, declared the dissolution of your marriage." He added, "The empire belongs to none other than Her Imperial Majesty, Arnoah Salliard-Cajun." Binus and Larissa fell down in shock, saying, This can't be." Arnoah declared, "Now for my first order as the Empress. I'm sure you recall that when I married you, I brought with me a carriage full of gold as my dowry." She smiled and added, "Have it prepared at once." After divorcing Arnoah, Binus deeply regretted his decision upon realizing that the Emperor now belonged to Arnoah. Binus found himself kneeling and weeping before everyone, expressing his remorse. "My Queen, Your Imperial Majesty, I'm on my knees begging you," he cried out, pleading. "Please stay in Duran for a little while longer. Pretty please." Arnoah, irritated by his actions, responded, "You sicken me." Binus, rising with excitement, exclaimed, Forgive me, Your Imperial Majesty." "Oh, right. Enjoy the feast I've prepared just for you." Contemplating the situation, Arnoah sat on the Emperor's chair while Binus continued to beg. "I have gathered the finest chefs and dancers in Duran," he instructed the servants. "Bring her something. Anything," adding, "As for the head chef, his family has been working for the Duranian royal family for generations." Arnoah questioned him. "Really? I don't recall him cooking for me when I was a Duranian royal family member." Binus, becoming furious, tried to defend himself. That's Rejecting his offer, Arnoah stated, "You can keep your precious chef and his dishes." Smiling as she inquired, "Are you going to marry Larissa now?" Binaz hastily replied, "It's a misunderstanding, Your Imperial Majesty." Arnoah skeptically responded, "Oh?" Binaz mumbled, "I thought the woman was pregnant with my child, and as a man, I felt responsible, so—" Immediately, Arnoah thought, "Ugh, he's blabbering like an idiot. I should have just left." She remarked sternly, "You always had a great sense of responsibility toward your mistress. If only you treated your queen the same way." In response, he shuddered, remaining shocked, and started shouting, "I was tricked! Larissa and the court physician both lied to me about her pregnancy." Glancing at Arnoah, he screamed, "If it weren't for those two, our marriage would have flourished." Shouting at Larissa, he said, "You!" Larissa flinched, and Binaz growled, "Kneel before the Empress." While seated on the royal chair, Arnoah thought, "Wow, how petty. He was acting like he would love her until the end of the world." She added, "But it didn't take him long to offer me his first love as a scapegoat." As Binaz shouted at Larissa, she was shocked and scared, asking, "Your Majesty, how could you?" Binaz grabbed her hand, dragging her, and said, "You dare talk back to me?" Larissa winced in pain, saying, "Oh." Binaz came close, commanding, "Shut up and kneel," then threw her at the feet of Arnoah. Arnoah glared at her, remarking, "This is pathetic." "Stop!" Binaz interrupted, shouting, "If it weren't for her, we would have become the couple of the century." He added, "After seeing Your Imperial Majesty gazing into the eyes of the master of the enchanted tower." Sniffling, he confessed, "I realize that I have been in love with Your Imperial Majesty." Binaz continued, "I was jealous because Your Imperial Majesty, who was my wife at the time, was with another man." Irritated, Arnoah responded, "You must have gone mad." Binaz tenderly touched her hand and expressed, "Your Imperial Majesty, no, my beloved Arnoah Duran, will you marry me once more?" He attempted to kiss her hand, but Arnoah pulled it back, firmly stating, "No." Undeterred, Binaz insisted, "Give it some consideration, Your Imperial Majesty. You have no experience in ruling." Adding, "In this cutthroat world of politics, a naive soul like Your Imperial Majesty will get tricked in the blink of an eye and lose everything." Arnoah questioned, "A naive soul, you say?" Reminding him, "Didn't he call me mad a few days ago?" Binaz continued to argue, "On the other hand, I have been ruling as a king for years now. A veteran ruler like me can see right through people just by looking at their faces." Proudly, he declared, "I believe Your Imperial Majesty needs a person like me. If you could look past our differences and find generosity in your heart." Arnoah confronted him, saying, "Do you take me for a fool?" Adding, "You becoming the king of Duran was a tragedy, both for me and the people of Duran. Also, for someone with such great insight, don't you think you let yourself be tricked too easily?" Upon hearing this, Binaz flinched and clenched his wrist, explaining, That's because it didn't cross my mind that a court physician could lie to me. I have stripped her of her title for making fools out of both of us." Arnoah responded, "I'm glad you did." Binaz, seeking affirmation, eagerly asked, "I did good, yes?" Arnoah informed him, "I'm taking Dr. Ludes to the Empire with me." Binaz, taken aback, started begging, "Huh! I beg your pardon?" Arnoah smiled and remarked, "Like you said, a naive soul like me could use the help of wise people. If she tricks someone as insightful as you, she must be quite brilliant." Standing up from the Emperor's chair, she commanded, "Anyway, King Binaz, stop your blathering and bring me my dowry." Her beautiful white and gold carriage was brought there, and Arnoah expressed, "I'm loving this king's carriage. Maybe it's because it's made with my dowry." Binaz began fighting with Larissa's father, bringing joy to Arnoah. She thought, it was delightful to watch them fight. Binaz, grabbing Larissa's father by the collar, screamed, You have been trying to kill the Empress." I'm confiscating your assets. However, her father denied the accusation, saying, No. Arnoah contemplated, trying to make each other pay more. Even then, he couldn't pay me back in full, so he had to give up the king's carriage as well. While riding in the carriage, she remarked to Binez, You could pay me in gold. Binez, with a hint of resignation, asked, Do you really have to take it from me? Adding, Please take it. I enjoy walking. Arnoah settled into the carriage, and Belle, already inside, questioned her. So you're sparing the Count, huh? Are you sure that's wise with everything he has done to you? Arnoah replied, Why does it matter? He will bother me no more. Belle acknowledged. That's generous of you. Leaning towards him, Arnoah inquired, I meant to ask, will your duty be finished after you arrive at the Empire? Belle, dressed in royal attire, replied, I suppose so. The new empress has been chosen. Smiling, Arnoah suggested, Belle, don't go back to the enchanted tower. Join me in the capital. Belle, surprised, asked, The capital? Blushing, he added, Why would I go to the capital? Wondering if she knew something, he thought. Does she? Arnoah burst into laughter and explained, If you, the Lord of Prehen and the Master of the Enchanted Tower, are there, the nobles won't form a union and give me trouble. She continued, People outside Prehen tend to shun sorcerers. But if you attend noble meetings as a lord, that might change. It's a win-win. Belle, sitting pouting, turned his head and expressed, It might be a win for you, but it's just bothersome to me. Arnoah assured, I knew it. I won't twist your arm. Belle glanced at her and noted, You seem to know something of politics. Arnoah shared, A little, thanks to my mother, for an unknown reason. Emotionally, she added, Mother taught me many things. Perhaps too many. Luciano considered me as a rival ever since Mother taught me disciplines of kingship. Belle declared, Anyway, I cannot stay in the capital. I must return to the tower. Arnoah asked, Is there something wrong with your domain? Playfully, she placed her hand on her mouth and behaved cute, saying, Oh. Belle observed her, twisting his arms. Arnoah reminisced about her past, sitting beside her mother in a blue royal dress. Her mother patted her head and advised, Arnoah, even the emperor can't meddle with affairs that happen in the domains of sorcerers. Reminding her daughter, she said, Remember, the masters of the enchanted tower have a nasty temper. In the carriage, Arnoah realized, I forgot my mother's teachings after spending some time with Belle. Belle, seated close to her, remarked, That's a dangerous question you're asking. Closing the distance, he inquired, Does this mean you're not afraid of me anymore? Arnoah, feeling scared, stuttered, I'm in danger. Belle smiled, recalling, You were terrified of me when we first met. Blushing, Arnoah smiled and admitted, Sorry, I see snowy when I see you now. In her thoughts, she sighed in relief, thinking, Phew, he doesn't look angry. Belle sat back, being cute, and stated, Officially, my spirit form is a snow leopard. Even Anakin doesn't know what my spirit form is. Arnoah pondered, Must sorcerers have a scary spirit form? When they're actually just a cat and a raccoon? Belle shared, My mother's spirit form was a fire dragon. Astonished, Arnoah exclaimed, A fire dragon? Belle explained, Yes, that's how the masters of the enchanted tower are supposed to be. An invincible force no one can challenge. Arnoah thought, So the great sorcerer Amaryllis was a dragon. Adding, Somehow. I think I understand why she wanted her son's spirit form to be a cat. Smiling, she said, I must say, a cat is cuter. Belle twitched and asked, Cute, you say? Arnoah confirmed, Yes, it's warm when I hug it. Belle glared for a moment, then transformed into a cat, meowing and jumping on her. Arnoah, surprised, said, Hold on, Belle. You're not a real cat. You're a person. Realizing his provocation, she sighed while hugging him. Ugh, he's provoking me because I called him cute. After confessing her thoughts, Belle started cuddling with her. The next day, in the royal castle meeting room, someone wondered aloud. I wonder if he will arrive today. It has been weeks since I heard of the Emperor's passing. Where is the new Emperor? Questioned Baron Vent, seated at the meeting table. Another person, Duke Rickle, inquired. Have you heard any news from Duran? Marquis Dubert replied. I should have, but no. Duke, frustrated, ground his teeth, stating, It's been a month since Anakin Willow sent the messenger, but Duran is strangely quiet. I finished preparing early for nothing. Baron slid his arm on the table, expressing, Did anyone else send a message to Duran? It's absurd they're staying so silent when their king became the Emperor. Countess Hermann, fully dressed in a party outfit with a diamond necklace, raised her hand and admitted, I did. Well, I tried to anyway. Baron turned to her, asking, What do you mean? Countess sighed, explaining, Strangely, I couldn't even confirm if the message arrived at all. I'm still waiting for the reply. Baron, furious, questioned, What was on your message? Marquis laughed loudly, suggesting, Do you even have to ask? She must have sent her niece's portrait. Baron added, A bold move, offering a mistress to the new emperor who didn't even arrive yet. Countess, irritated, warned him, Don't make a fuss. You must tame the emperor when he's still young and oblivious. Baron dismissed the idea, saying, One might consider that treason. If this emperor is dumb enough to fall for a honey trap, I'll just resign and return to my dominion. Marquis smirked, advising, Broaden your sights. The new emperor is clueless. Someone has to take advantage of him. He continued, I'm sure it's not just Countess Hermann and I who are preparing to shower him with gold. Pointing upward with his finger, he boasted, I already prepared the jewels to offer to the emperor. I even had the imperial palace decorated in Duran's colors so he can see it when he arrives. Turning to Countess, he wished, Good luck seducing him with a mistress. Countess laughed and replied, The gold you generously offered will be used well by my niece, who is going to be the emperor's mistress. Marquis pointed at Countess and taunted, You don't know, do you? He revealed, The new emperor, Duran's king, already has a mistress whom his majesty loves dearly. Everyone knows a love story in Duran. Countess, contemplating, placed her hand on her chin and said, A mistress, huh? Maybe I shall have her killed. Things will get complicated if she gives birth to his child. Marquis laughed, endorsing the idea. Haha, that is not a bad idea. No matter what we bribe him with, when Grand Duke Aslier returns, the new emperor will soon become a mere figurehead. Countess agreed. Then we better make the most of the situation before he returns. Marquis expressed, I'm glad we see eye to eye on this. Turning to Duke Rickle, Marquis asked, You must be over the moon, Duke Rickle. Confused, Rickle inquired, About what, might I ask? Marquis informed him, Your niece became the imperial queen. He added, Isn't it nice that the forgotten imperial princess is becoming the imperial queen just like her mother? No one will lock her in a tower now. Rickle reluctantly agreed. Like you said, it's nice, but as long as Grand Duke Aslier pulls the strings, it's all meaningless. Meanwhile, Arnoah arrived, wearing a white dress with black heels. Marquis, unaware of her identity, asked, Who are you? He screamed, This is a closed meeting. We don't take guests. Arnoah calmly replied, We met a few times when I was young. Have you forgotten me, Marquis Dubert? Rickle, startled, looked at her. Marquis stammered, Pardon me? Arnoah, placing her hand on a chair, said, So you haven't heard? I see word travels slowly around here. Huh! She confidently sat on the royal chair, and Marquis screamed, What are you? How dare you? That seat is reserved for the Emperor. Get off! Arnoah smiled and declared, I am the new Empress of the Empire. Arnoah entered the meeting room and confidently took her seat in the Emperor's chair, surprising all the members. She declared, I am the new Empress of the Empire. Marquis slammed the table, exclaiming, Nonsense! Duran's king is the new emperor. Arnoah, with a smirk, responded. Oh, that must be why the palace is overflowing with purple things. Tossing a pillow onto the floor. Panicking, Marquis shouted, What are you doing? Arnoah nonchalantly waved her hand, saying, I'm sick of purple things. Keep things like purple sapphires out of my sight, would you? Marquis, furious, demanded. Enough! Reveal who you are right now! Arnoah retorted. Not the smartest bunch, are you? Did I not just say that I'm the new empress? She turned to Belle, standing beside her, and ordered, Belle, perhaps they need to hear it from you. Belle stepped forward, introducing himself as Belcharius, the master of the enchanted tower and the lord of Perhen. He confirmed, I just returned after fulfilling my duty as the messenger of the empire. Marquis questioned, Belcharius, is she telling the truth? Belle assured him, She is. The empire has a new ruler, and her name is Arnoah Saliard-Kasian. The members were astonished, staring at Arnoah. Belle declared, All hail the Empress. While Arnoah proudly sat on the Emperor's chair, legs crossed. Baron stood up and exclaimed, Arnoah, the Imperial Princess? Oh my! Baron exclaimed. He added, I didn't recognize your Imperial Majesty because it's the first time I'm seeing you since you went to Duke Rickle's manor. Marquis interrupted, stammering, Hold on. To my knowledge, the marriage contract between Duran's king and your Imperial Majesty says that the king will receive the title of Emperor. He questioned, Why would your Imperial Highness become the Empress? Did the king of Duran die or something? Arnoah calmly replied, He and I divorced a few days ago. That contract is now null and void. She added with a smile, With Luciano and Arian under the ground, I am the rightful heir to the throne. I am still waiting for you to hail me, so do make it quick. Baron, shocked, glanced at her and hesitantly asked, All hail the Empress? Arnoah calmly responded, All hail Empress. All hail Empress. She reflected on her past, thinking, It doesn't seem like I'm being welcomed. It doesn't surprise me. Reminiscing about her childhood, she continued, The nobles ignored me when I was young. Some even laughed as I, the Imperial Princess under the shadow of Luciano, got married off as if I was getting exiled from the Empire. Arnoah added, I didn't ask to be on the throne, but it's not that bad now that I'm on it. While sitting on the Emperor's chair, she indulged in her own thoughts. What matters now is that I'm here as the new Empress. As Arnoah and Belle were in the room, someone entered, exclaiming, Noah! It was Arnoah's friend, Anakin, wearing a pink royal suit. Arnoah, excited, hugged him tightly. She giggled and asked, Why did you have to write the letter like that? Anakin laughed and replied, Ha ha ha, would it kill you to say you missed me first? Belle stood in irritation beside them. Anakin added, I thought of you every day. I trust you, but him? Men. Arnoah responded, It was the worst way to say that I should become the Empress. Belle stood pouting, and Anakin explained, I was worried the messenger boy might open the letter before you. It was a sort of a safety device. I trust you, but him? Men. He touched her face and continued, But you got the message and became the new ruler. And returned to me. Arnoah, happy to see him, leaned on him and asked, I did, didn't I? Anakin hugged her tightly with excitement. Arnoah pleaded, Let go of me. But Anakin insisted, No, I haven't seen you in ages. Arnoah explained, I know, it's just... And as Belle dragged her away, she asked, Are you two really friends? Belle said, No, while Anakin said, Yes. Belle screamed, I prefer being alone, but he latched on. Anakin, laughing, said, I took pity on this friendless troll and hung out with him at the academy. Arnoah intervened. I can picture what happened. And stopped their fight, saying, Okay, that's enough. Catch up on your own time. She placed her hand on Anakin and said, We have a more pressing matter at hand. Can you guess what it is, Anakin? Anakin knelt and held her hand, saying, Just give me an order, Your Imperial Majesty. Arnoah was astonished, and Anakin appointed himself as her official advisor. Belle questioned, Do you trust him? You should sleep on it. Arnoah replied, I do. He's an old friend. She added, Talented individuals like Anakin are extremely rare in the Empire. Anakin was happy to hear the compliment, and swore allegiance to her. Belle warned, Be careful. He griffed many people at the Academy. Anakin replied with a smile, Me winning against you at checkers is not grifting. I won because I was good at it, and you were not. Belle got irritated and shouted, Did I tell you that he used to be a loan shark? People lost houses because of him. Anakin retorted, Don't forget to mention that you used to absorb other people's mana and collect soul stones for fun. Arnoah intervened. Enough. I can see you both had a colorful life at the Academy. She asked Belle for a moment to talk to Anakin, and Belle jumped on the sofa in response. Arnoah looked at him, sighed, and said, Anakin, how bad is the situation of the Empire? He replied, It's downright awful. She reminisced about her past, saying, While Luciano was sick in bed, the nobles took control of most of the real power. Thus, the nobles are unlikely to submit properly to the new Empress. Anakin added, The ones who wield the most power are Grand Duke Aslier and his daughter, Lady Roxanne Aslier. And they will come for you. Arnoah, at the age of 10, stood in her hunting outfit, fervently waving her arms in front of a horse, urging someone holding a sword to sheath it. Shivering, she pleaded, Sheath your sword! This horse did its best and won second place. Get out of my way. A red-headed girl named Roxanne, also 10, dragged Arnoah away, declaring, I have no use for a horse that gives me, Roxanne Aslier, second place. In a swift motion, Roxanne splashed the horse with water, and Arnoah exclaimed, Do you see how it's suffering in pain? Roxanne, lifting a blood-dripping sword, blamed Arnoah, stating, It's because you stopped me. Roxanne Aslier, falling short of first place in a horse riding competition was reason enough for her to put her own horse down. She was much too cruel for a child of her age, just as bad as her father who killed a soldier for not winning a spearmanship competition, perhaps even worse. Anakin informed Arnoah, She kills people nowadays, just like her father. She still doesn't care for losing. Arnoah questioned, Then she should have returned victorious by now. Why is she camping in Kessman? Is there a reason for that? Anakin waved his hand, replying, Noah, don't act like you don't know why. There's no better excuse than a war to siphon the Empire's treasury. She's milking the war for all it's worth. Arnoah, reflecting on this, thought, Just as I thought. She added, Roxanne is like the sword of the Empire right now. The problem is that the sword keeps pointing the sharp end to its master. She must have been planning to make Arian the Emperor and play him like a fiddle. She will try to kill me when she hears the news. Anakin smiled and remarked, Well, yes. She knows you're not her lapdog like Arian. Pointing his finger, he said, All the more reason to clean house before the Asliers arrive. Arnoah inquired, How are the relationships among the nobles? Anakin, smiling, replied, As I said, downright awful. They despise and keep each other in check. Anakin explained, adding, They look down on the Imperial family, but at the same time, they're desperate to make people from their families aides of the Imperial family. Arnoah questioned him. You turned them against each other, didn't you? Anakin, with a mischievous grin, replied, Who else but little old me? Of course I did. He elaborated. I did what I could to keep them from forming a union, but I'm afraid it won't be that way forever. When they start considering you as an enemy, it won't take long until they form an alliance, even if it's a temporary one. Arnoah contemplated for a moment and said, So, what you're saying is that I need to bring at least one person to my side before that, right? Waving her hand, she asked. Then tell me, which family is powerful enough to stand against the Grand Duke and is likely to stand by my side as well? Anakin revealed. There is only one family, and you know it. They continued discussing the Emperor's current situation seriously. Arnoah clenched her hand and said, "Accept them." Anakin waved his hand, replying, "There is no one else." Arnoah persisted, "Think harder. Who do you think would be able to restrain the Grand Duke, the ruler of the North, besides Duke Rickle?" Anakin interrupted, "The sovereign of the South?" Arnoah considered other options, suggesting, "How about Baron Vent? He's relatively loyal and strong, but his family is small. He wouldn't risk bringing his family to ruin for loyalty. There's also Countess Herman. She detests losses. She wouldn't lift a finger unless she was sure she would benefit from aiding you." Arnoah placed her hand on her head, pondering. Would Duke Rickle agree to be on my side? She remembered a moment when guards were dragging her out of the court, crying and wailing. "Uncle! Uncle!" Her uncle stood still as she screamed, "You know me. I would never do such a thing." Arnoah gave a firm order to Anakin. "Get me a meeting with him." Anakin bowed, and she added, "Go tell him I'm on my way." Anakin replied, "As you wish," and turned towards Belle, saying, "And aren't you done here? Go home." Lying on the sofa, Belle replied, "So this is what you were worried about back in the carriage. Are you planning on making the Duke your ally?" Arnoah sighed and replied, "I have no other choice since you turned me down." Belle asked, "Does that mean I'm your first choice?" Arnoah leaned on him and said, "If I said yes, would you stay?" He rose from the sofa, stating, "No. Like Anakin said, I'm done here. I'm going home," Belle declared. Arnoah remarked, "It's a shame. I knew you would say that." Belle swished his hair and added, "However, I'm planning on returning soon." He smiled and said, "The capital is more fun than I thought." Duke Rickle sat on the dining table, drinking tea. Bowing in front of Arnoah, he greeted, "Your Imperial Majesty." Arnoah acknowledged. "It's been a while, Duke Rickle. Please have a seat." They both sat at the dining table, an awkward silence lingering. Arnoah began, "Consider what happened." Rickle interjected, "In the past." Arnoah replied, "Forgiven." Rickle insisted, "Forgotten." Then, he suddenly raised his voice. "Forgiven? I believe our family has never wronged you, Your Majesty." Arnoah slammed the table and shouted, "Are you saying handing me over to Luciano just because he asked didn't make you feel sorry for me at all?" She continued loudly, 3 years ago, after Luciano's coronation, you served me up to him on a silver platter when he said he would interrogate me for plotting treason." Arnoah emphasized, "I may not be a Rickle, but I am your sister's daughter. No one in his right mind would send off their niece to die just like that." Rickle defended himself. "It was the late Emperor who forced ill fate upon you, not me, Your Imperial Majesty." Flinching at the table, he added, "I did my best at the time." Arnoah asked him sternly, "Your best? Did you just say you did your best?" Arnoah conversed with her uncle, Duke Rickle. He questioned, "Your best?" Arnoah sought clarification. "Did you just say you did your best?" Rickle affirmed, "Yes, I did. I did my best to make Your Imperial Majesty stay at my manor as comfortable as possible." Reflecting on her difficult past, Arnoah recounted, "During the time between Empress Anastia's death and Luciano's order to have me taken away, I lived as a guest with my mother's relatives, Duke Rickle's family." She added, "It was clear that they never thought of me as their family. Everyone was always so polite and treated me like I was made of glass. The Duke never expressed malice toward me or treated me poorly. It was me who had false hope." She reflected, "I took out my anger on the wrong person. He is indeed not at fault." She added, "Even for the sovereign of the South, it would have been difficult to defy the Emperor's order. Not only that, I was charged with treason. If Duke Rickle had protected me, House Rickle would have faced charges of treason as well. Even so, I can't help but feel betrayed to some extent." While seated at the dining table, she inquired of Rickle, "If you really aimed to do your best, you could have at least told me where I was being taken to." Rickle explained, "I couldn't. The late Emperor had forbidden me to." Arnoah replied. I see. I understand. Being uncertain, she asked him, By the way, what did you mean by forgetting about the past? Rickles screamed out in rage. Isn't it obvious? Arnoah expressed. You've appointed Anakin Willow, the most talented son of House Willow, as your advisor, fully aware that House Willow is a vassal of House Rickle. She added, As the Imperial advisor, I'm here to request a meeting on behalf of the Empress. Rickle was astonished, clenching his hand and trembling as he said, I have been investing in House Willow for ages. If it had not been for your Imperial Majesty, Anakin would have become my advisor instead. Rickle reminded her, You of all people should be aware that House Rickle highly values talent. He added, Your Imperial Majesty has taken the most valuable asset of my family and the greatest genius in the Empire. He asked her, Did you really think I wouldn't resent you for it? Of course, I know what House Rickle values the most. My mother taught me that. On hearing this, Arnoah was in intense shock. She remembered her mother saying, Remember, Noah. Wherever you go, see just one person who has the greatest potential to be your aide. And give that person all of your trust and affection so that they would even risk their life for you if so desired. While reminiscing, she thought, I took her words to heart and tried my best when choosing my aides. Dr. Ludes and Anakin are great examples of that. She immediately realized why her uncle got angry. I can see why the Duke is mad. He's been investing in Anakin, and I just took him away. Rickle clacked a cup of tea and said, That being said, I suppose it's my fault as well. I failed to make my house attractive enough for a genius like him, so I will put this behind me. Arnoah started thinking. Perhaps neither of us is in a position to blame each other. She said, Duke Rickle, I have a proposition. On the other hand, a castle was surrounded by fire, and people were screaming in distress. Servants wearing white and red dresses were startled and flinched, murmuring, Not a day goes by without her breaking something. One of them whispered to another, I was surprised she agreed to the request of Kessman to halt the battle during the harvest season. Another replied, irritated, I just hope she doesn't take it out on us. A girl wearing a red dress stood, looking at a hole created in the wall. A person said to her, Calm down, Roxanne. She, holding a sword, replied, Calm down? Do you seriously expect me to calm down when the throne has been usurped by a thief? She tossed and threw her sword, saying, Ha! Imperial Princess Arnoah as the Empress? What a sick joke! A red-headed man said to her, Getting upset won't change what happened. Roxanne replied, Are you saying that I'm just throwing a tantrum? Her father added, Of course not, my daughter. I meant. She interrupted him, saying, It's been over a month since Luciano died. Stepping forward, she added, House Aselier is supposed to be the real master of the continent. So tell me why. While grinding her teeth, she said, It took us this long to find out who the next empress is. She screamed in rage. What the hell happened? What caused the late coronation? Why was her divorce right before that? Her father replied, It wasn't our fault. Putting his hand on his face, he said, If anyone is to blame, it's that idiot, Duran's king. He apparently divorced an imperial princess to be with his mistress. He added, without knowing he might have become the emperor. After hearing this, Roxanne started screaming in rage. I refuse to believe that such a moron exists in this world. Her father replied, Yes, it was hard to believe for me as well. He even had to return all of his former queen's dowry, including the jewels of Empress Anastia. Roxanne asked him, Who are we up against? He added, You said it yourself? He's a moron. Roxanne asked again, I meant the Empress. Her father laughed and said, Don't worry. She is painfully ordinary. Roxanne didn't understand, so she asked for an explanation. Please elaborate. Her father started telling her. She was born to the imperial family, but she couldn't even get educated properly since her mother died early. She let a weakling like Luciano abuse her, and she even let that moron of Duran and his mistress walk all over her. He added, "The hardest thing she went through in her life is her divorce," Roxanne commented. "She was basically a punching bag. The throne deserves better." She started thinking. That's what became of Empress Anastasia's daughter. Wasn't she more like? Her father was saying. "In other words, she will make a better puppet than Arian," Roxanne said. "Then let us send a warning." She stomped on the sword and said, "A warning more direct than what we sent to Duran's king. The Empress will kneel before House Asilier or die." "All the members have gathered for the meeting with Arnoah," one of them remarked. "So the princess, no, the Empress returned to the Empire after getting a divorce?" Another individual engaged in conversation with a man beside him, stating, "Duran's king, who adores his mistress, declared a divorce with her imperial majesty soon after the late emperor passed away." Meanwhile, Marquis interjected, "He gave up the chance to have the entire continent for a mistress, huh? I must say, that was the most idiotic move in history." Adding to the discussion, Marquis continued, "I can't believe such a moron exists on the continent." Another person seated in front of him remarked, "He must not have known. I heard he got sick from crying too much." Addressing the political implications, one of them questioned, "Does that mean our new empress came to power because she got divorced?" The conversation at the table revolved around the new empress, with someone sharing. "She was the youngest among 3 siblings, and she lost her mother early. She probably doesn't know much about politics." Another person chimed in, "She would have to depend on us, the nobles, then." A young man, adorned in brown and black royal attire, declared, "I shall see if I can get one of my people to become her aide." Baron, seated in front of him, replied, "I don't know. She didn't seem that naive to me." You won't fool me." The response came swiftly. "You say that, but I know you're just trying to beat me to it." Offended, Baron retorted, "I'm not." Meanwhile, someone alerted them. "The Empress has come." Arnoah, adorned in a beautiful white royal dress, entered the room. As everyone stood up to greet her, they bowed, saying, "Your Imperial Majesty." Arnoah graciously took her seat on the Emperor's chair, stating, "Thank you for your warm welcome. Have a seat." Anakin stood beside her chair, capturing everyone's attention. The members contemplated. So she is the new Empress. Actually, unlike the rumors, she doesn't look naive at all. Arnoah began addressing the gathering, expressing gratitude. "I am grateful to all of you who have been keeping the troubled empire together until now." Flipping a paper, she continued, "Let us begin the meeting. I believe there is an issue about the war with Kesman. Sir Dubert?" Murmurs circulated as she delved straight into the topic. Marquis, taken aback, asked, "So suddenly, Your Imperial Majesty?" Arnoah replied, "Are you not prepared? It was you who reported it, was it not?" Marquis, momentarily rattled, admitted, "It was me indeed." Thinking, "I was planning to ease into it, but here we go." Standing up, Marquis informed her, "Currently, Grand Duke Asilier is engaged in fierce battles alongside the Grand Duchess against the Kingdom of Kesman. Not so long ago, there was even the tragedy of the Special Force, organized by the Grand Duke, being annihilated by the enemy." Arnoah flipped a page, frowned, and remarked, "Ah, yes! The unit made of Duranians." Marquis couldn't help but think, "How does she know that?" Flinching, he replied, "And as you well know, funds are needed to overcome such adversities." While holding the paper, Arnoah inquired, "Did the Grand Duke request funds from the Empire again?" Continuing, she stated, "According to the record, it's the 3rd time this year." Marquis cleared his throat and explained, "It has been a difficult war." However, Arnoah interrupted, "Difficult is it? Even with 10 times more soldiers than Kesman? The Kesmanian army must be quite formidable." Marquis, taken aback, thought, "Did she just mock the Grand Duke?" He twitched and replied, "Kesman has rugged terrain. That allows the Kesmanians to have an advantage in battles." Arnoah sighed, stating, "To my knowledge, the military funds allocated for this year have all been depleted by the last request." she questioned. How would the Empire raise funds on such short notice? Marquis, attempting reassurance, laughed and said, There is nothing to be worried about, Your Imperial Majesty. The funds requested by the Grand Duke and the Grand Duchess are actually not as much as you might think. He even specified when and how to obtain the funds. Smirking, he added, He said Your Imperial Majesty's dowry that was returned after your divorce would suffice. It was a carriage filled with gold and a pair of black diamonds, was it not? On hearing this, Baron immediately chimed in. Arnoah pondered. Wow. He wants me to hand over the dowry I got back in the name of military funds? She was well aware of their intentions, asserting, The dowry someone brings to their marriage belongs only to them. No one can take it away, as it's private property. Emphasizing her point, she added, Even a husband must return it when he gets a divorce. Asking to hand that over means that he is blatantly asking for my obedience to him, the army commander of the Empire. Marquis, seemingly dismissive, flipped his arms and said, I know it must be offensive, Your Imperial Majesty, but you must swallow your pride. He continued, Look at the bigger picture. Had the Grand Duke and the Grand Duchess not defended the North, the Empire might have already collapsed. There is no one who can replace the Grand Duke as the army commander. He placed his hand on his forehead, with his thumb pointing down to his eyes, smirking as he said, If Your Imperial Majesty knew the significance of this war, you would accept the Grand Duke's request. Baron thought, The man sure has a silver tongue. Arnoah rustled her hand on the paper and acknowledged, I understand. The late Emperor did leave the war effort solely to the Grand Duke. Laughing, Marquis clapped and exclaimed, Exactly! You should show your gratitude to the Grand Duke by offering him your private property as the military funds. Arnoah turned to the other members, inquiring, Is there anyone who is against this idea? Marquis added confidently, Against, you say? Arnoah suggested, Would a peace treaty not be better than prolonging a war with an uncertain end? One person, Sir Norrie, chimed in, Your Imperial Majesty must not know what the Empire has gone through lately. Sir Norrie complimented, Although we're currently in a year-long stalemate, the Grand Duke and the Grand Duchess have saved the Empire from the crisis of collapse several times. Arnoah thought, A crisis of collapse, he says? The Cajun Empire that practically spans the entire continent? Yeah, right. Norrie supported Marquis's suggestion. He speaks the truth. The Grand Duke is the savior of the Empire. Adding to the argument, Norrie mentioned, Moreover, the fiancée of the Grand Duchess recently perished in a battle against the enemy, so there should also be compensation as consolation for her loss. Marquis added with a smirk, In fact, I'm not sure the return dowry alone is enough. A person sitting beside him agreed. I agree. Arnoah, realizing the manipulative tactics, thought, So this is how they want to play it, huh? She declared. I've heard enough. To tease her, Marquis said, Should we go fetch the carriage? Arnoah calmly replied, No. With a smile, she added, Like you said, I still am clueless about the recent situation of the Empire. Marquis, flinching at her response, asked, Then why not just do as we advised? Arnoah tapped on the table and asserted, No, let's put a pin in that for now. I am not ignoring your advice. I understand what you want me to do very well, and I need some time to think about it. Shocked glances were exchanged among the members. Norrie thought, She'll do as we say in the end. Smirking, there is no way she can defy the Grand Duke. All she can do is to reject a few times to save face. Arnoah handed over a notepad to Anakin and said, As for this matter, I will decide what to do in the next meeting after giving it due consideration. She added, You can write a letter to me if you have any opinions until then. Let us conclude the meeting. Arnoah started leaving, and Anakin offered, Your Majesty, allow me to take you to the audience chamber. She turned back and ordered, Let's go. Reflecting on her conversation with Duke Rickle, she reminisced, Duke Rickle, I have a proposition. A proposition? For me? I know that Rickles never betray their own family. It's one of the things my mother taught me," she added. "My mother was a Rickle, yet I carry Cajun's name. I understand that is why it is hard for you to accept me as a member of House Rickle. That must also be the reason why you're reluctant to stand by my side immediately." A girl with blonde hair, wearing a beautiful royal blue dress, greeted Arnoah, saying, "Your Imperial Majesty, Penelope Rickle, at your service." A girl with blonde hair, wearing a beautiful royal blue dress, greeted Arnoah, saying, "Your Imperial Majesty, Penelope Rickle, at your service." Arnoah fluttered her arms, remarking, "It's good to see you again, Penelope. It's been 3 years." Perplexed by the lack of response, she called out, "Penelope?" The girl remained silent, not uttering a word. Arnoah, trying to lighten the mood, teasingly asked, "Penelope, didn't you miss me?" Suddenly, Penelope started crying, expressing grief. "Noah!" She rushed towards Arnoah, hugging her tightly, and exclaimed, "Your Majesty!" Arnoah reminisced about their childhood. "Penelope was the only one at Duke Rickle's manor who talked to me." She recalled a moment when Penelope, as a child, brought her doll and requested Arnoah to play, saying, "Play with Penny, Noah." Arnoah, asserting her status as an imperial princess, replied sternly, "I'm an imperial princess. You shall address me as your highness." Unfazed, Penelope persistently requested, "Play with Penny, your highness." An irritated Arnoah demanded, "I meant you should be more respectful." Penelope, not giving up, pulled back her doll, saying, "Come on, your highness." She even tried to drag Arnoah by pulling her arm. Arnoah, still standing, chuckled. Providing an introduction to Penelope, she shared. Penelope only had 2 elder brothers. Maybe that's why she considered me as her sister and asked me to play with her relentlessly. Reminiscing, Arnoah added, "She'd still like me even after she became a teenager and when I was forcefully sent to the imperial palace." Penelope, still sniffling after the heartfelt hug, expressed, "I was thrilled when I heard your Majesty asked for me." Arnoah, equally happy to meet her, patted her head affectionately and said, "It's so nice to see you again." The relationship between Arnoah and Penelope was like that of sisters, and Penelope was overwhelmed by the reunion, thinking, "She's like the sister I never had. I wouldn't have blamed you even if you changed your attitude toward me after so many years. But here you are, still giving me a warm welcome." She added, "I was right to call for you." Arnoah, maintaining their familiar bond, said, "You can call me Noah when we're alone." Penelope, in acute response, replied, "But my father told me specifically not to do that." Arnoah playfully commented, "You've grown up. Good. That's how a lady-in-waiting should be." Penelope hesitated a bit after receiving this compliment. Arnoah, noticing her hesitation, asked, "A lady-in-waiting? Don't you want to be one? You're free to return if you don't." Penelope replied immediately, "I do. I'm happy to be your Majesty's lady-in-waiting." Arnoah, sensing there might be more, asked, "But?" Penelope took a sigh and admitted, "I understand that, your Imperial Majesty." Holding Arnoah's hands with love, she explained, "Offered to make me serve you to form an alliance with House Rickle. But that is not enough for people to think the Rickles and the Imperial family have a true alliance," Penelope added. Arnoah contemplated, thinking, "It's not too late. Your Majesty should seek other noble houses of power to form an alliance with." She shared. Duke Rickle also pointed that out, recalling their conversation when he clicked the cup on the table and expressed, "I see. Your Majesty wants to become family with House Rickle. It is an honor that your Imperial Majesty wants Penelope as your lady-in-waiting." He sighed, adding, "But I'm afraid that is not enough to call ourselves family." "Then let me show you." Arnoah, with a smile, reminisced, "Just how much trust one put in House Rickle." She thought, "Also, an alliance was not the sole purpose of my offer." Calling out to Penelope, she said, "Penelope." Arnoah continued, "No lady-in-waiting other than her will worry about things such as whom I form an alliance with. There isn't a single noble woman I trust more than you. patting her face politely, she added, "You should focus on your own future rather than worrying about such things as a lady-in-waiting should." Stepping forward, she asked, "Is there anything you want for your future? Come sit with me." Penelope, not fully understanding, questioned, "For my future?" Arnoah sat on the sofa, casually flopping her legs, and said, "Is it a marriage or a title you seek? A lady-in-waiting of the Empress can have it all." Penelope replied, "Actually, I'm interested in either of those." Penelope, expressing her ambition, gestured towards her neck and declared, "I want to be at the center of high society, as the late Empress Anastia, who was called the treasure of the empire, once was." She added, "Her Imperial Majesty was famous for her tremendous power and wealth, but I've heard her wit and charm were so impressive that they remain memorable even after her passing. It is said that Her Imperial Majesty was able to prevent a war with just her eloquence. I want to be like her. I think I can help you with that." Arnoah, supportive of Penelope's aspirations, asked, "Penelope, have you had a debutante ball yet?" Penelope replied, "No, Your Majesty." Arnoah stepped forward, stating, "Let me throw a glamorous debutante ball for you, right here in the Imperial Palace." The next day, the palace garden was transformed into a grand party venue, filled with royal guests and meticulous arrangements. Every detail was decorated with precision, and delicious food adorned the tables. Penelope, dressed in a yellow royal gown, danced joyfully with a partner, captivating the attention of all the guests. Anakin, expressing his concern, asked Arnoah, "The first event after your accession should have been for your coronation, not Lady Penelope's debutante ball. Are you sure this is the theme of the ball you want, Your Majesty?" Arnoah, sipping her drink, confidently replied, "I am. People have gathered, haven't they?" Anakin sighed and remarked, "A ball prepared for a lady-in-waiting? Who benefits from this?" Arnoah grinned a little while holding her drink and replied, "Follow the people's gazes." She added, "At this mind-blowingly lavish and overwhelmingly luxurious party, the debutante is commanding all the attention in the center of the hall." Two girls, whispering after seeing the arrangements, commented, "A debutante ball at the Imperial Palace? I'm dying of jealousy." Another chimed in, "Lady Penelope's dress is absolutely fabulous, too." Arnoah, sharing the excitement with Anakin, laughed and said, "Did you hear that? They think highly of Penelope. Hence I'm benefiting. And the finale hasn't even started. Hee hee." Anakin, inquiring about the plan's success, asked, "Do you think this plan will work?" Arnoah, clinking her drink at the table, confidently replied, "I had your help with the plan. The chance of it failing is slim." Anakin pressed, "But what if it fails?" Arnoah, taking a chocolate cupcake in her hand and smiling at him, remarked, "Well, I'll still be giving my beloved cousin a gift." A guy commented to a red-headed girl holding a hand fan and wearing a red dress, "What a grand ball. I guess coming from House Rickle has its benefits." Another guy standing beside them pondered, "I don't know. Her Imperial Majesty still doesn't have her people at the Imperial Palace." The red-headed girl explained, "My mother said this was just a means for the Empress to demonstrate to people how well she treats her only lady-in-waiting." The guy speculated, "Maybe Her Imperial Majesty is trying to get House Rickle to side with her completely." The red-headed girl dismissed the notion, saying, "That's a silly notion. It will take more than a lavish ball or an expensive dress to persuade Duke Rickle. His treasury is so full that even the cutlery at his manor is all made of gold." She emphasized, "Duke Rickle wouldn't bat an eye even if she dressed, spoke, and behaved exactly like the late Empress to evoke his memory. After all, she's not the late Empress. If all she can offer to win the favor of the Sovereign of the South is a mere fancy ball." Meanwhile, Duke Rickle arrived and turned to look at them for a moment. The red-headed girl concluded, "Then that's her limit as the former queen of the small realm of Duran." Arnoah, excitedly ready to unveil the red box, asked Anakin, "Shall we begin?" Arnoah reminisced about her parents' lives. Anastia, the former head of House Rickle and a leader of high society, received a pair of black diamonds from Emperor Gaolim Palace Kajin, my father, when he proposed her to be his second queen. Despite her little interest in rubies as red as blood or emeralds as vivid as life, she had a fondness for black gems, and he knew just the thing to captivate her. A pair of black diamonds that sparkled as if they held the depths of the night sea and the luminous stars of the universe. You will become the treasure of the empire. I wish to gift you the most beautiful thing in my possession. This incident became such a romantic tale that it made black gems a trend across the entire empire. In the palace, a grand event unfolded, with every corner adorned with decorations. Royal guests filled the halls, accompanied by the soothing strains of soft music. Arnoah, resplendent in a blue royal dress, greeted her sister, Penelope, who wore a golden frock, with warmth. "Penelope, my sister whom I adore, is the banquet to your liking?" Penelope, bowing before her, replied, "Of course, your imperial majesty. You held it just for me. I will serve your majesty with all my heart as your lady-in-waiting." Arnoah, sensing Penelope's humility, commanded, "Raise your head, Penelope." As Penelope complied, she asked, "Your majesty?" Arnoah clarified, "I held this banquet as your sister and not as the empress. So today, I wish to see you happy as my sister and not as my lady-in-waiting." Penelope, touched, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, your imperial majesty." Beside Arnoah stood Anakin, holding a red box. Arnoah stepped forward, presenting Penelope with a gift to bless her future. "Penelope, I have prepared a gift to bless your future. You will become the treasure of the empire." Anakin opened the box, revealing a stunning necklace adorned with a black, huge diamond. "I wish to gift you the most beautiful thing in my possession." Other guests were visibly surprised upon seeing the necklace. They began whispering amongst themselves, "I remember that phrase, it was that color, that size, it must be the late empress's. My goodness, I thought her imperial majesty would wear it herself." Meanwhile, her father arrived in a red and golden royal attire, his eyes filled with tears. A lady wearing a gray dress approached him, remarking, My, a bold move. She just gifted her cousin the reputation that was once carried by the late empress and the legacy of her mother. Even a real sister wouldn't be so generous." She then congratulated Duke Rickle, saying, "Congratulations, Duke Rickle. Whether you want it or not, your daughter now inherited Empress Anastia's name, joining the imperial family and House Rickle once more." Duke Rickle, experiencing mixed emotions, found himself in an emotional state. "Then let me show you just how much trust one put in House Rickle." Arnoah wore her necklace with love, and Penelope was also very happy, laughing out loud. Duke Rickle found himself lost in thoughts. As long as Penelope carries the name of the treasure of the empire, the epitome of Anastia, no one will separate the imperial family from House Rickle in their thoughts. The lady in grey interjected once more, stating, "I thought the banquet was just a shallow plan to gain favor." For someone who was ignored even in a small kingdom, she sure made a remarkable move. Duke Rickle smiled and remarked, "She's crafty just like my sister used to be." Penelope shared her feelings with Arnoah, expressing, "I'm so happy, your majesty." Arnoah smiled in response and thought, "With this, Penelope will now become the successor of Anastia Rickle. With that kind of title, it'll be much easier for her to rise to the top of high society." Arnoah then asked Penelope, "Have you picked your next dance partner yet?" She replied, "No, your majesty." Arnoah suggested, "I see Anakin, dance with her, will you?" Both Anakin and Penelope were taken aback by the suggestion, with Anakin pondering, "Why me?" "Huh!" That lady immediately taunted the boys standing there. "Don't you see, men over there eager to be her next dance partner?" A guy embellished in a green dress declared, "I'm next." Others grew furious, each vying to dance with her. "No, I'm," the lady added. "If she dances with the wrong person when she's at the center of attention, people might mistake the partner for one of my people." Arnoah, standing still, glanced at them, feeling awkward. She added, "We can't have that today. At least not now. Arnoah and Penelope both smiled and agreed. As you wish, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, Anakin whispered in Arnoah's ear, saying, But promise me that Your Majesty will let me dance with you when I return. Arnoah smiled and replied, If I must. He took Penelope's hand and left for dancing. Arnoah called her servant. Lord Chamberlain. He replied, Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. She fluttered her dress and said with a smile, I'm going to take a walk in the gardens. Let the musicians play whatever they want to. He replied, Of course, Your Majesty. After the event, she sat at the edge of the fountain, letting out a sigh. My legs hurt from standing for too long. She paused, reminiscing her conversation with Anakin. Doesn't Your Majesty think it's a shame? When Arnoah was handing Anakin the necklace, she asked, HM? What do you mean? Anakin replied, Your Majesty didn't have a debutante ball either. You had no one celebrate you. I wish the first event would honor Your Majesty. While pondering, Arnoah saw her shadow in the water. The boat has sailed. There's no point in having regrets now. She rustled for a moment and added, Regrets will only hold me back. Huh! Meanwhile, Belle arrived in his cat form, jumping at her and starting to cuddle. Snowy! You got cuter! Meow! Come here! Belle hugged her and said while transforming into his human form. Would you stop hugging me already? Arnoah became disappointed, saying, It was Snowy I was hugging, not you. Belle got furious, retorting, Don't act so disappointed. Arnoah added, I thought you'd be at the enchanted tower. Belle sighed and said, I told you I'd return. He extended his hand towards her, surprising Arnoah, who asked, What are you doing? He replied, Isn't dancing a thing at debutante balls? Arnoah started laughing, saying, Well, it's not my debutante ball. She swished her hand with his, and Belle held her, drawing closer, saying, I don't care. I came to see the Empress. Luca, in his spirit form as a raccoon, was busy washing oranges kept in a basket, splashing them with water. While washing, he noticed Belle coming forward, spinning his arm in his blue and white royal dress. Luca asked him, Oh, you're back. Taking a bite of an orange, Belle replied, I told you that you should come back early because the portal closes at midnight. It was this close to closing. Belle comfortably sat in the flip-flop chair, flicking his finger. And I told you multiple times that you don't have to wash fruits grown with magic because they're clean. Luca insisted. All food must be clean before eating. Belle took a sigh, remarking, I've never seen a sorcerer who's more affected by their spirit form than you, Luca. When Luca offered him an orange, Belle politely declined. Luca then inquired about the event. Anyway, how was the ball? Belle rested his head along the chair, stating, The ball was. People were drinking and dancing on the other side, but in the gardens, it was like we were the only ones left on Earth. He reminisced about himself and Arnoah in the garden, so close to each other. The beautiful gardens and the sound of nature all faded away, and the only thing I could sense was Arnoah's presence. Belle grinned. Enjoyable. While eating fruit, Luca remarked, I see you have put my teachings to use. It was worth it to sneak into the classroom in the Imperial Palace to teach you how to dance. Belle replied, Or you could have just paid the fee and learned dancing there in human form. It did help, though. He reminded Luca of their practice sessions for dancing. Luca, now in his human form, fluttered his arms, saying, I'm so proud, I knew it'd help. Belle stared at him and then added, You don't dance as well as I thought. Luca stiffened with shock. Excuse me? Belle sighed, explaining, The Empress had a more upright posture, and she didn't wobble like you do. Luca dropped the fruit and started sobbing, telling Belle, She grew up with Anakin Willow. The man has the most elegant footwork in the Empire. Belle was taken aback, thinking, He does. Luca added, He danced so well, no sorceress turned him down when he seduced them with his moves back in the Academy of Magic. He mumbled, Hadn't you heard? Of course, she dances well. She grew up with him. Then he pouted his face and started innocently. Well, I taught you well enough to dance with ease, didn't I? Belle replied. It wasn't easy. Luca became agitated and asked. It wasn't? Belle scratched his head, trying to cover up. It was fun, but so tiring as well. Glaring at him, Belle questioned. Why didn't you tell me that your heart beats faster when you dance? Luca was clueless. What are you talking about? Belle exclaimed. You should have given me a heads up if the exercise could strain my body. Luca, holding his tail, was astonished. Huh! How can dancing strain your body? Even poisons do nothing to your body. You were fine when you danced with me. After a moment of thought, he said, Maybe the body enhancement magic the Dark Lady cast on you has worn off. Belle shouted again. It hasn't worn off. Would you stop calling my mother the Dark Lady? Luca replied. I heard people called her that back in the day. Should I address her as the cannibalistic dragon instead? Belle scolded him, saying, Just shut your mouth. Luca, hesitant, asked Belle. Master, I was waiting for the right time to tell you this, but the fifth child of House Layton had a seizure again. Belle frowned, remarking, It's the fifth time this year. Luca, standing beside his chair, inquired, Will you give the same treatment as the last time? Belle sprang a little from his chair and affirmed, Yes. I don't have a proper cure. The parents would want me to as well. Interrupting him, Luca said, You said that there might be a cure. Belle flinched. That a soul stone of a member of the imperial family might do the trick. The Empress is the only member of the imperial family you have access to right now. Maybe you should try her again. Belle called him. Luca. But Luca didn't listen, adding, She was willing to offer her soul stone for a wager. That means she's not too eager to live. If you could persuade her somehow to give up half of her life. After hearing this, Belle got furious. He grabbed Luca's neck and said, I'm warning you, Luca. If you speak of the Empress in that manner ever again, I will flay your skin and make a rug for her. Do you understand? Luca replied, I understand. I will never tell you to get the Empress's soul stone again. Belle let him go, and Luca started coughing while holding his neck. I'm just a feeble raccoon, you mean it? Belle turned back and said, We're going to the Laytons. I'll see if I can find a clue to the cure once I get there. Meanwhile, Anakin was removing Arnoah's shoes as she lay on the bed, saying, You're a genius, Anakin. Anakin responded, You're too kind. It was your Majesty's idea to make Lady Penelope the successor of Anastia. Let me take your shoes off for you. Arnoah added, It was you who said we should use the phrases my father said to my mother. It was also you who found out what the phrases were and how to play it to the nobles. Rising from the bed, she asked him, Did Duke Rickle leave me any messages before he left? Anakin replied, No, he left soon after the ball ended. But I did encounter Lord Damien. Arnoah reminded herself of a guy dressed in a golden royal dress, saying, He's Penelope's eldest brother. The second son, Balin, must have been there too. He said he was surprised, but he seemed to be proud of Lady Penelope. Luca told her. Arnoah started laughing, saying, That must mean the Duke was pleased. She took a sigh and said, I'm done for today. Anakin creaked his hand on the bed and leaned towards her, saying, I'm afraid you have one more task. Your Majesty still owes me a dance. Arnoah started sweating and replied, Sorry, I forgot after I went out to the gardens. Anakin sniffled and said, How could you? I was waiting for you while dancing with Lady Penelope against my will. Was dancing with Belle instead of me fun for you, Your Majesty? Arnoah laughed out loud and remarked, He is a strange one. He showed up without being invited and left when I asked him to stay. A cat. As she said it, she flinched, thinking, Does Anakin know Belle's real spirit form? Anakin started thinking, saying, His spirit form is a snow leopard, though. Arnoah replied, Yes it is. Anakin sighed and added, He doesn't know. Good for Belle for hiding it. I advise you not to get too deeply involved with the master of the Enchanted Tower. He's unpredictable. You never know what might trigger him to turn against your majesty and cause great harm. Anakin cautioned. Arnoah realized. I understand why Anakin is warning me. He's doing it to protect me. It's true that he is whimsical, but every time he killed someone, but Belle is. She sat on the bed and said, I should prepare for tomorrow's meeting. With a swish, she smiled. Let's think of a way to show Marquis Dubert who holds the power. Anakin replied, I've been waiting for you to say that. Arnoah attended the meeting with the Empress members. Marquis was standing at his place, screaming, This matter can't wait any longer. As I said at the last meeting, the war with Kesman needs more funds. He shook his hand towards his head and continued, Your Imperial Majesty gave away the most valuable thing from the returned dowry, so we must find something else to fill the hole it left. He suggested. How about replacing it with the opal ring Reutemann II once owned? Arnoah ignored him and asked, Any other suggestions? She turned to the other members and inquired, Is everyone in agreement with that? All were silent until Baron raised his hand. Baron Vent. He introduced himself and started. The war must end quickly for the sake of the Empire. Arnoah immediately agreed. I agree. What's your suggestion? Bell stood from his chair and added, Therefore, keeping the soldiers we have instead of recruiting more, and actively attempting to achieve a peace treaty seems logical to me. Arnoah pondered. He doesn't seem to think he can make a difference, since the Grand Duke has the nobles under his thumb, but it's clear that he's against the Grand Duke and Marquis Dubert. So there's hope if he's brave enough to express his opinion. Marquis grew furious, slamming the table and screaming, How ignorant of you to say so! We already tried to make peace with Kesman, but they're all savages who can't be reasoned with. If word gets out that the capital hesitates to support the soldiers who are defending the north day and night, their morale will plummet. He added, The Grand Duke stated that the forces of Kesman are so mighty that if we don't press harder and continue to attack them, they might come to attack the capital. Meanwhile, Anakin arrived and handed some papers to Arnoah. Arnoah glanced at them and said, I don't understand. She appeared indifferent in this situation and continued, I thought we deployed an army to avoid that. According to the last 3 funds requests, the funds the late Emperor sent alone were enough to build 10 palaces in Kesman. Arnoah tossed the papers on the table. Marquis flustered and retorted, Your Imperial Majesty must not know because you only ascended to the throne recently, but in war, it's uncertain how much capital will be required. To end the war quickly, we must grant the Grand Duke's request. And if another kingdom invades the Empire, who will come back to defend the capital? Arnoah realized. This is the card the Grand Duke and the Marquis have been using to pressure the nobles and the imperial family. The reason why it's not easy for the nobles to decline their shameless demands is that gathering large armies and leading them is hard for the nobles to manage. It's been a while since House Rickle stepped away from politics, and the Grand Duke used this vacancy of power to force the nobles to obey him. He's been blackmailing them that he might withdraw at the most crucial moment and let the capital get attacked, subtly but constantly. Luciano must have had no other choice than to keep supporting his war efforts, since with a diminished army, there was no one else to defend the empire against other kingdoms. That's why the Grand Duke was able to drag out this stupid war for 4 years. Arnoah frowned at his sayings. He added, There were only a few occasions when the late emperor did not follow his opinion. Meanwhile, he's thinking, You're going to succumb in the end anyway. Just say yes already. Arnoah took a sigh and said, I'm aware of the late emperor's policies. But I'm the empress now, not him. She added, And according to you and the Grand Duke, it seems like all the soldiers who should be guarding the empire are in the north, leaving the empire so vulnerable that it could be invaded at any moment. Marquis was taken aback. Arnoah continued, If Kesman is that formidable, the Grand Duke should have requested reinforcement in case they do make it to the capital. Instead, he's been asking for more and more funds and done nothing with them to end the war. Maybe it's time we considered other options to resolve this matter. I'm open to suggestions. There was silence as no one spoke up. Duke Rickle offered his suggestion, stating, "Be it an army or a commander, if there is anything your Imperial Majesty requires, House Rickle will provide. I shall put my eldest son, Damien, in charge and send soldiers." Arnoah was elated. She smiled and thanked him, saying, "You have no idea what a relief it is for me to hear your decision." Other members began whispering amongst themselves, expressing surprise at Duke Rickle's unexpected offer. They noted, "Oh, I didn't expect Duke Rickle, the sovereign of the South, to step up to protect the capital." The Rickles seemed to no longer be merely bystanders in politics. They're clearly on the imperial family's side now. Wait, if House Rickle provides their army, what the Marquis has been saying loses its meaning. Marquis started shouting, "And nonsense! Please reconsider, Your Imperial Majesty." Arnoah calmly replied, "Why would I reconsider?" Marquis waved his hand frantically, insisting, "Protecting the capital is a duty of great importance. You can't decide who will take on the duty as soon as someone volunteers." Count Norrie interjected loudly, "Marquis Dubert is right. Even though Duke Rickle is your Majesty's uncle, you cannot leave the security of the capital to one house." If the Duke ever decides to overthrow, Duke Rickle interrupted, addressing Count Norrie sternly, "You're out of line, Count Norrie." Marquis continued, "I can't agree to this, Your Imperial Majesty, unless someone promises to share the responsibility with the Rickles and keep them in check." Arnoah felt irritated by his demand, thinking to herself, "He was fine with letting House Aselier be the sole protector of the capital. Look at him contradicting himself as soon as things don't suit him." Despite this, she maintained her composure and added aloud, "However, it's nothing I haven't anticipated." Suddenly, the main door opened, prompting Marquis to ask nervously, What is going on?" Arnoah advised him, "You might want to step away from the door." Marquis, taken aback, apologized, "I beg your pardon?" A cat appeared at the table, causing everyone to react with shock and confusion. Countess Hermann exclaimed, "Eek! Why is there a beast in the Imperial Palace?" Baron added, "How did it get in?" Arnoah greeted, "Look who's finally here! The man of the day." Bell appeared in his human form, twirling Arnoah's hair, and apologized. "I'm sorry for being late. Excuse my bold entrance." People began to chatter, expressing surprise. "Master Belcherius? The master of the Enchanted Tower came to the meeting." "I've heard the high-class sorcerers can morph into animals, but that was a beast." Bell placed his tail on his shoulder and addressed Arnoah. "I overheard the conversation. So, you need someone to keep House Rickle in check, yes? I'll do it." Marquis interrupted, shouting, "Who hasn't cared about the Empire's affairs at all? And Perhen doesn't even have an army big enough to fight the Rickles." Bell inquired, "An army? Why would I need that?" Marquis, astonished, asked, "Huh? What are you?" Bell cracked his teeth and clarified, "I am the army," adding, "By that, I mean I will come to your aid when you need me." Arnoah responded, "It's great to have the powerful Lord of Perhen. Well then, now that the Marquis's worries are resolved, I'm declining the Grand Duke and the Grand Duchess's request." Marquis seethed with anger. Arnoah continued with a smile, "And I'm sure the Grand Duke's hands are full. Thus, I'm planning on sending a representative to negotiate with Kessman on the Imperial family's behalf." At the conclusion of the meeting, Arnoah declared her decision. "I'm planning on sending a representative to negotiate with Kessman on the Imperial family's behalf." The Baron appeared surprised when Arnoah announced, "I shall grant Baron Vent full authority over this negotiation." Upon hearing this, the Marquis began to voice his concerns. "Are you saying you're replacing the person in charge of the war, Your Majesty?" He then asked her, "Why did you suggest entrusting Baron Vent with the negotiation?" Arnoah replied, "Because he is a man of principle who won't be swayed by the Grand Duke's words." She recalled her earlier conversation with Anakin as she sat on the sofa, while Anakin poured tea nearby, filling the room with the sound of pouring tea. While serving her tea, Anakin mentioned, If we send him to the negotiation, he will likely produce results in less than a month. Herb tea, Your Majesty? Arnoah accepted the cup and replied, "Thank you." As she sipped her tea, she remarked, "Good, I won't have to lift a finger then." You wish bringing those who went to the north back is just the beginning of cleaning up this mess. Anakin moved closer and explained, "To proceed with the negotiation with Kesman by putting Baron Vent in charge, the support of Duke Rickle is absolutely necessary. There's no one else who possesses power comparable to the Grand Dukes." Arnoah sighed and added, "Yet the Duke has hardly set foot in the Imperial Palace for almost a decade. The nobles of the Grand Duke's faction will use that against him." Anakin pointed out, "As of now, it's likely that they'll say he might commit treason and argue that there should be someone who can keep him in check." Astonished, Arnoah asked, "Would they really make such an absurd claim?" She then clinked her cup of tea as Anakin continued, "Who could match the power of Duke Rickle, the sovereign of the South? I might regret saying this, but the Lord of Perhen." Meanwhile, the sound of Penelope's arrival could be heard. Arnoah and Anakin both became worried and rushed outside to see her. Arnoah inquired, "What happened, Penelope? Lady Penelope?" Penelope, holding a bucket, threw water on Belle, who stood drenched. Spotting Arnoah, Penelope exclaimed, "Oh, Your Majesty!" She then warned, "Watch out, Your Majesty! This scoundrel was inside your bedchamber." Fluttering her arms, she urged, "Call the guards. I will hold him off." Anakin and Arnoah exchanged shocked glances before bursting into laughter. Anakin commended her. "Excellent job, Lady Penelope. As the advisor of the Empress, I sincerely appreciate your wariness." Belle, enraged, retorted, "Shut up, Anakin." Arnoah clarified to Penelope, "That scoundrel is my guest, Penelope." Belle, still drenched, stood calmly as Penelope apologized. "Oh, my apologies." Belle reassured, "It's fine." Arnoah then addressed Belle. "There is something I wish to consult you about, Belle." Belle shook his head as he sat on the sofa, removing the water. Arnoah offered him a towel and asked, "Are you all right?" He replied, "I am annoyed, but I'll forgive her because she serves you." Belle began to rub the towel on his head as Arnoah questioned, "What brings you here anyway?" Belle immediately asked her, "Aren't you happy to see me?" He added, "You seemed to be happy when I came to you in cat form." Arnoah replied with a smile, "I am delighted." "Oh, you must be the only one who can freely go in and out of the Imperial Palace." Belle leaned towards her and asked, "What was the thing you wanted to talk about?" Arnoah extended her hand towards him and said, "I want you to attend the noble meeting tomorrow as the Lord of Perhen and declare that you will keep Duke Rickle in check." She added, "Other than the Grand Duke, the Lord of Perhen is the only one in the Empire who can match the power of Duke Rickle. Of course, this is not an order. I'm asking you for a favor. I don't intend to force you if you don't want to do it. I can always find another." Belle leaned closer and agreed, "I'll do it." He grinned and added, "However, I also have something to request of the Empress." Arnoah was surprised and asked, "What is it?" "I didn't expect you to say yes." Belle continued, "Allow me to join that Baron Vent or something when he goes to the Palace of Kesman." As he rubbed the towel on his head, Arnoah agreed, "Sure, I'll allow it. But why do you wish to go to Kesman?" Belle replied, "There is someone I'm searching for." "I can't tell you about the details, but I've finally come across the trail I've been pursuing for a very long time." Arnoah laid out the conditions. "There are 3 conditions. Firstly, leave the negotiation with the King of Kesman to Baron Vent. You're just there to follow along. Secondly, you must help if Baron Vent requests it." "Okay, if he requests," she added with a smile. "And lastly, if I say I need you, you must come to the Imperial Palace immediately. I wish you a safe journey." Belle rose and began to leave, stating, "I'm leaving." Arnoah bid him farewell, to which he added, "How could I not come if the Empress calls for me? Isn't there a law against that?" He pondered, "What a peculiar farewell, wishing me, the master of the enchanted tower, to be safe. Meanwhile, Baron Vent, though initially baffled by the recognition of his opinion, quickly accepted the command, viewing it as an opportunity to end an unnecessary war. Marquis Dubert, along with other nobles from the Grand Duke's faction, arrived to protest. In the meeting room, Anakin informed Marquis, "In matters concerning the imperial family, a sorcerer becomes the messenger." Marquis was astonished and asked, "What kind of law is that?" Bell later discovered that Anakin dealt with that situation through legal and diplomatic means. A few days later, in the backyard of the palace, a dining table was adorned with food and fruits. Arnoah arrived while tossing a coin and said to Anakin, "Thank you for your coin, Anakin." Anakin followed her and replied, "I shall not go down so easily in the next round, Your Imperial Majesty. You saw right through my poker face." Arnoah clenched the coin in her hand and remarked, "I've known you since we were children." She swished her hand on the table and continued, "Did you notice that Penelope really became the queen of high society? She has not reached the level of influence that Empress Anastia once held, but she has rapidly established close ties with many young nobles. It's quite remarkable." Arnoah then asked him, "Do you think her age makes it difficult for her to build relationships with the older generation?" Anakin replied, "There is someone else who exerts influence over the older generation. Countess Hermann, who has maintained her house for over 40 years, has been one of the most well-connected people in social circles since she was young. She was not only associated with powerful figures across the continent, but also held remarkable influence in the realm of entertainment and the arts." Arnoah then asked Anakin, "You don't think she'll cut ties with Grand Duke Asilier, do you?" He smiled and replied, "It's hard to say. After observing the alliance between Your Majesty and Duke Rickle, as well as the reaction of Marquis Dubert, she has already become more cautious. Even though she is merely keeping her distance from the Grand Duke because she still wants to marry off her nephew to the Grand Duchess." Anakin whispered in her ear, "This is a personal opinion, but her coughs seem to have gotten severe lately. What if—" Meanwhile, someone called out, "Your Imperial Majesty." As Arnoah and Anakin conversed about Countess Hermann, someone called out, "Your Imperial Majesty." It was Countess Hermann, accompanied by a man. She was wearing a stylish blue dress. They both bowed before Arnoah and said, "There were so many people around earlier, so it's only now I can properly greet Your Majesty." Countess Hermann then introduced the man beside her. "This is Marquis Bethaniel. He insisted on greeting Your Imperial Majesty." Marquis Bethaniel began, "It's an honor to meet Your Majesty, the newly crowned Empress. I have traveled from my domain to meet you." Arnoah and Anakin were momentarily taken aback. Arnoah reminded herself, "Marquis Bethaniel! As he owns the most fertile lands in the east, his wealth is among the most notable of the empire. I was already thinking of building a suitable friendship with him while Grand Duke Asilier is away." She pondered, "But what prompted him to travel so far just to see me?" Nobles with wealth and homes far away often exhibit a particular arrogance, as they believe their taxes contribute significantly to the imperial treasury. "But is the Marquis being arrogant toward me right now?" She answered herself in the negative when she saw him sparkling with happiness. She thought to herself, "Actually, it seems like he's trying to win my favor. The Marquis probably begged Countess Hermann to introduce him to me." Marquis Bethaniel then expressed, "Your Majesty, if it's okay, I would like to invite you to the Bethaniel Manor in the capital." Arnoah and Anakin were both astonished. Arnoah thought, "I'm not quite sure what he's after, but it might be a chance." She smiled and replied, "Very well. I shall set the date." Marquis Bethaniel expressed his gratitude. "I'm forever grateful, Your Majesty. Then I will take my leave. I'll be waiting for your letter." They departed from the scene, and Arnoah turned to Anakin asking, "Was the Marquis always so friendly?" Anakin replied, "Not at all, Your Majesty. He's a scholar who immerses himself in history, so he's not inclined to engage with others. Some even call him the cold hermit of the East for always staying alone in his giant manor." Anakin speculated. Perhaps the spring that bloomed in his heart is responsible for his softened attitude. Arnoah inquired. Spring? Later, Arnoah arrived at his estate in a horse carriage, wearing a black dress. She clicked her black heel as she observed the palace and uttered, "The rumors about his wealth were true." Anakin, accompanying her, grabbed her hand and remarked, "His manner surpasses Countess Hermann's in size and is said to be second only to Grand Duke Aslier." While heading inward, Arnoah commented, "His manner is quite lavish, too. Is it all to impress his lover?" Anakin added, "Who could blame him? She's his first love." A wind started blowing along with leaves, and Arnoah thought, "The romance between a commoner from Beetle and Marquis Bethaniel, huh?" The kingdom of Beetle became a vassal state of the Empire 5 years ago. It was a small country that covered the coast and extended to several islands. Although it was small, it was populated by a large number of people. However, due to false rumors, citizens of Beetle have not fully integrated into the Empire even 5 years later. The rainstorms have gotten more frequent since they joined the Empire. There were rumors like, people from Beetle worship a strange god and are capable of cursing those they hate. Although all the stories about them were false, the rumors were given credence by their unique appearance characterized by pale skin and water-like hair color, and they will pull you under the water to die if you go swimming with them. That seemed to prove the legend claiming they are descendants of the god of the sea. Their unmistakable appearance and their habits from living by the seaside appeared alien to the citizens of the Empire, leading to their ostracism. Arnoah added, "If Marquis Dubert hadn't spread damaging rumors about Beetle as a way to exalt Grand Duke Aslier's military merit, perhaps they wouldn't have been shunned to such an extent." Arnoah was deep in thought when someone called her, "Your Majesty!" It was the Marquis, rushing towards her. His servant called after him, "Marquis Bethaniel!" But he didn't listen. The Marquis began, "Your Majesty's gracing of my modest estate is truly an honor. Please follow me." Arnoah observed his beautiful palace and thought, "Modest? Nothing here exactly says modest." She sat at the dining table along with the Marquis, picking up a cupcake and examining it. The Marquis welcomed Arnoah, saying, "Have a seat, Imperial Advisor. Even though there's not much, please help yourself and enjoy." Arnoah replied graciously, "I shall remember your kindness." "Isn't this from a renowned pâtissier?" The Marquis apologized. "My apologies, Your Majesty, but would it be permissible for one of my acquaintances to join us?" Arnoah granted permission, stating, "Permission granted." The Marquis became happy, expressing, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, a girl arrived wearing a blue and white royal dress with blue hair. "My name is Violetta." She bowed before Arnoah. Arnoah replied, "Have a seat." And Violetta sat down, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Marquis leaned towards her, taking a sigh before speaking. "The reason why I have invited Your Majesty is because I have a humble request to make. Lady Penelope's debutante ball was very impressive. Holding it at the Imperial Palace truly made it memorable." Arnoah added graciously, "Thank you. It was the debutante who made it so special." While holding Violetta's hand, the Marquis continued, "So, since the old days, it has been said that a true man makes the woman by his side happy. Like Lupian I, who only loved one woman, even though it was acceptable for him to have many wives at the time." He added nervously, "I wish to organize a glamorous debutante ball for Violetta like you did for Lady Penelope. Please grant me this wish, Your Majesty." Arnoah clinked her tea and replied, "In the past, there were nobles who paid for using the Imperial Palace to throw debutante balls for their daughters." She added firmly, "However, I don't intend to allow such liberties. Penelope was able to have her debutante ball at the Imperial Palace because she's my family. I understand your desire to give your lover a chance to socialize with the nobles, but I cannot grant such privileges to just anyone upon request." Arnoah stated firmly. The Marquis's expression shifted to unhappiness. He began to speak, but before he could, Violetta gently grasped his hand and interjected, Listen to Her Imperial Majesty. The fact that I've met you alone is more than enough to make me happy. I mean it. I'm fine, Violetta assured the Marquis, who was now tearful. He squeezed her hand tightly and turned to address Arnoah, saying, You don't need to do all that for me. Your Majesty, please allow me to tell you my story. If you still decline after hearing it, I shall never request it again. Arnoah considered for a moment before replying, All right. Go on. And with that permission granted, the Marquis began recounting his tale, starting with, It was last summer. Marquis began by informing Arnoah about Violetta. As you're aware, Beetle met its demise around 5 years ago and was subjugated under the Empire. By order of the Empire's Commander-in-Chief, all the citizens of Beetle migrated to the heartlands of the Empire. I sought to research the history of Beetle and acquired a seaside villa to reside there for a while. One day, while I was aboard a ship enjoying the sea breeze, someone covertly set fire to the back of the ship and fled. Just when I thought I was done for, Violetta, who was on board to help with the voyage, saved me from the flames. She jumped into the sea and swam for an hour, all while holding me. I fell in love with her after she saved my life while risking hers, so I asked her to be my lover. Marquis embraced her tenderly and said, And my sweet Violetta was kind enough to have me. Violetta responded, You were cute. Marquis gazed at Violetta and continued, However, a problem arose after that. Rumors began to spread that a mermaid, descended from the devil, is seducing me to take over my house. Upon hearing this, Arnoah was astonished and exclaimed, Did people actually believe in such nonsense? Anakin chimed in. It was a rather specific rumor, Your Majesty. The neck of the mermaid is branded with the mark of the devil. There are people who witnessed the Marquis being dragged into the sea, and so on. He added, Even some of the nobles thought it was real. With a somber tone, Marquis said, It turned out the rumors originated from one of my vassals who wanted their daughter to marry me. I had them beheaded according to the imperial law, but the rumors of my alleged devil worship continued to escalate. He looked at her while saying, Violetta has a permanent burn on her body, but we're keeping it a secret because we don't want to give the rumors any more fuel. Violetta nodded her head, revealing her burn as she moved her hair aside. Marquis clenched his hand in anger on the table, asserting, She got this scar from saving my life, and I will not sit and watch while people gossip about it. Arnoah interjected, stating, So you wanted a debutante ball at the Imperial Palace as a way to elevate Violetta's name in society while suppressing the rumors about her. With a sniffle, Marquis agreed. That's right, Your Majesty. He continued, After seeing Lady Penelope's debut grab everyone's attention, I thought that if Violetta established her position in high society like that, the folks of my dominion might cease to believe such rumors and come to admire Violetta for her beauty and her affectionate nature. Marquis broke into tears as he expressed this. Arnoah reassured. A debutante ball at the Imperial Palace is not the answer to your problem. Marquis sighed and replied, I know, Your Majesty. I'm sorry for asking. Arnoah added with a smile. I meant you don't have to break the rules and the tradition of the Empire when there is a much better solution. Meanwhile, in a bar, a boy sat on the floor, visibly scared, while his boss scolded him. You absolute donkey! How are you even incapable of washing the dishes? Do you know how many beer glasses you broke? The boy replied. I'm sorry. I have never worked at a tavern before. His boss, with a shaved head, yelled, Is that right, princess? You're about as useful as a waterproof tea bag. You got fired from the theater because you couldn't memorize your lines, didn't you? You can't even take orders right. The boy pleaded. I'm truly sorry. If you could just give me one more chance. His boss, hitting him on the floor, retorted, I am done giving you chances. You're fired. After being fired, the boy moved while sobbing and crying to himself. I was once a renowned actor in Duran, but now, I'm just a nobody. After I got exiled from Duran, I became a laughingstock in the Empire. He remembered his audition at the Imperial Theater, where he stood on stage and introduced himself, saying, It's an honor to meet you. I'm Louis Edward Bolognius Leonardo Abigail de Vallon. I was once a renowned actor in Duran. The manager scolded him. What kind of name is that? We're not hiring comedians. Get out of here. Once more, he began crying while thinking. Is Duran even a real kingdom? An idiot who changed his name into every name he thought was cool. As he walked, someone called out to him, and he turned back, thinking, what did I do to deserve this? Huh! The person in the black outfit asked him, Are you Rick Tavian? He hesitantly replied, Well, yes. Who? Before falling down. Someone else said, Is it him? Rick flinched and started begging. What do you want with me? I swear, I didn't do anything. Please spare my life. The person asked him, Do you recognize me, Rick Tavian? Rick, astonished, stammered, HM? Pardon me? When the person revealed herself to be Arnoah by slipping the cloth from her face, Rick recognized her and exclaimed, You're the Queen of Duran! Arnoah drew her weapon, and he quickly corrected himself. And no, the Empress of the Empire. Anakin whispered in Arnoah's ear. He seems a bit dull. Are you sure he's the right person for the job? She sighed and replied, Believe it or not, he's not a complete idiot. Arnoah then asked him, Do you know why I brought you here, Rick Tavian? Would you like to be on the stage again as the main character? The next day, Arnoah and Anakin observed the rehearsal in the theater room. Arnoah complimented, The rehearsal is going well. Anakin replied, I'm glad you approve, Your Majesty. The practice has been going smooth. Frankly, I was worried when Your Majesty told me that I can beat him until he could act properly. But he's been practicing day and night all by himself. It seems like my advice worked like a charm. Arnoah added, You're there to take all the blame. It's your fault if other actors fail to act. It's your fault if the crowd isn't convinced. Anakin responded, You're in charge now. Your acting is too much, by the way. Study acting more before you teach someone else. But you'll get fired if you upset other actors. With literal fire. You will be burned. Meanwhile, Marquis and Violetta arrived. Marquis expressed, I can't even begin to describe how much I appreciate this, Your Majesty. Arnoah asked him, Did you like the rehearsal, Marquis? He seemed happy and said, Like is an understatement. Violetta and I will never forget what you've done for us. Violetta chimed in, Once this play ends, the perception of the people toward Beetle surely will change. Arnoah shrugged and remarked, We still have half a month left until the premiere. With excitement, Violetta added, Even without a proper stage set, it was amazing. And Laura is an old friend of mine. My heart filled with joy when I saw her act again. Marquis interjected, I know that Your Majesty assisted in this matter not just for us, but for the people of Beetle. What benefits them benefits Violetta, and she is the most important person to me. He continued, looking at Arnoah. If I can quiet the disturbing rumors about Violetta and the people of Beetle, and if it enables her to live with dignity in the Empire, I would gladly give up everything. Arnoah paused and asked, Everything? Marquis said that I will terminate all the contracts with the Grand Duke and start conducting business with the individual designated by Our Majesty. Nova replied, Wait. I know that you have many ties with the Grand Duke. You don't need to sever them all on my account. Nova thinking deep. It was one of my goals when I started building a friendship with him, but I didn't expect him to change sides this easily. Marquis says, Your Majesty, I'm a simple man. As I said, I'm willing to give up everything for my dear Violetta. Nova raises hand and says, You will suffer a great loss from this. Marquis gripped tightly Violetta. I am willing to suffer if it is for the sake of Violetta. I will be looking forward to the opening night, Your Majesty. Scene shifted to the Grand Place. The sun is rising, and its first golden lights is falling upon the palace walls. A pink-haired girl spoke. Did you hear about the new play being put on by the wolves of the stage? The Empress herself seems to have sponsored the play. An exciting, she asked. I cannot wait to see it. Another girl replied that. The play is held at the famed Faridan Theatre in the heart of the capital, so I already reserved 2 tickets for the best center seats. The boy with golden hair standing nearby spoke. I have my doubts about the play. How can I be sure it's worth watching if they don't disclose the story? The second girl flinched and asked. I heard that the first show is already sold out. You missed your chance by overthinking, boy asked with wide eyes. Sold out, you say? Haha, I'm afraid so. But do not worry. I will tell you all about it when I get back from the show. The boy tied both his hands and said in a bad mood. I heard this is another love story. I think that kind of play is for commoners. I'm not missing much. She smirked. Can that truly be considered the right attitude toward appreciating art? Have some faith in the Empress. Keeping the garden tea room open for young nobles. Taking charge of the war with Kesman, since the day Her Majesty returned to the capital. She's been achieving accomplishments left and right that were considered impossible before. Also, that handsome stickler advisor can't stay away from Her Majesty. Even that prickly master of the enchanted tower seems to listen to Her Majesty. Inside the hall, Nova sit on the chair and sipping tea says, she is one hell of a pot stirrer. The golden hair boy stand behind her with smiley face. Says that the young nobles sure love to gossip. Nova laughing in reply, there are worse things to have than scandals with handsome men, I suppose. She glanced, by the way, where is Countess Herman? I want to talk her. He answered respectfully, she used to practically live in the imperial palace, but nowadays, it's hard to find her around here. Nova asked, I heard she gradually stopped coming to the palace after the meeting about the war with Kesman. She must be cautious because of Grand Duke Aslier. Which was expected. She take a deep breath, but I didn't expect her to stop coming altogether before the play even started. No matter how powerful a person may be usually, after a few years away from the capital, people tend to forget their influence. But it seems like Countess Herman is too cautious to forget. She playing the long game. Although the play is already quite successful, rumors circulate that Countess Herman, who is at the center of society, is not attending. It could affect its reputation. Well, I suppose I can have everything I want. She rise up. Countess Herman is not the only one who I want to invite to the play. He reply, are you going somewhere? There's someone I need to see. Suddenly there was the sound of someone walking. The golden-haired boy said in a panic, allow me to accompany you. The man with the black gloves replied, no, I will go alone. This tea party is for me. I see. I will see you when you get back, Your Majesty. Nova asked in panic that, what do you mean, she will die soon? A girl is standing in a green coat. The girl in the green coat, holding a leaf in her hand, said, good afternoon, Dr. Ludus. The girl with gray hair said, oh, Your Majesty. The girl in the green coat bowed and said, I meant Your Imperial Majesty. The girl with gray hair said, relax, you can skip the bowing. You're unmatched in medicine in the Empire. But you're terrible at court etiquette. The girl in the green coat said, I am forever grateful to you. I mean, thank you. Please have a seat. The girl with gray hair sat on the chair and said, thanks. She said, it's been a while. Do you like the laboratory of the Empire? The girl in the green frock clacked and started laughing. She said, yes, Your Majesty. It's far better than the one in Dahan. This tea is brewed with medicinal herbs, and it will be good for your health. Give it a try. I admire your passion for research, but sometimes you need to go out and get some fresh air. Do you like play? The girl in the green coat blinks. She said, plays? The girl with gray hairs said, there is a play I have been working on lately. I would be glad if you could come watch it. The girl in the green coat says, I would not miss it for the world. The girl with gray hair said, it's a great play. It's also a good chance to see what nobles look like in the Empire. Because most of them will be there. The girl in the green coat began to think. Most of the nobles, you say? Will she be there too? The girl with gray hair said while sipping her drink. Who do you mean? The girl in the green coat began to think. She said, the countess who tries to set me up with her distant relative. And you said you are quite talented, So I have this relative. Pointing upward with her finger, she says, For a date, do you mean Countess Hermann? Did she approach you? The girl with gray hair flinched and said, Oh right, she probably won't be able to make it to the play, will she? Sitting on the chair, she says, She said Countess Hermann's attendance has not been decided yet. How do you know that she won't make it? The girl in the green coat clicks her tongue and says, Have you heard something about her? No, it's what I saw. What did you see? By the look of her, I am certain that, while standing with her hand on her chest, she says, She will die soon. The girl with gray hair says, She's like spring. And then asks, What? What do you mean? She will die soon? A maid, standing with her head bowed, says, Your Imperial Majesty, welcome to the castle of Countess Hermann. The girl with gray hair says, Lead me to her. And the maid, bowing forward, points ahead. This way. A girl with golden hair trembles, shakes, and glares angrily, then says, How come there is only one maid greeting Her Majesty? The maid standing beside her is laughing. I am truly sorry for not welcoming Her Majesty more accurately. Currently, everyone, including the Viscount, is in the Countess' chambers, which unfortunately prevented them from greeting Her Majesty themselves. The girl with gray hair said, This is certainly not a common occurrence. Usually, at least one family member comes out in greeting when the Empress visits. The maid said, This is her chambers, Your Majesty. The girl with gray hair said, How could you tell me to greet a guest in a time like this, mother? I must tend to you. Behind her, two girls stood, one in a green coat and the other with yellow hair. A boy is sitting on a chair with a white dress, holding an apple and a knife, and he says it's fine. Don't you have duties as the acting head of the family, sister? I will take care of mother. Would you like an apple, mother? A girl is sitting beside him, and a little girl is pulling on the boy's knee. The little girl jumps to grab the apple and says, I am Grandma's favorite. I should be the one who feeds her. The boy moves his hand to the side and says, Be careful. A boy with brown hair says, Then let's all stay here for now. Wouldn't that make our aunt feel more at home? A girl with purple hair responds, No, I will stay by her side. You should all leave. Don't you have work to do? There was chitter-chatter. Grandmother dropped the pillow spring and shouted, Silence, I am trying to rest here. She coughs and says, You are all imbeciles who can't even prioritize your task at hand. The girl stammered and said, Mother. Grandmother, sitting in bed with her blanket tossed over her, was coughing and said, Would someone please greet the Empress? Do you want to get us hanged for lassie, Majesty? The girl said, But don't you talk back to me. The gray-haired queen, with maids on both sides, stepped forward and said, Countess Hermann. The girl flinched and said, Your Majesty. The girl and boy standing there both bowed and said, Your Imperial Majesty. The queen said, It's fine, stay in the bed, Countess Hermann. Grandmother said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone leave. Her Majesty and I have a matter to discuss in private. The girl said, But, Ben quickly added, We are leaving, because grandmother fumed, glaring fiercely, and everyone rushed to leave. Grandmother started coughing, and so did the queen. Grandmother said, Please forgive the foolishness of my family, Your Majesty. The queen replied, Deep affection among family members is a good thing. You bicker and argue, but the bond between you and your family seems strong. I'm jealous, she said, laughing. Grandmother said, They are fools, but they are my family. They mean everything to me. The queen said, You don't look so well. Those are carefully chosen words. You could have just said, You look like you are dying. The queen said, I assume you are here to invite me to your place. I am honored that Your Majesty came here personally to invite me. But I must refuse your invitation. The grandmother replied. The queen said, It's not just because of your health, is it? You're looking out for your family. Grandmother replied, You're insightful as always. You saw right through me. Shall I bring a better chair? The queen said, It's okay. Are you afraid of angering the Grand Duke? The grandmother said, What else is there to discuss? The queen said, I was genuinely worried about your health, she said while laughing. Countess Hermann, would you come to the play if you were not dying? Grandmother said, what are you saying? Huh. I am afflicted with an incurable illness that no imperial physician can cure. It is incurable. Yes. That illness commonly afflicts those who have heavily indulged in alcohol and tobacco from a young age. The disease is more common in Dahan, where the climate is drier than the Capita. A semi-arid desert landscape with sand dunes, rocky hills, and sparse vegetation. Grandmother gasped and said, Of course, I want to live longer. Clutching her blanket tightly, she said, If possible, I would like to live another month. No, even just another week. With anxiety and distress, she added, There are still too many things I have not finished. The girl in the green coat said, The disease is called hysteria. My mother also passed away from it. But she was able to live for another 10 years in a similar state as you. 10 years? Grandmother asked in surprise. The girl said, If I avoid the same mistakes I made while taking care of my mother, you might be able to live even longer if you don't consume alcohol or tobacco ever again. Grandmother jumped up and said loudly, I will do anything it takes. Please allow me to get Dr. Lutta's treatment, Your Majesty. The Queen said that's what I came here to offer. And in return, please tell me that you will come to the play. Grandmother said, You are indeed wise. I should have sent Your Majesty more pictures of my nephew. It is a grand and magnificent place, where flashes are going off, crackling sounds can be heard, and people are whispering softly. There is a drawing of a girl displayed there, and people are looking at it attentively, while a quiet bustle fills the atmosphere. With that, the long-awaited opening day of the play has finally come. The girl in the red frock, the boy in the long coat, and a few other people were standing. The boy in the long blue coat laughed and said, Wow, it's quite crowded. The play will start soon now that Her Majesty has arrived. The boy in the long coat was standing in front with his hand raised, saying, The Lord from House Rikil is here. Beside him, the girl in the skin-colored frock looked surprised. Then he added, Oh, and I also saw Marquis Bethanil back there. I can't believe he traveled so far just to see the play. Does he really keep a mermaid transformed into a human around? The girl in the red frock, holding a fan in her hand, said, She's nothing but a commoner from Beetle. That aside, it seems the most important reason hasn't arrived yet. The boy in the coat, surprised, said, Do you mean Countess Hermann? And the girl in the skin-colored frock added, I thought she'd be here. The girl in the red frock said the Countess would not have missed it. And the girl in the skin-colored frock, now a bit anxious, said, You're right. Her Majesty isn't a professional play producer, so the play could turn out to be bad. The girl in the skin-colored frock said quietly, Maybe I expected too much. And the boy in the long coat added, I mean, if Countess Hermann isn't here. A boy with long hair, snickering and holding his chin, said, I guess I didn't have to come either. The boy with long hair laughed loudly and said, I know the Countess pretty well, and she is an aficionado of well-made plays. But she's also quite picky, she hates wasting her time on bad plays. The boy in the long coat and the girl in the skin-colored frock were listening. The boy with long hair shouted, Oh my! There's a reason why they kept the actors and the story a secret. The boy with long hair said, Huh! But another boy added, I'm glad I made it in time. A woman with short hair, laughing lightly, said, It's good to see you, Marquis d'Abret. Behind her, Ahmed was standing. The boy with long hair turned and looked at her, then asked, Did Countess Hermann turn her back on Grand Duke Assiler? A gong sounded in the distance, followed by the sound of rushing water. People gasped and said, Whoa! It cracked, and a boy splashed into the water. There was a gurgling sound as the boy began to scream, Pwah! Huff! Rumble! Help! Help me! Swoosh! A girl rushed over, grabbed him, and saved him. The audience watched in astonishment. Thud! The boy dropped to his knees, clutching his throat, gasping, Huff! Huff! The boy knelt on the ground, reaching his hand forward, and said, Don't walk away, my savior. Please, reveal your face to me. And the girl in the pearl-embellished gown turned around. The boy, with his hands on his chest, said, Madam Splash. Are you Upgourd? Are you the one who saved me? He remained on his knees before her while she stood silently in front of him. And the entire audience watched, breathless. The girl stepped forward, extending her hand, and asked, Are you a human? What do you seek from my sea? Splash. She continued, I am no ordinary being. I am a demon, Rethynal, the prince of the Rethynal kingdom. Then she softly asked, But would you tell me your name? Splash. She replied, I am Viola. Viola. There was a silence. Then she said with a faint smile, There were many who wanted my sea, but I've never seen anyone who wanted to know my name. Splash. I have no interest in any treasure of the sea, she said gently, still holding Viola's hand. A stroke of silence passed between them. All I ever wanted was to get to know you. Swish. She looked into Viola's eyes, her hand still in his, and said softly. A girl in a red frock stormed in, furious. Slam! She struck her hand hard against a pillar and shouted, I was supposed to be his queen, not her. Her voice trembled with rage. She's not as good as me. Then she screamed, She's a devil! She is a malicious devil who stole what's mine. A chill ran through the air. With burning rage in her eyes, she thrust her hand forward and declared, I will have my revenge. Kaboom! Marmor! One man exclaimed, Wow! Is that real fire? The other added, Mortar! It's so realistic! Both of them stared at the scene in awe, their expressions filled with both fear and wonder. Whoosh! Don't come near me, Viola! The boy shouted, dodging the flames, Flare! I was destined to die in your sea. But I defied death, thanks to your mercy, and now I am being punished. He continued, his voice trembling with emotion, For loving the goddess, you too have received the mark of punishment on the back of your neck because of me. He gazed at her, his eyes filled with sorrow and longing. If this is the punishment for loving you, I will gladly accept it. Whoosh! Both of them gazed at each other, their eyes filled with love and understanding. And then, they embraced each other, splash. A soft, whispered sound followed. Cha! The audience stood up and began clapping, their applause filling the air with energy and excitement. All the actors began clapping and stood up, lining up in a row, each holding the hand of the other. The applause echoed as they stood united. A girl in a vest, black gloves, and black shorts joined in the clapping, along with a girl with gray hair, who was sitting on a red chair and now clapping as well. There was a chitter among the audience. A girl with long golden hair, wearing a blue coat, approached the boy in the red coat and said with joy, My goodness, I've never seen a play like this before. Every scene was captivating, from start to finish. Whisper. The girl in black gloves and gray hair leaned towards the boy in the black coat and asked softly, What do you think? He replied with a smile, It was a grand success, Your Majesty. The girl in black gloves and gray hair, still looking at the boy in the black coat, whispered, They are not humans. They are mermaids. You may not be able to make that rumor disappear, but turning it into a beautiful legend like this will impact people in a good way. The two girls smiled at each other and said, With this, people will become interested in Beetle, and they'll realize the rumors were nothing but falsehoods. The queen, in her black dress, with gray hair flowing softly, whispered, Well, see? When the blue petals swirled, it felt as though the magical bell revealed everything to me. A girl in a shimmering golden dress stands gracefully, looking every bit like a princess. In her delicate hand she holds a blue flower. The queen in the black frock smiled softly, and she said, It's been a while since he left for Kesman. I wonder when he'll be back. The queen in the black dress turned to the young man in the black coat and said gracefully, Let us return to the palace. He bowed slightly and replied, Of course, Your Majesty. As the girl in the black dress and the boy in the black coat walked side by side, she asked softly, How is Countess Harmon? He glanced at her with a gentle nod and replied, I've heard that her condition has improved significantly. The boy in the black coat said with a hint of concern, even though she's cranky from quitting alcohol and tobacco. They both entered the room, only to stop in their tracks, gazing in shock and surprise at what they saw. A girl with golden hair, wearing a white shirt, shouted angrily, holding a cat in her hand. "Struggle, Your Majesty! This cat came out of nowhere!" "Snowy?" The girl in the white shirt was sitting with a cat in her hands. Under the blue sky stands a fortress with a red flag hoisted on it. A month ago, in Kesman, the Empress refused our request. A girl in a red frock grabbed the paper angrily, crumpled it in her hand, and said, "Who the hell does she think she is?" A person with red hair and a red outfit greeted, then slammed their hand on the table and angrily said, "How dare she defy us?" The boy with the long braid entered the room. The girl in the red shirt started looking at him, and the boy said, "Haha, please, there's no need to worry." Both of them were looking at him. The boy with the red dress and red hair said, "Huff, uff, Raja!" The boy with the very long braid, with both hands extended forward, said while laughing, "The barman whose head is here now is simply a low-class noble, and the master of the enchanted tower must be coming here for another reason, and it will take days for them to arrive." And the boy said, "Relax. He is not a threat to you. He is likely uninterested in this war." The girl said, "Is that based on your foresight? I am seeing a blurry shape of the future." The girl in the red dress angrily started walking away and said, "Yes, your foresight is unreliable." And the boy with the braid turned towards her and looked back. "Oh, bomb," the girl said. "No matter how rare the gift of foresight is among sorcerers, I realized how useless it is to keep sorcerers as subordinates thanks to you." The girl in the red dress, while leaving, said, "Stick with poison brewing, Raja, the only thing you're good at." The boy with the braid, holding his arm, was looking back angrily. "Ugh!" A man in a red dress, sitting on a chair, with a table in front of him on which some papers were placed, said, "Are you fine with meeting the master of the enchanted tower?" And the boy was looking back. The boy said, "He won't suspect me. I got rid of any evidence against me." The man in the red outfit said, "I don't care what you did in Pehen. What I meant was luring such a dangerous man here. Might turn out to be a bad move. We need to get close to him because he is dangerous." The boy with the braid, holding his arm, said, "If I remember correctly, you were the one who said that an overly powerful sorcerer should not exist. In this empire, which Lady Roxanne will one day rule?" The girl in the red frock said, "Yes, the empire belongs to Roxanne. And my job is to eliminate liabilities like him." The man in the red outfit slammed his hand on the table and said to the boy with the braid, "Whatever you did in Pehen apparently had no effect on the master of the enchanted tower." The boy with the braid said, laughing, "Your Grace, poisoning someone directly is 10 times more effective than poisoning someone from a distance." The man in the red outfit said angrily, "Is that why you lured him here?" The boy with the braid closed his eyes, placed his hand on his chest, and started laughing, saying, "As I told you a long time ago, I am a man of my word." He clenched his fist and said while laughing, "He was set afoot on the battlefield by the Empress's order. We can use that to our advantage." The man in red clothes said, "You only get one shot. No mistakes on this. Also, keep this a secret so Roxanne does not find out about it." The girl with the red hair started laughing and said, "Why are you hiding your plan from Lady Roxanne? I think she would offer to help if she heard about it." And the boy with the braid was listening to her. The man in red clothes looked and said, "She needs neither to know about the Prahan affair nor to be involved in it. I will organize the empire and deliver it into her hands." The man in the red dress said angrily, "All you need to do this is to uphold the oath between you and me." The boy with the braid, spreading his hands, said, "If that is your wish, I shall focus on my duties and keep my nose out of other affairs." The girl in the red frock angrily opened the door, slam, and the boy with the braid looked towards her, while the man in the red outfit flinched. The girl in the red frock said, "Raja, when did you say our guests will arrive?" The boy with the braid hesitated and said, "Oh, in about 3 days." The girl said, "Yes. If I forbid you to ever mention that pathetic foresight of yours. The boy with the braid flinched and said, Why are you? Is this the office of Grand Duke Aselier? A man in black clothes entered, followed by a servant. The boy with the braid put on a caped coat, a hem. And the man in the red dress, walking angrily, says, You are the master of the enchanted tower. The man in black clothes walks forward and says, I am here as the Empress's messenger. And behind him, his servant is exhausted, hoofing along, carrying his belongings. The man in the red dress gets angry. The man in black clothes and the person with him sit on one sofa, while the man in the red dress and the woman in the red dress sit on the other sofa. There is a table in between. The man in the black dress says, As you well know, on the battlefield, funds are as essential as life itself. The man in the red clothes says, I think the amount of gold I requested is reasonable. He replies, Every imperial majesty, your request is refused. The man in the red clothes says, Did she know? That must mean she is offering something else instead. What is it? The girl in red clothes sitting on the sofa says, Her Majesty has acknowledged the merits of both of you who have bravely endured a difficult war. The man who is with the man in black clothes says, As she should. Her Majesty has sent me here so that both of you have endured the cold and harsh conditions of Casman. May be relieved from further hardships. The man in the red dress says angrily, I am confused. Why would the capital send an aide-de-camp all of a sudden? The man with the man in the black dress says, I am not an aide-de-camp. Her Majesty has appointed me as the negotiator, granting me full authority over all matters concerning this war. The man in the red dress squeezes and says, So we're negotiating with Casman now? Is that Her Majesty's decision? Clenching in anger, he says, Does she really think that's possible? They have invaded the Empire's borders multiple times. Do you think they will surrender just because the Empress demands it? The man with the one in the black dress says, The ultimate authority over the Imperial army lies with Her Majesty. It's my job to find out whether the negotiation is possible. The man in the red suit glares angrily, and he slams his hand forcefully on the table. And, so, as the Commander-in-Chief, you must grant me full authority as of today. Baron went. I detest those who don't know their place. You are merely a knight who became a noble by luck. The man in the golden suit says, It is the Empress's order. Defying Her Majesty's order constitutes treason. The man in the red suit springs up in anger and says, I will never hand over my authority to you. No one here will follow the commands of someone who is appointed by the Empress. He says in a fit of rage, The war will continue until I decide to end it. The man in the golden dress says, If you don't like it, you're welcome to try and end it, huh? I understand, Your Grace. Like you said, I will find a way. All I need is a place to stay. For me and dozens of my god knights, I will not leave until the negotiation is concluded. The man in the red dress says angrily, Is the master of the enchanted tower the source of his confidence? The man in the black dress sits with one leg crossed over the other, glancing around. The man in the red dress says angrily, When did he start caring so much about the Empire's affairs? The man in the red suit and the man in the caped coat are standing. The man in the caped coat laughs. The man in the red dress smirks and says, Even though we don't see eye to eye on this, you are still my guest. I won't make you sleep in the barn. The man in the red dress says to his maid, who stands before him with her head lowered, Show Baron and the Lord of Perhens to their chambers. The maid says, Yes, Your Grace. The man in the black dress and the man in the golden dress both stand. The man in the black dress says, I don't think he will cooperate. The man in the golden dress replies, I agree. I'm lucky if he doesn't kill me and make it look like the Tasmanians did it. The man in the black dress says, Don't act like you did not expect this to happen. The man in the golden dress slumps down and sits. He says, he said it himself, I am free to try to end the war. He quickly ties his shoes, then puts on his gloves. He says, That means we are going with Plan B. The man in the mask screamed, Ag! I am going to die! Then pew pew! Gunshots rang out. The man in the mask came running, and behind him was a man wearing a black tracksuit. He said, "This is not what I meant by Plan B." 1 hour before, Baron Vent got covered in arrows. The man in the mask said, "I knew Grand Duke Aselier would not cooperate." Then yank. They were both standing in one place, and in front of them was a large bag. The man in the black mask said, "I am going to escape on horseback and infiltrate the palace of Kesman." He closed his eyes, placed his hand on his chest with a thump, and said, "Sure, the authority of the imperial family has declined. But how could they outright disregard Her Majesty's order? I am grateful that Her Majesty has provided me with a lot of guards." He starts fumbling, then says, "Otherwise I'd be dead by now." And the other one responds, "Yes, I strongly agree." The man in the mask says, "Could you at least pretend like you care?" He holds something in his hand, then flips it away, and says, "Huh. Anyway, we will have to infiltrate without guards." The man in the black dress says, panicking, "What do you mean, we?" He shouted, "Why did you come if you are not going to help?" The man in the black dress yawns and says, "Ugh. Fine, I'll help you infiltrate the palace and meet the king. That's what you want from me, right?" The man in the black mask thought, "Can I trust this guy?" And says, "It should be possible if we disguise ourselves as Kesmanians." Whoop! He picks up a folded piece of paper in his hand and says, "Do you think you can make a deal once you meet the king? I have met him before. I know what he is like." He spreads the paper. He says, "The one who trespassed over the empire's borders in the first place was the king's brother-in-law, and unlike the captivates of the imperial army, it seems Kesman's hostages are still alive. I have already discussed the term of negotiation with Her Majesty, so it should not take long." A golden-colored paper, with something written on it, and an official stamp pressed into its corner. The man in the black dress says, "In that case, let's take a shortcut." He smirks. Ag. Pew! The shooting begins. The present ward man, the one in the black mask, starts running, and the man in the black cloak shouts, "Would you stop running? They can't hurt you. I enhance your body." The man in the mask shouts, "Arg! How can I not run right now?" The man in the mask says, "Look at me, I have become a woman. Pincushion." The man in the black dress says, "Oh please, you're fine." "Damn it!" The man in the black mask puts his hand on his head, starts crying, and says, "Cast me a barrier too." Plan B was supposed to be more subtle and sophisticated. The man in the black dress says, "Oh, right." Meanwhile, the masked man, crying and holding his head, looks distressed and asks, "What happened?" The man in the black dress started laughing and saying, "I need to head back to the Grand Duke's castle. You go on and do your thing." The man in the black mask started crying, holding his ears, and said, "I beg your pardon. They will get suspicious if we're both absent." The man in the black dress swooshed and said, "No, don't you dare." The man in the black mask grabbed. The man in the black dress pushed forward his hand and said, "You will be fine. Your body is enhanced." Af. I will curse your lunatics. Ag. He did clatter and flick. He entered a place while doing swoosh. He patted repeatedly. He knocked and said, "I am sorry to disturb your rest, Lord, and perhaps Baron Vedot." And he said that dinner is ready. The servants are standing with a dish and napkin in hand, then they are moving left and right. And they both sat down at a large dining table, and in front of the girl wearing a red dress, the boy in a black dress was sitting, while the servants were standing on the side with napkins in hand. While slicing the food, he said, "I was not expecting to have dinner with you two. Don't you two have any friends? Why did you invite me?" He said, stabbing the food with a fork. She said, "Father, if you must drink, have one of Solidaire's drinks with you instead of me." The man in the red dress, the girl's father, started laughing. And he started saying, "Haha, relax, both of you." The girl said, "There is no need for us to argue. Wouldn't you agree?" Her father started saying to the boy in the black dress, "I am sorry to hear the Baron is not feeling well." The boy started saying, "Yes, he seems to be suffering from scratches here and there." The man with the black mask is crying, and arrows are stuck in his back and legs. The girl said, I don't buy it. He must have gone to casement to negotiate. Just so you know, if someone goes alone behind enemy lines and does not return after a day, the man with the black mask is fighting alone. She was picking grapes when her father said, Roxanne, it means they are either dead. Her grape was squeezed, and then she started laughing and said, or have defected. Her father said, that's enough, Roxanne. She was licking her finger. And she said, I don't care if he represents the imperial family. If he returns after a day, he will be executed immediately. Take it easy with the threats. You don't want me as your enemy. She frowned. And why is that? The boy in the black dress started saying, imagine what people will say. If the great Grand Duke and his daughter get defeated by the master of the enchanted tower, the enemy of the empire, he said while flicking. She glared. And she stood up in great anger and said, do you think we can't bring you to your knees just because you are a sorcerer? He said while smiling, haha, yes I do. She clenched and said, being a sorcerer does not make you invincible. My aura will rip you to shreds. He started laughing and said, really? He snickered. He said, unfortunately, I am not impressed by your little party trick. She became extremely angry upon hearing this. Her father said while clapping, now, that's quite enough, Roxanne. A servant arrived with a bottle of wine. Her father said, there is nothing like good wine to liven up the atmosphere. This is a rare wine that we won't be able to taste again. The wine trickled into the glasses. In the heat of war, we accidentally wiped out the only family that produced this wine. The boy spun the wine glass in his hand, swirled it, and said, a little bit of alcohol can make unpleasant things more bearable. Well, even if it does not, it will still make you feel better. Her father laughed and said, here's to the prosperity of the empire. The boy replied, you don't mean that. Then let's toast to health. Here's to the Lord of Pahen's health. The wine glasses clinked, and then the boy in the black dress took a sip. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The man in the red coat grinned in anger. The boy in the black dress was stirring something red in a pot, and bubbles were forming, making a bubbling sound. Her father entered the room with step-by-step sounds and said, that's a color I have not seen before. Is this poison the same as the one you used previously? The thing he was making, bubbles were forming in it, the thing he was making. The boy said, it's similar, but this one is intended for ingestion. He had poison on the spoon and began snickering, letting it trickle. The man in the red coat said, is it strong enough to kill the master of the enchanted tower? The boy in the bed, while stirring the pot, said, this is the strongest poison I have ever concocted. The man said, do you know he is immune to most poisons? Don't you? The boy in the bed said, there's no one better than me in the art of poison. No one has bitten me yet, and no one ever will. When it comes to poisons, I am the one. Bubbles simmer. The boy began to throw up and pressed his arm, saying, there is no need to worry, Your Grace. He said, as long as I drink this. He grabbed the wine with a large spoon and then dripped it. And does not discover my existence, he said, trickling the bottle. His fate is sealed. He pressed the cap of the bottle while laughing. The boy turned and said, no matter how powerful he is, he will die early like his predecessors. I swear on my name that I will make sure of it. The man in the red coat grabbed the bottle in his hand. The boy drank wine from the glass, gulg gulg. That poison is on a whole different level from the ones I have used before. The boy with the braids said with a smirk. Even a single sip will destroy all of your organs. He drank the wine and said, you were not lying about it being a good wine. I thought you were just exaggerating, he said, tapping the glass. It's a shame that everyone who could produce this wine is dead. The boy in the black dress wiped his mouth with his thumb as he spoke. The boy with the braid became very anxious and thought, how is this possible? The man in the red coat, sitting at the dining table, said, how about another glass then? While holding a bottle of wine in his hand. The boy snatched the wine bottle and said, don't mind if I do. The man in the red coat flinched. The boy in the black dress, while pouring wine into the glass glug glug, said, surely, you have a cellar full of fine wines. You can spare a glass or two, can't you? The boy took a sip of wine, and the man in the red coat was looking at him, troubled. The boy started saying, "Well, should I have another glass?" The man in the red coat started gritting his teeth. And he poured wine into the glass, making a glug-glug sound. After drinking, the boy tapped the glass. And he said, "Bring another bottle," and the bottle was tapped open. Then he said, "Another," and the bottle was tapped open again. The man in the red coat started shouting and said, "Another!" The boy, gripping the bottle, started saying, "Usually when suspicious individuals like you encourage me to drink, it's because they have spiked the drink." "Did something not go as planned?" the boy said with a smirk. The man in the red coat flinched and said, "What do you mean, spike?" The boy shook the bottle. And he started saying, "You know, with poison." The girl with red hair slammed her hand on the table and said, "I have no idea. I am not sure what poison this is because I have never spent time studying poison. But whoever concocted it clearly has no idea what my body is like." Wham! The girl, pointing with her weapon, said, "I have had enough of your insults. Get up and fight me if you think we plan to poison you." The boy said while laughing, "I am not going to fight you. The Empress told me not to meddle with the Imperial Army." The girl, gritting her teeth, said, "Are you implying that I am part of the Imperial Army?" He said angrily, "I own the Imperial Army." The boy, touching her weapon, said, "Well, that is not my concern. However, if someone from Perhen is hiding here somewhere," the boy thought for a moment, clenched the weapon, and said, "I will find them." The boy with the braid cracked, strained, and crashed. The boy in the black dress started saying, "And I will kill them, for that's my duty as the Lord of Perhen." He started saying it while crumbling. The boy creaked while sitting on the dining table chair, and the man in the red coat said, "I am afraid you are mistaken. Like I said, it's not my job to meddle with the Imperial Army's business." The boy started saying, "Leave it up to someone who's about to arrive." The man in the red coat burst out and said, "Who do you mean?" Just then, a boy with a light beard entered, dressed in black. He entered panting. She said, "What in the— You look terrible, Baron Vent." The boy in black clothes started saying, "It's because some lunatic threw me right into the middle of enemy territory." And the boy with the light beard started glaring. He grabbed a letter in his hand and said, "But I managed to bring this with me unharmed. This is an agreement to surrender from the King of Kasmin. Please read it," he said, laughing while flipping the letter. The girl and the man in the red coat gasped. And he said, "Kasmin surrender." The man in the red coat snatched the paper. And the boy in black clothes said, "The peace agreement has been concluded as Her Majesty and I planned." The man in the red coat read the paper, gritted his teeth, and said, "It all took less than an hour." The man in the red coat flinched and began to say, "The war you failed to finish, and thanks to the Baron." The girl started glaring. The boy in the black dress started laughing and said, "Now all that's left is to return to the Empress." The boy dressed in black, sitting on the chair, grinned and said, "Now all that's left is to return." The man in the red coat and the girl with the red bowl were standing together. The man in the red coat shouted and said, "I did not agree to any of this." The girl gritted and said, "How dare they? Damn those cowardly Kasmanians." The girl turned toward the boy with braids. The boy with braids was standing, very embarrassed. He had his hand placed on his chest. The girl said angrily, "That useless imbecile!" The man with the light beard said to the man in the red coat, "If you could give me back the document." He clenched the document tightly. There were whispers, and the man with the light beard said, "People are watching." The man with the light beard snatched the document and let out a sigh of relief. Phew. The man in the red coat walked step by step and said, "It seems the war won't continue after all." The boy in the black dress snickered and said to the man in the red coat, "How does it feel to not have it your way for once?" And he was looking at him with great anger. The boy in black turned and said, "Let's be on our way." And the man in the red coat trembled. And the boy started saying, "I want to deliver this news to Empress as soon as possible." The man with the light beard bowed. The man in the red coat trembled and rushed. The girl clenched something in her hand, squeezed it, and said, I thought the Empress was just another pushover. But she came up with a plan that even took my father by surprise. She blasted. I must attend the victory celebration and meet the Empress's father. A white and black colored cat is sitting and licking its hand. A girl with long, gray hair comes and thinks, he looks way too relaxed for someone who just came back from getting Kessman to sign a peace agreement. She closes her eyes, takes a breath, and sighs. The girl sits on the bed, and the cat sits with her. The girl says, could you at least pretend to be serious? The cat meows. The girl stands next to the boy in the black shirt, and they look into each other's eyes. Then she says, did you miss me? The boy taps his chest and says, I even got a place last time. Why do terrible things happen to me whenever I enter this room? The girl sits next to him and says, you know, you could just use the front door, like everyone else. She taps her hand on the boy's head and says, so what happened in Cashman? Did you come back before the job was done? Did you leave the Baron there? The boy says, the job is done. I came early so that I could tell you about it. She paused. And says, where is the war over? She rubbed his head, and he said, yes, the Baron bought the surrender agreement. She swiped and said, so he succeeded. And he says, he got the King of Cashman to sign the peace agreement in less than an hour after I dropped him off at Cashman's palace. We even had some time left before we could return. No more pets? She said. It ended that quickly? The boy, laughing, said, I waited for him to get everything in order. I am glad I set up a portal on the way there. A man, who is in a long gown, kneels and is lying down, saying, wait for me, you absolute lunatic, huff puff. And the boy in the black dress says, it was much faster than riding a horse. And with the extra time, I helped with the stage special effects. The boy laughed and grinned while saying. The girl's blue eyes will sparkle. She looked at the boy and said, I knew that was you. He said, laughing, was my gift to your liking? She said, was that artifact a gift to me? She said with annoyance, well, I could not return to the Empress after so long. She placed her hand on her chest and said, empty-handed. She said with annoyance, why is my heart racing? She turned her face away from the boy and said, let's go back to the Casman thing. Wasn't the Grand Duchess furious? The boy said while laughing, she seriously considered disobeying your order. She said, but there were too many people with the surrender document, so they eventually decided to withdraw. He said, it suits them either way. The girl said, it is a victory after all. The Imperial army won under the command of the Grand Duke. There is a sample showing 2 snakes and 2 arrows. Even though it was the Baron who secured the peace agreement, the man with the light beard is standing while pigeons are flying around him. It was the Grand Duke and his daughter who led the Empire through the year-long war. The man in the red coat and his daughter are standing. The girl with gray hair said, speaking of where Baron Wenda is, I have not seen him yet. He said, we had a few disagreements. Where are you going? Good work, I am off. He said, laughing, come back, you lunatic. He said he will return by himself with his guards. Actually, he left the Baron to come back sooner. She started laughing and said, everything went according to plan, so all that's left is the Baron must have gone through a lot. A triumphal celebration, a ceremony to welcome the soldiers returning victorious from the battle against the enemy. Unlike me, they will be welcomed by the people of the Empire. The girl in the red dress and the man in the red coat are riding a horse, and people are watching them. The girl with gray hair is sitting on the bed, thinking. He swished her hair. He leaned in and flinched her hair, and said, how does that go? She said, I must welcome them for leading us to victory. He was rubbing her hair. The Imperial army will march to the capital amidst the welcoming cheers of the people. At the Imperial Palace, I should not only hold a ceremony but also bestow rewards upon them. She said, and that means? He swished her hair. The girl in the red dress holds a sword in her hand, and the other girl holds a beautiful golden-colored stick. It's time for us to meet each other. The girl with gray hair has beautiful, hazel eyes. She says, like this, while placing her hand on the bed. He rests his head on her shoulder and says, even if problems arise, you have nothing to worry about. He rests his head on her shoulder, places her hand on his face, and says, you will always have me on your side. A beautiful palace with green trees. A peaceful afternoon blessed with sunshine, after the war with castemen came to an end. I heard castemen finally surrendered. The tea trickled into a cup. A girl with 2 ponytails is laughing and says, I knew the Grand Duke and his daughter would lead us to victory. The other long-haired girl says, of course, Her Imperial Majesty played a big part as well. However, there was a bigger topic in the capital than the end of the war. A girl with a pin in her hair says to the girl with yellow hair, say, Lady Rickle. The girl replies, your hairpin is from Beetle, is it not? They are both sitting at the dining table, talking. The girl with yellow hair, laughing, says while tucking her hair behind her ears, and says, it looks great on you. I hate Bedelian accessories. They're hard to come by these days. The hairpin is made to resemble the pattern on the neck of Voila from the sea. The girl with 2 ponytails says, may I ask where you got it from? She replies while laughing, it was a gift from Marchioness Bethanil. While holding a cup in her hand and laughing, she says, yes, I received it as a gift when I went to their wedding. There was a sigh. The 4 of them were sitting at the tea table, and the girl with yellow hair was taking a sip of her tea. The girl wearing a red frock with short hair said, I did not expect them to marry in such haste with a small ceremony. What a chamois! A boy with brown hair standing behind them was listening and said, HM? He comes while laughing and stands next to the girl, and she says to him, at least their wedding reception was fantastic. He says, indeed, we were all invited to their wedding reception. He says, I enjoyed it even more because there were actors from the sea. A beautiful girl with long, colorful hair is standing, and on both sides of her, 2 boys are standing. The boy says to the girl with the red frock and short hair, I can't believe I met such great actors. She says, I had a conversation with Laura Dels for about 30 minutes, even though she was not acting. She was so graceful, yet also so cheerful, that I could not help but fall even more for her. The other girl says, I even had a dance with her. The boy with brown hair and a black shirt laughs while placing his hand on his face. And he says, I heard that the sea is actually inspired by the story of Marquis Bethanil and his wife. I heard the rumor as well. They say Lady Violetta is called the Mermaid of Bethany since she is so beautiful. Behind her, a boy in a golden shirt is standing, glaring at him with anger. Ahem, the boy in the golden shirt says, inspired is an understatement. I heard she's an actual goddess of the SEA. The boy in the black coat and the girl with pink hair and 2 ponytails start looking at him. The girl with pink hair and 2 ponytails smiles and says, hee, to the boy in the black coat and says, I remember some people saying that mermaids are offspring of demons. The boy in the black coat is laughing while looking at her. The boy in the golden shirt said, we should not be swayed by false rumors. They are imperial citizens just like us. The boy in the black coat thinks, I thought he did not want to watch the play. The girl with pink hair and 2 small ponytails says he definitely watched. And the girl with short red hair says she did the same. The girl with yellow hair, while sipping her tea, says, nicely done, sister. A girl wearing gloves is playing chess and says, word sure spreads quickly. Why? The girl with long gray hair, sitting on the chair, says, it seems that all the theaters are looking for Bidelian actors. No W. In front of her, the boy in a golden coat is sitting with her, playing chess. And while laughing, he says, Marquis Bethanil looks quite happy these days. Then, he taps a chess piece. The girl with gray hair, with her beautiful blue eyes, says, I noticed that at his wedding. The boy in the gray coat says, Your Majesty, please officiate our wedding. I beg of you. The girl with gray hair and a black dress says, May I name our child after Your Majesty? Pretty please? They are standing in front of a statue. He says, I shall put Your Majesty's golden statue in my domain. The girl with long gray hair shakes her head and laughs, saying, it was hard to decline his request. The boy in the golden coat says there is something else. The girl asks, what is it? The boy, pointing his finger upward, explains, it's about Bell. You asked me to arrange his resident key. The girl says, oh, I remember. He said he wanted to stay in the capital, instead of returning straight to Prehen. The boy in the black shirt rests his head on the shoulder of the girl in the black dress with long gray hair and places her hand on his face. He helped with the negotiation, so he earned the right to stay until the welcome party. I gave him a room to stay in, but the boy in the golden coat says, anxiously, as the Lord of Prehen, he must fulfill his noble duties. While residing in the capital, I can't have him cause havoc. The girl with long gray hair starts laughing, teasing, and says, I understand why you are worried, but he's staying. What's the worst that can happen? There is a very large table with chairs around it, and people are sitting in them. Papers are spread out in front of them, and in the center there is a chair where a man, their leader, is seated. A man with long hair and a black coat says the welcome party for the imperial army must be held more grandly than ever before. He laughs and, while joking, says, I suggest we decorate the palace entirely with gold and jewels. The Grand Duke must be furious since the war ended unexpectedly. The welcome party must be glamorous no matter what. He stands up from the chair, raises his hand, and says, let's carve the family crest of the Asliers all around the palaki. Every noble heir must go to the palace gate to greet the Grand Duke and his what a hassle, he flinched. Wearing a long white coat, the boy is sitting on the chair and lazily says, do me a favor and count me out, Silk Dot. The long-haired boy gets angry. He glares and grits his teeth. Then, laughing, he says, of course, the Grand Duchies will win the tournament. After the welcome party, we should give her some land. Let's just ignore Hyam. The boy in the long white coat raises his hand and says, hold on, Slick. The long-haired boy shouts back, stop calling me Slick. The boy in the white coat laughs and says, but you look like a Slick. What else am I supposed to call you? The long-haired boy, furious, sticks out his tongue and shouts, why don't you try using my name and my title? My apologies, Marquis Hubbard. It's Dubert. Everyone was laughing out loud, and he was furious. The boy in the white coat raised his hand and asked, so, what's this tournament you mentioned? The long-haired boy said, you should know this already, being a noble. The man in the red shawl says angrily, hey vessel, next to Pubert, explain. The man in the red fur grinds his teeth and says, it's a tradition of the empire. A girl with red hair, wearing a white dress, stands holding a sword in her hand. At important festivals or banquets, we held tournaments such as worldmanship and supermanship competitions to liven up the atmosphere. As Marquis Dubert said earlier, the winner may already be decided, but we should still try to know who the participants are. You will be managed, bully. The boy in the white coat said, Lord Perhens. The queen with gray hair said, laughing, try not to interrupt others too often. A beautiful sub-palace. Like Count Nori said, the tournament is a tradition of the empire. Anyone can participate, and the winner gets a prize, many precious jewels and gold coins. The girl with gray hair said, when the Marquis mentioned a predetermined winner. He must have been talking about Roxanne Aslier, who has dominated first place for the past few years. The long-haired boy said to the boy in the white coat, there's going to be a preliminary match today. But I guess you didn't know, he said, shaking his head. He replied, a preliminary match? He said, yes, Her Majesty will grant a small wish to the winner. He said while smiling and grinning, a small wish, you say? The boy in the red shawl started laughing and said, do not tease him too much. Why would you explain so much to someone who knows nothing about martial art? The boy in the red shawl and the long-haired boy put on black masks and started snickering, and they said, what if he actually thinks he has a chance? Without his magic, he is nothing, The boy in the white coat started laughing, sneering, and said, it's true that I have not been trained in martial arts, but I will still participate in the preliminary match. He laughed, placing both hands behind his neck, and said, and I'm going to win. There was Ra in the palace. A man with a ponytail in black clothes and a girl with gray hair wearing black clothes were saying, "This is rather amusing. There was sword fighting going on there, clang, clang." The girl with gray hair said to the boy, "Are you not worried?" He replied with a smile, "Why would I be worried when I'm not even participating?" Hearing this, the girl laughed while sitting on the chair. Both of them were standing above, watching the entire scene. "This is the real point of the affair." And on the ground, two men were sword fighting, clan. "Gee!" She leans in and says, "I can't have Snowy get hurt. Even if he's a sorcerer, a sword could still hurt me." The boy with the ponytail said, "Are you worried about Belle, your majesty?" "Who is Snowy?" The girl replied, smiling. "I think you misheard me. Why would I be worried about Belle?" She said, I hope he does not get hurt if possible." "Ahem." The boy with the ponytail said, "You need not worry, your majesty." The girl asked, "Why is that?" "Rah." The host, wearing a golden shirt and glasses, said, "Now, let's begin the first match of Group 7. Lord Belchulius of Pahens versus Sir David of House Rune." The boy in the black shirt with black hair and the boy in the black shirt with brown hair stood facing each other with their swords drawn. The boy with the ponytail said to the girl, "Watch, and you will see why." The boy in the black shirt with black hair held his sword aloft, staring intently at its blade. "HM?" The girl was watching the scene from above and started thinking, "His posture looks kind of off." She was anxious and thought to herself, "Looks like he's never even touched a sword in his life." He stood in the field, swinging the sword clumsily through the air. I was starting to feel nervous. The other man, the one with brown hair, swung his sword with a whoop and said, "Don't expect me to go easy on you." He raised his sword. The man in the black belt laughed, smirked, and replied, "Fine by me. He would not die if I hit his head with the replica sword, would he?" The brown-haired man raised his sword and said with determination, "Ready? Fight!" and leaped higher. With a loud swoosh, he swung his sword through the air and struck hard. Whack! The black-haired boy grins and thinks, "That's a perfect hit." Rhea, right from the start, Sir David successfully landed a powerful attack. Lord Belchurius is not responding immediately. The gray-haired girl thumped and said, "Was that attack too painful for him?" The sword cracked with a sharp, splintering sound. He held the broken sword in his hand, gave it a little shake, clatter, and said, "What?" The black-haired boy was completely thin. A wave of whispers spread everywhere. Then the girl stepped forward and said, "His shoulder isn't broken, the sword is." "Is he even a human?" The girl said, "What's going on? Isn't that cheating?" The boy with the ponytail said, laughing, "He didn't use magic. Therefore, it's not cheating. He was just standing there." "What happened then?" The brown-haired boy, flustered. "I heard that when Belle was very young, someone cast body enhancement magic on him. Because of it, Belle has resistance not only to external forces but also to the effects of drugs." Belle raised his sword and smirked. The girl said to the boy with the ponytail, "This is the someone." He said, "Yes." Day 26, Master of Enchanted Tower, the great sorcerer Amaryllis. The sword clanged. Since the opponent has lost the will to fight, the brown-haired boy raised his hands and said. The audience gasped in awe, murmuring, "Wow." The host announced, "The victory goes to Lord Belchurius of Pahens. She must have wanted a very strong son." Belle raised his sword, making a clang, and said, "Lord Belchurius has also won the second round. Lord Belchurius has won the third round as well." Belle stood holding swords in both hands, looking around, and then thought, "Are these replica swords really the same?" The brown-haired man was trembling, shaking, and seemed completely rattled. The ponytail guy started laughing and said, "He's one lucky bastard, but this isn't him." She said, while smiling, "He is." The ponytail guy said, "During my academy days I heard a rumor that Amaryllis gave birth to Belle. Not because she wanted a son, but because she wanted to create a strong being. It's said that 15 years ago, even in her madness, she was still researching new spells to cast on Belle until the moment of her death." The girl with long hair and a black gown is sitting surrounded by many books, and she is looking at something in a book. You could say he is the finest masterpiece the legendary sorcerer left behind. The gray-haired girl and the ponytail boy were standing above, watching, and said, "It's the final round!" Rah! The host announced Lord Belturius, who is currently marching undefeated, faces his opponent. The brown-haired boy said, "Count Nori of Team White has defeated countless competitors and made it to the final round." The ponytail man said, "Bell should be careful if Count Nori is his opponent." "But why?" "Even though Bell is immortal, he is still made of flesh and blood, and he can still get cut." The gray-haired girl, who was sitting nearby and listening, said, "There's only one thing that can harm someone or a sorcerer with an enhanced body." Then she asked, "Does he use aura?" "He does aura functions by drawing mana from the air into the swords, allowing it to counter magic." She said, "I am surprised Count Nori has become able to use aura. The winner may make one request to Her Imperial Majesty." The host announced, "I shall grant the winner's wish." She said, "Nod." The brown-haired boy raised his hand, grinned slyly, and said, "Your Majesty, please grant me the exclusive right to the glass greenhouse in the palace." A wave of whispers and murmurs spread through the audience. The gray-haired queen widened her eyes in surprise. "The glass greenhouse?" The brown-haired boy raised his hand and said, "Your Majesty, please grant me the exclusive right to the glass greenhouse in the palace." The gray-haired queen widened her eyes in surprise. "The glass greenhouse?" The audience sitting on the stairs became chilled. The host, startled, said, "The glass greenhouse, sir?" He said while laughing, "You heard me." He sneered and said, "I am talking about the glass greenhouse that the former emperor allowed Grand Duke Assiler to use." She listened to his words in astonishment. The glass greenhouse in the southern part of the palace is known as the most beautiful space within the palace. It's a healing space created by a craftsman hundreds of years ago for the former imperials to relax and unwind. However, it has also become a symbol of the figurehead emperor and his retainer, manipulating him to dominate the empire. Grand Duke Assiler also requested the former emperor allow him to use the glass greenhouse. The man with the red gown said, "Since it is of no use to your Majesty, please grant my daughter the exclusive right to use the glass greenhouse." The brown-haired boy stood in the arena and said, "Since it's of no use to your Majesty, please allow me to use it." The host glanced around, and murmurs and whispers spread everywhere. Even if the glass greenhouse has an owner, it originally belonged to the imperial family. So, it reverts back to the current emperor when the emperor changes. The girl began to think. He wants to hand it back to the Grand Duchess? TSK. I heard the glass got weakened due to her sword practice. The man with the ponytail said, "If I may, Count Nori, I believe you may have misspoken." With a subtle grin, he said, "You must have the mint to request. It would be an honor to share our refreshment in the glass greenhouse with Her Imperial Majesty." The brown-haired boy said, "I don't think Her Majesty would break a promise she made. I won't back down no matter how much you pressure me." The gray-haired girl glanced. Belle stood in the arena, sword raised, smiling. She went dumb. The host scratched his head and said, May I continue, Your Majesty?" The queen said, "All right then. If you win the final round, I will grant your request, Count Nore." The man with the ponytail placed his hand on his chest, looking troubled, and said, "Your Majesty." The girl stepped forward and calmly said, "Please be patient." The host proceeds. "Ra, let the final battle begin." Ra. Count Nori of Team White, the boy with brown hair, stretched and cracked his arms. Bell sat calmly, holding his sword, versus Lord Belturius of Team Black. They both stood in the arena, and the brown-haired boy flinched before saying, "You are just a spoiled brat without your magic. You are completely out of your depth. My aura will cut right through that tough skin of yours." He slid his sword swiftly and said, "Ready, fight." Then, they both started fighting. The sound of "Dedesht" echoed through the arena. The brown-haired boy shouted, "Hiya!" as he swooshed his sword. Bell swiped. In a white dress, a girl with a robot standing beside her. she said. Even the master of the enchanted tower does not stand a chance against Aura. Even if his body is as hard as steel, it will cut him in half if he fails to dodge. The sword fighting began. Swish, clang, clink, whoosh. The girl with gray hair clenched her fist and said, "Belle, it's being pushed back little by little. He'll be okay." The bull began to stumble with its sword. "This is my chance. Juliet, you are done for," the boy with brown hair said as he attacked. The girl with gray hair was very worried. She thumped and said, "Oh no!" They started grunting, there was a chill, and the swords clanged together. "Arg, kurg, ugh. My shoulder." The boy with brown hair sat down crying on his knees and started saying, "Tremble, tremble, shake." He held his shoulder and started saying, "It's broken, arg. It hurts, it really hurts." The queen and the king were sitting and watching. The host said, "Help, where's the medical team?" There was a rush. The man with brown hair started crying. "Boo-hoo, I don't want to die." The queen said, "Belle," and the bells started glaring. He smiled and said, "I told you I was going to win." The king stood up thinking, "Unbelievable," and said, "That angel of the blade and the trajectory of the swing." In that brief moment, he masterfully mimicked the swordsmanship's technique. There was only one difference. Belle did not hold back. She said, "Is body enhancement unrelated to magic?" The king replied, "As far as I know, yes." She said, "I see, he is just a natural then." The host grabbed Belle's hand, raised it, and said, "The victory goes to Lord of Pahens, Belchurius." In glorious triumph, Lord Belchurius emerged as the final winner. The queen said, "Belchurius, Lord of Pahens, what is your wish?" Belle looked while grinning, and she said, "HM?" He said with a snicker. Belle says, "If I may, your majesty, my wish is." He said, "My wish is." The queen was listening. He said, glancing, "The only reason I participated in this tournament was because I disliked the idea of others making stupid wishes to the empress." She looked flustered when that weasel asked for the glass greenhouse. She said, "What wish will he make?" He said, "Mistaken, she is staring at me. She must be in awe of my competence." Belle stood in front of the queen and the king, saying all of this. He said while smirking, "So, it's a space that no one can use other than the empress, huh? The glass greenhouse." The king, looking shocked, came forward and said, "Hold on, Lord Belchurius." The queen raised her hand. The queen raised her hand to stop him. Belle, placing his hand on his chest, said, "Your Imperial Majesty, I humbly request the honor of sharing a refreshment with you in the glass greenhouse." The queen says, "Is that your wish?" The king says, "I wish that the greenhouse stayed closed off to anyone other than your majesty." "I see," she says. "Very well, I will grant your humble wish." The king smiled. A very magnificent palace, the greenhouse. Belle is sitting on a chair and says, "This place is certainly too precious to be given to the count." He glanced. While lifting a cup of tea, he says, "Congratulations! The members of the Royal Knights are known for their pride." He clacked his cup, and a butterfly sat beside him. The queen, sipping her tea, smiled and said, "It's quite an achievement to be liked by them." Everywhere, butterflies were flying around. They are still remaining distant from me, though. I can't blame them. The Grand Duke has handled the army, not the imperial family. Belle said, "Is that why they were squealing so loudly?" She said, "Sweet, it's called cheering." They were sitting at a dining table, and Belle said, "And why did they clap?" She said, "They were applauding you." They were sitting at a dining table, and he said, "That's what's hard to grasp for me." She raised her hand and said, "I find their fondness for me strange." He replied, "It's only natural. Knights tend to like strong individuals. That's why Roxanne Asselier is far more popular than me among the knights." Roxanne, the girl with red hair, who held a weapon in her hand. He says, "Huh? That woman? I don't get it." She, picking up the food, says, "Knights are attracted to those who are powerful. They have little respect for the weak." He says if that's true, Should they not be drowning in self-hate? She says, HM? Belle cracked a smile and said, They themselves are all weaklings. None of them are qualified to compare the Empress to someone else. She says, Okay, if you say so. Why so grumpy? He turned his face. Butterflies were fluttering. I have not had the chance to visit due to business, but it's certainly lovely here. He says while drinking tea. She asked, Do you like flowers, Empress? You have been smiling ever since we got here. She says, I do, but not as much as you. Hearing this, he drank a lot of tea, and tea came out of his mouth. He started coughing a lot, cough, cough, dot. She said, Are you all right? He said while coughing angrily, You don't like them as much as me, and placed the cup of tea down. She said, Yes, what of it? He stammered and said, Does that mean you like me more than? My passion for roses cannot compete with yours. Dot. He got lost in deep thought. I will have that instead. She was standing, wearing a beautiful red dress, with roses in her hair, and a rose flower lay in front of her. He said shyly, Oh, that's what you meant? The girl asked. Are you okay? He replied, Yes, I suppose. Raising his hand toward the sky and exclaiming, he said, Ahem. You are right, I am rather fond of flowers. And that's what I meant as well. The food sparkled on the table. There was a poof. Glitter filled the air. She said, Why did you do that, Belle? As a flower enthusiast, like you said I am, I prefer desserts in the form of flowers. You may try them. She said, You're quite sweet, aren't you? Wow, they really are cookies, huh? Peaky sweet? He said, Yes, I thought you only used flashy and scary magic. On this magic, my mother taught me this one. It may be hard to believe, but she valued even such trivial magic. She says, By mother, do you mean Amaryllis, the great sorcerer and the 26th master of the enchanted tower? He replied, Yes. She asked, Were you close to her? Well, she did try to pass on a lot to me, but I'm not sure if we were ever close. Butterflies were fluttering around the windows. It was an Askelaus who actually raised me. She asked, Askelaus? Is he your father? He said, No, he was just someone who served my mother in the enchanted tower. She laughed and said, Like Luca, who serves me? He raised his hand upward, and they both looked up. Then the girl said, Oh, the tea is hesitant. She said, So you didn't have a father then? Belle sat in front of her, listening to her words. He said, I heard you brought a handsome man home for the night. That was my mother's habit, she replied. And he might even be my father. I honestly don't care, she added. She said, I see, he replied. You are a peculiar one, Empress. What makes you think that? She asked. Butterflies are fluttering. Usually people either fear my mother or say that she was driven to death by her madness. He said no one spoke of her as casually as you, Empress. Belle said with a shrug. Are the rumors true? The girl replied. Who knows? She did research like a madwoman in her later years. He laughed, rested his elbow on the table, and asked, Did you hear any other rumors about my mother's death? She said, Other rumors such as? I see Anakin didn't tell you about it. Maybe he has his doubts about the rumor himself. There's a rumor that the son of Amaryllis. Belle placed his hand on his chest and said, Greedily absorbed all of her mama, causing her to die. Bill was sitting at the dining table with his hand on his chest, and in front of him sat the queen with gray hair. The story about Belle absorbing the mana of others and ruining their bodies and souls is something Anakin has told me many times. This is the first time I heard that his mother was one of his victims. She began to say, But Belle would not do it. Belle said, I find it hard to believe. The queen extended her hand forward and said, You would do such a thing? Belle said, Why is that? She shrugged and said, I don't know how magic works, but for that to be true, you would have had to either desire power or fear being weak. Belle said, Is that so? She said, Yes, and neither fact applies to you. Behind the desire for most people to become strong lies a fear of being in a weak state. In fact, that's what drove me to become the Empress. I hated being weaker than Luciano and Binus. A boy is standing in a very bad mood, and behind him stands another boy. I wanted to become the Empress, the ruler of the continent, in order to become strong. A girl in a very long frock with gray hair is holding a golden-colored staff. The queen said, "But not Belle. You neither desire nor fear anything." A butterfly taps on the blossoms. It is unusual to be like that, and I can only suspect one reason. The butterflies are fluttering. You are just born that way. You were never weak. It's impossible for you to want someone else's power. Belle was sitting, listening to everything. Also, you don't strike me as the kind of person who steals other people's manna. So even if you really observe someone else's manna, she says, laughing and pointing her finger, I am sure you had a valid reason. They were sitting across from each other at the dining table, and Belle said, "That's an interesting theory. Do I look devoid of desires to you?" She replied, "Are you not?" She tilted her head and began, "She is right. I have never wanted something badly my whole life. However, whenever I gaze into," she said her incredibly perceptive blue eyes. Belle said, "I feel." He throbbed. He creaked the glass and stepped. And said, "Empress?" She says, "Hmm?" He started walking slowly, step by step, and said, "Do you really think there is nothing I fear?" He leaned toward the girl, getting closer to her. She exclaimed and said, "Belle." She stood up and said, springing forward, he was standing right next to her, clenching his fist, and said, "I am constantly anxious." Jay stepped closer slowly. He touched her face gently and said, "I." She began to look startled. She began to breathe heavily and, blushing, said, "What are you doing, Belle?" She stumbled back in confusion and said, "Calm down and tell me." Tears welled up in her eyes. And she suddenly stepped back. Her eyes were wide with shock. "A girl is brushing the queen's hair." And she said, "Until you ascended the throne, the Grand Duchies used the greenhouse as a training ground for wardshipmen. This place is so beautiful, yet it's been neglected. The maid said, it would be wonderful if you could have some glassmakers come and inspect it. I heard that when people tried to enter the greenhouse to inspect the glass, the Grand Duchess screamed at them, claiming that they were trespassing in her greenhouse. The advocacy of that woman. The girl with the red hair was shouting at the servants and the others. The girl says, the air inside the glass greenhouse is different from the outside air. So if it's not carefully maintained, cracks begin to form on the window, and the queen is standing right beside it. She panicked and was terrified as the glass started to shatter. Just then, Belle entered, quickly leaned and caught the queen in his arms, and saved her. The glass shards began to shatter and fall. Belle immediately embraced the queen and held her tightly, saving her. She says, "Belle, are you all right?" She looks at Belle with emotions in her eyes and says, "Do you really think there's nothing I fear?" Belle starts to smile. She says, "I startled you, didn't I?" Belle says, "I would not say I was startled." She says, "If you were not startled, if I am not mistaken." She gently brushes her hand across Belle's face. He grabs and takes hold of the queen's hand. Intense fear. A beautiful palace at night. The bull is approaching with swish and slip. A young boy came running joyfully and said, "Hello. It's been ages since we met, Master Dot." Belle taped forward to greet the bull, but the bull slapped him angrily across the face and said, "You saw me yesterday, did you forget that?" Boy said, "We saw each other yesterday morning, and it's already evening now. It felt like an eternity." The boy said, "Are you sick, by the way?" "Huh?" The Belle said. "No," the boy asked, "did you get sunburned? Your face has gotten red." Belle flushed and said, "I am fine." Belle said, "I told you not to come unless I call for you, especially when I'm at the royal palace." Boy said, "That's why I waited so long to visit you." The boy said angrily, "Look at you. You have fallen ill because I wasn't there for you." Belle said, "What?" Boy said sorrowfully, "Come back, too." "Perhaps, master, my absence is clearly affecting your health. Belle said, "You seem to think very highly of yourself." The boy waged and sparkled and said, "I'm so bored." "You learned that the man you were looking for is the case man. I think you've accomplished enough. Please come back home." Belle said, "Study magic if you are so bored." I spooked him, so I must keep my eyes on him. Even though I assume he won't be able to run away and will come here with the Grand Duke. The boy said, "Even if he does not cause any trouble, the Grand Duchy and his daughter might." The Belle said, "What?" The boy, looking surprised, placed his finger on his mouth and said, "I heard that if the Empress dies, the Grand Duchies will succeed to the throne. The Grand Duke was excluded from consideration because of the rebellion he instigated long ago." The Belle said, "What are you talking about, Luca? Was it not the Grand Duke and his daughter who murdered Luciano and Arian Cajun? Who's to say they want to do it again?" The Belle, with his hand on his chin, said thoughtfully, "Are you all right, Master Belchurius? I have been indifferent to politics, but even I know that the royal families are always trying to kill each other. But after Arnoah returned from Duran, I never considered our situation where she might be assassinated by someone." A girl with gray hair was sitting, smiling. Belle said, "Damn it. Maybe I unconsciously thought I would always be by her side." The boy, after hearing all this, said, "You are acting rather strange today." The Belle said, "Master Belchurius, I will stay in the imperial palace indefinitely. That's the sensible thing to do. I will keep an eye on things by the Empress's side." He said, "What sense does it make when you do things just because they are sensible?" The boy, with a look of surprise, opened his mouth and said, "I always thought being the master of the enchanted tower was easy because you just did whatever you wanted." The Belle said angrily, "Huh? Have you gone insane?" The boy said, "Master, did you?" Belle shouted angrily and said, "That's none of your business." The boy said in utter shock, "Whoa! My, you really did what?" Belle said, "Shut up. It's not what you think. I have no reason to like her." The boy said, "Do you think about her a lot?" Belle replied, "Of course, she is the Empress." The boy continued, "But you never thought about Luciano, though. Well then, are you often tempted to do things for her?" The girl said, "That's because the people who keep getting in her way are irritating." The boy said, "You have always been irritated by everyone on this planet, yet you never lifted a finger." The boy wiped and laughed. "Haha, I see. There's no need to panic, Master Belchurius. You don't need a reason to like someone. It's your first time, so it's natural to be confused about your feelings. Luca, first love is nothing to be ashamed of. 10 years ago I too," the boy said with a laugh. Belle angrily interrupted. "Shut up! First love, huh? Is that what this is?" Belle Badumed then said, "Is the Empress my first?" He said, "Master Belchurius, could you look this way, please?" Belle replied, "What?" He was holding a pearl and said, "That's an alcove. This is a rare moment. The Anakin Willow will pay good money to see this." Belle crushed his fist angrily and said, "That's enough." The boy said, "Sorry, Master." Belle, turning around with firm steps, said, "Anyway, I will capture that poison-using bastard as soon as the Imperial army returns." The boy asked hesitantly, "And after that?" Belle turned around and said, "I told you multiple times, after I capture him, I will rip his body limb from limb, and hang his remains in Prahen's forest." Queen was sitting on a chair and lost in thought. The man with the ponytail said, "Are you feeling all right? You've been zoned out ever since you returned from the greenhouse. I had the workers fix the windows. I was told you were not hurt. But if you are..." Queen stretched and said, "Don't worry, I am perfectly fine." Then she coughed ahem and said, "What were we talking about?" He replied, "We were discussing the preparations for the welcome party." Queen stretched her arms and said, "The welcome party, huh? When the Imperial army led by the Grand Duke and his daughter arrives in the Empire, there will be the grand welcome party." The Queen said, "In any case, they are the heroes who came back from protecting the Empire. We must welcome them properly." The man with the ponytail stood beside her and said, "The welcome party should be spectacular." The Queen said, "That's right. If anything goes wrong, the Grand Duchy will claim that the Empress is mistreating the Imperial Army commander. The man with the ponytail said, "The Grand Duchess is out for your throne, Your Majesty. We should also consider the possibility of an assassination attempt. The only reason they have not tried anything yet is because they have not fully figured Your Majesty out." Queen said with a laugh, "Perhaps they might think I'm similar to Aryan. To the Grand Duchess, everyone is another Aryan." The man with the ponytail said, "However, she will change her mind once she meets you." Queen said she will. "I have already learned through Luciano that my very existence is a threat. Realize that Your Majesty is not someone who will hand over the throne without a fight. It's not like she will let me live if I give her the throne." The queen with beautiful blue eyes. A king and a queen are standing together, facing the other side. "I am the only daughter between the late emperor and empress, being born into the noblest lineage in the empire." The man with the ponytail said, "No, she won't. They will act quickly once they decide to assassinate you. They might use the welcome party to do it." She tapped her hand on a paper and said, "What you are saying is that I should bring as many witnesses as I can to the party, yes?" She laughed and clapped and said, "Fine. I am going to throw the most glorious welcome party ever." A man sneezes and says, "Let's invite guests from nearby kingdoms as well. The kings who want to impress Your Majesty will come running no matter how far away they are." The queen said, "Let's line up all the kings throughout the continent but luxury." She thought, "How should we go about this?" She said, "I am going to make the most of this." The man in the ponytail said, "From time to time, Your Majesty, you." The man in the ponytail said, "From time to time, Your Majesty, you." The queen said, "What? HM?" He places his hand on his chin and smiles and says, "You make me realize that you are just born to be an empress." The man in the red coat and his daughter are coming on horses, clip-clopping on the cobblestones. A whisper spread through the air. "I heard the Empress is jealous of the Grand Duchess." The second rider said, "Is it jealousy? Perhaps it's because the Grand Duchess is a renowned war hero." The other rider said, "I think so. We hadn't even known the Emperor's name until she ascended the throne. On the other hand, there isn't a single person on the continent who doesn't know the Grand Duchess." The other boy said, "She sounds a bit petty. A former queen of the small kingdom he ascended to the throne through luck. Is no match for the Grand Duchess, who has been leading armies since she was young." Belle said, "True, true. Goddess of war." Roxanne, with a long ponytail and holding a sword, Roxanne, who would cut down not only enemies but also the heads of her comrades with a single word, was both feared and admired by the imperial soldiers. A whisper falls over the place, and a horseback rider clenches his fist and says, "There is also a rumor that the Empress does not take kindly to us." The other asks, "Why's that?" He answers, "Because we are loyal to the Grand Duchess, of course." "That's hardly fair." One horseback rider says, "What did we fight for?" The other, placing a finger on his lips and glaring with anger, says, "Shut up. Anyway, prepare to have the doors slammed on our faces when we arrive at the capital." The man with red hair is standing, and a whisper falls over the place. He says, "Things are going according to the plan." He smiles and adds, "The soldiers are already against the Empress." Roxanne, sitting on the horse, says to her father, "We're her father." Her father says, "Wham! Let's not let the anger get the better of us, even if the welcome is underwhelming. We can use that against them." They reach the place, and the royal palace is beautifully decorated, with arrangements made for a grand welcome. And there is a sparkling atmosphere. Roxanne says, "It's anything but underwhelming." The Grand Dicky approaches, tapping his feet, and he bows. Along with him are several servants, all bowing. He bows and says, "The Empress has ordered us to immediately escort the troops to the palace." A horseback rider clenches his fist and says, "This is not much. This is the warmest welcome I have ever received." The other replies, "The Empress does not seem so bad after all." Roxanne glares angrily. "The nobles have begun to side with the Empress." She smiles and says, "We will need a more definite provocation." It seems the Empress has prepared a grand welcome ceremony for me. I will be sure to ready her kindness. At the party in the palace, everyone has arrived, and they are talking and smiling with each other. The girl with yellow hair says, tapping her feet as she approaches, the party is going smoothly. I think I've earned some rest. Although, it's concerning what the Grand Duke and his daughter might do. They won't cause any trouble with so many people around. She rubs her shoulder deep in thought. In the meantime, the girl in the red dress says confidently, Penelope. And the girl with yellow hair, startled, says, Louise? Louise grabs her hand and says, Penelope, hurry, go inside the hall. She replies, Lady Louise, why are you so agitated? Louisa rushes in quickly. The girl with yellow hair asks, What's the matter? All the guests have been. Louisa says with intense anger, see for yourself. Look who's sitting on the throne. Her beautiful blue eyes flinch, and Roxanne is sitting on a chair, sipping her drink and smiling. She is sitting on the Emperor's throne, Grand Duchess Roxanne Aslier. The girl in the yellow dress says, I see your vision has deteriorated a lot since we last met. She angrily says to Roxanne, Do you have any idea what you are sitting on? Roxanne laughs and replies, I do, it's a very comfortable chair. The girl shouts in anger, Grand Duchess Roxanne. Roxanne laughs, sips her drink, and says with a smirk. A girl moves while stepping forward and says, But I assure you, she will never be able to order me. The girl in the golden dress steps forward, holding a golden stick in her hand, and says, Grand Duchess Roxanne, Aslier, remove yourself from the throne immediately. I thought she was a pathetic woman who had a miserable marriage and lived in fear after her brother's death. A girl with a ponytail stands silently with her back turned. A short distance away, a boy and another girl are laughing and talking happily with each other. And now, become a figured empress. But her eyes remind me of. In a white dress, the ponytail girl says, Sheath your sword. Roxanne shows off angrily, pushes her, and says, I have no use for a horse that gives me second place in Roxanne Aslier. Roxanne, in a fit of rage, strikes with her sword, slashing and splattering as she attacks and kills her. Blood starts to appear. The girl falls forward and watches, trembling in pain. Roxanne laughs and says, Do you see how it's suffering in pain? It's because you stopped me. I see it has become fiercer than back then. Roxanne, laughing with a sly grin, says, But people don't change, no really. Your Majesty, I apologize for not having congratulated you on your accession to the throne. The Queen standing in front says, I will receive your congratulations from my seat. Get off the throne. Servants stand nearby, and Roxanne is sitting on her chair, and says, Is this how you treat your guests? I am tired from the long journey I have undertaken. So grant me the seat. The Queen replies, Find a different chair. Roxanne, stroking and smiling, says, Oh, but I like this one. A whisper fills the air, and the Queen begins to say, It's because it's made for me. It's natural for knights to admire Roxanne, who is skilled not only in martial arts but also in strategy. The Queen glances and says, However, it's unbelievable that they are letting her occupy the Empress's throne. The Queen said, I advise you against ordering the knights to remove me from my seat. Roxanne clinks her glass and says, The allegiance of the Imperial Army and the Royal Knights. The glass shatters into pieces, clattering loudly. The Queen says, The Imperial Army and the Royal Knights' allegiance is to me, not you. Whispers begin to fill the air as people start talking amongst themselves. One man says, How insolent! Another says, You should watch your mouth. A third person says, That was borderline treason. Someone else adds, Don't say that out loud. Everyone is murmuring among themselves. I was aware that most of the royal knights, although they seemed loyal to me, were reluctant to follow my orders. A man, dressed in royal kingly attire, stands with his back turned. Behind him, a girl in a white dress stands silently. Her gaze is cast downward, shadows of the past flickering across her face. She speaks softly to them, I am just a sister of the incompetent former emperor, and a former queen of a small kingdom who returned after getting divorced. No matter how many allies I make, Most nobles merely remain neutral to avoid opposing the influential few on my side. The Assyrians still have a tight grip on the empire. That's why the knights are turning a blind eye to the Grand Duchy's words and actions bordering on treason. People were standing and talking among themselves, instead of punishing her for her behavior. Sitting on the throne, Roxane says, "So you think their allegiance is to you, huh? I want to kick her off the throne right now. It might be true. But if you were the Empress, it would be wise to make your moves carefully," the Queen said, "for the sake of what you have built so far." Roxane smiles with a touch of pride. The Queen speaks calmly yet firmly. "I cannot let rumors favor the Grand Duchess. It's frustrating, but this is the best response for now. That is the reason I am tolerating your treasonous behavior." The Queen taps her golden stick lightly on the ground and says, "Here is my gratitude, for you and for how you fought for the Empire at the frontier for so many years." Roxane looks directly at her, then responds coldly, "However, do not mistake the mercy I have shown." The Queen said, "For you're right, I don't think you are so ignorant that you need to be reminded of every courtly etiquette regarding the imperial family." People leaned toward one another, whispering quietly. A murmur spread through the hall. Roxane glares with fury in her eyes. A girl sits on the ground, her breathing labored and shallow. She wheezes loudly, as if struggling to draw a breath. Roxane looks at the girl. She will run away in tears soon. She leaned and said, "There is no need to be afraid." She hugs her horse gently, whispering, "You will be all right." Roxane chills and says, "I thought she was a big softy, but it seems like she has learned how to behave as an empire." A young man steps forward, catching everyone's attention, and says firmly, "Every Majesty's words are fair and just." The young man says with a mix of anger and humility, "Show some respect as her retainer, Grand Duchess." Roxane said, "You surprise me, Duke Reichel. I didn't think you'd be so good at pretending to be loyal to the Empress." Duke Reichel places his hand over his chest, speaking in a serious and challenging tone. "The relationship between my house and the Empress is none of your business. Do you think it's worth risking it with the assailants?" The boy in the white dress, his gaze filled with anger, turns to Duke Reichel and says, "You are the one who's risking the relationships with every house here with your insolence." Roxane thumped and tapped her hand, speaking challengingly. Even Marquis Bethaniel is on her side. The Queen, with fury in her eyes, leaned on Roxane and, with a commanding tone, said, "I am telling you for the last time, get off the throne, Roxane Assalier." Roxane smirks, smiling knowingly, and with a mocking tone says, "I see she's been making her pawns while the assailers were busy fighting on the battlefield. It's almost laughable how hard she's trying. How should I deal with her?" She holds up a piece of paper, reading it seriously, and says, "The report I received before arriving at the capital said that several factions had aligned themselves with the Empress, apart from those two. She creaked and said I could crush her right here and now. But there are too many eyes. I, the soon-to-be Empress, shall bestow mercy." Roxane stands up, bows respectfully before the Queen, and says with a tone of apology, "Excuse my behavior, Your Majesty. I was really very far from the long war. Please forgive me." Queen said, "I understand. I shall forgive your impertinence. I hosted this party to celebrate your efforts after all." Roxane laughs softly, bowing with grace, and says, "Why don't you show your appreciation and grant me this request?" The Queen looks at Roxane and says, "My soldiers have been battle-hardened over the years." Roxane, smiling challengingly, says, "But there may still be much to be desired in the eyes of those who serve your Majesty." The Queen, with a challenging and confident tone, says, "Would you consider taking it upon yourself to personally impact guidance to them?" Roxane, laughing softly, says with confidence, "In the tournament? As you know, former emperors used to participate in tournaments. It was a way to access military capabilities and strengthen military authority." A very strong and muscular man, holding a sword in his hand, stands with determination and says, "And earn the loyalty of knights." The Queen said, "So you want me to fight you in the tournament?" Roxane laughs softly, easing the tension, and says, "Haha, there is no need to be so nervous. I am not asking you to fight me in a one-on-one fight. Two men are fighting with swords. Of course, we could engage in combat with swords. But there are also battles that test leadership and military strategies. Two men are fighting with swords, while a boy stands at the top, raising his hand as he speaks, and the rest of the people listen attentively. Roxanne, looking at the queen, says, "It would not be honorable of me to challenge you to a fight that can be easily won with raw strength alone. That's why I am proposing a team battle." She intends to demonstrate not only her strength but also her leadership to make me appear insignificant. The queen tightly clenches her stick in her hand and says she must think I am as incompetent as Luciano. There is a game commonly played among groups in rivalry. Tactics is a game where several knights fight over a common target under the direction of each team's commander. It may sound simple, but it's a complex team battle involving both swordsmanship and superior techniques. The chess pieces are clashing. Simply put, it's a miniature version of warfare. Roxanne said, "If you win against me and my knights, rumors will spread praising the new empress for defeating the Aceleres in a game of strategy." Whispers and murmurs fill the air, and the queen, reflecting on the situation, says her proposal sounds tempting, but I can sense that people are already assuming I will lose. The queen, with a determined look, says, "I can neither avoid nor lose this fight. But since this is a challenge she initiated, I can slowly turn the tide if I play my cards right." The queen, smiling, says, "Very well, I accept your challenge." Whispers fill the air, and the yellow-haired girl says, "Your Majesty." Roxanne said, laughing, "In that case, I will be looking forward to our friendly competition." And she turned, walking away. Roxanne, laughing, says, "I will show her mercy and crush her futile dreams." The queen, speaking firmly, says, "Look at her flower of confidence. I will not let you have your way." There is a large table with chairs placed around it. The queen sits in the front seat, and papers are spread out in front of her. People are seated around the table, each holding papers. The boy in the white shirt looks at her in surprise and says, "Are you certain?" "That's a good idea, Your Majesty." The queen holds the paper in her hand, studying it carefully. The boy with the light beard says, "Your Majesty, it's the assailants we're talking about. Everyone avoids engaging them in battle. You of all people should know this. If we had directly confronted the Grand Duchy, we would never have succeeded in securing the surrender ether." He turned and said, "That tournament could work for us. If Your Majesty were to defeat the Grand Duchess, a hero of the Empire in that tournament, it would strengthen your position." The queen stands tall, holding a staff in her hand. The man with the ponytail places his hand on his chest and says, "I agree with Duke Reichel. Unfortunately, many soldiers are influenced by the assailants and have doubts about Your Majesty's leadership." The queen smiles and says, "Then I must defeat the Grand Duchess by a large margin to reassure them." "What do you know about the Grand Duchy's knights?" "They are all seasoned veterans, who have participated in warfare alongside the Grand Duchy for a long time." Roxanne smirks and says, "The Grand Duchess is skilled in tactics and clearly understands the capabilities of her knights. So, she is likely underestimating us. She must think a powerful empress like me does not stand a chance." The queen says calmly, "Is that what you think as well?" Everyone stood watching and listening in silence. The young man with a light beard clenched his fist and said firmly, "Of course not, Your Majesty. While we may lack experience in warfare, our skills are in no way inferior to theirs." He paused, then added with a faint smile, "You're finally starting to sound like a knight." Queen tapped their hand on the paper and said with calm authority, "I have reviewed all the battle records in which the assailants have participated. And I have noticed that when the Grand Duchess is confident in her victory, the red flag is waving." Roxanne raises her sword, fury flashing in her eyes. She strikes with full force. She often pursues the enemy more than necessary to demonstrate her dominance. Her arrogance is her weakness. The queen, seated calmly on her throne, says, "And I intend to exploit that." The young man with a light beard asks, "Exploited how?" The ponytail guy, with his hand on his head, says, looking worried, "Your Majesty is saying she will use herself as bait." "Bait?" The boy in the white suit, sticking out his tongue, says, Please reconsider, Your Majesty. The boy with the beard exclaims, Bait the Empress. They use the Empress as bait. Duke Reichel says, We will do our best to protect Your Majesty. But there is no telling what the Grand Duchies will do if she gets a chance to be alone with you. Queen says, Is this not a game where we ultimately have to defeat the leader? Duke Reichel said it is, but... The Queen raised the paper and said, You can't win anything without risking something. I got to where I am now by taking risks. I will trust in you all, so trust in my plan and follow my lead. All the people sitting there were looking at the Queen, listening to her words, and then they said, Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. She swooped. The green trees swayed, and the rustling began. Under a vast blue sky, a beautiful castle stood in the distance, with the title, Master Belcherus. The student of Belcherus burst out excitedly, shouting loudly, Big news! I just heard something crazy at the palace. Belcherus sat in his chair, a book in his hand and glasses perched. He calmly said, Luca, I thought I told you to stay away from the palace. Luca started. Don't fixate on the details, master. Belcherus glared at him and said, This better be worth defying my orders. Luca revealed, The Empress is going to fight the Grand Duchies in the tournament. Belcherus said in astonishment, What? Luca said with a spring in his step, but it sounded like she had a plan. That includes being bait and risking things. He leaped. Luca said, Huh? Luca shouted, Master Belcherus, where are you going? The wind blew through the window. The Queen swished her jacket and said, This is my first time participating in the tournament. The jacket was lying there, and there was a bow with arrows placed on it. She says, My plan is flawless, but it does not hurt to prepare for unexpected situations. And she was clattering something. Bell? Bell came running, panting heavily. He rushed and said to the Queen, What's the matter? You seem odd. What's the matter with you? Bell grabbed her by the shoulders and said while shaking her, Is it true that you will be fighting against the Grand Duchies in the tournament? She said. Word sure travels fast. Bell said, Answer me, Empress. The Empress said you are clueless. Yes, but it's a team battle. I thought you knew how these tournaments work. Bell said, I thought you were going to fight her in a duel. He hesitated and said, What if something happens to you? I can't participate in this one. At least let me cast the luck spell. She gently stroked Bell's face with her hand and said, Bell. She cupped Bell's face with both hands, pressed her forehead against his, and said, You trust me, don't you? Bell, looking troubled, said, I do trust you, but... The Empress pinched both of Bell's cheeks and said, Oh. No buts. She said, I am confident I will manage this without your help. So just watch me from the sidelines this time, okay? He grabbed her hand. Bell rubbed her hand on his face. Okay, I will. The horse clopped, and she said, You will see, Bell. She was ready for the tournament and sitting on her horse. She said, I will come out victorious. There are many kinds of team battles. Team battles can include hunting unleashed animals. The wolves were walking along, or racing to find treasure first while exploring mazes or caves. There were diamonds and jewels kept in the box. Out of all the various types of team battles, the one Roxanne and I chose was... Roxanne and Empress were standing face to face. Armband heist. In the armband heist, each team's king is accompanied by knights. The knights protect the king. The king and everyone else were fighting with swords, while the kings tried to take each other's armbands. A boy was standing, holding a cloth in his hand, raising his hand high. The game ends when either king successfully snatches the armband of the opponent. Host, raising his hand, would say, All the weapons provided are blunt replicas, he said, covered in specially made paint. All safety tested. Anyone with these pants on their neck, chest, or head is eliminated from the game. Splattered paint does not count. Eliminated. Of course, the game ends if the commander gets eliminated. Game over. Roxana, sitting on the horse, says, Is everybody ready? Those sitting on the horses behind her said, "Yes, Your Grace. Let us begin." The Empress sitting on the horse said, "Stick to the plan." The people sitting on the horses behind said, "Yes, Your Majesty." The team battle. The Empress dashed and said, "Go." Roxana dashed and said, "Hiya." Move straight toward the Empress position. The Empress glopped the horse and wiped. The air was filled with whooshing sounds. Roxana smirked and said, "How nice of them to scatter by themselves." She wiped and said, "Split up." The ones behind on horses said, "Yes, Your Grace." Roxana was galloping forward, and the Empress glanced and said, "She is coming straight after me, as expected." The man with the ponytail was sitting with an open book, looking into it, and said, "This is..." The Queen Empress said, "Yes, the causes of death may vary, and all are listed as accidents. But the people who opposed the assailants are now all dead. If the assailants have been intentionally disguising murders as accidents," Roxana was talking to her father, "there is no guarantee they won't do it again this time. A hand lies on the floor, stained with blood. Even if I die, they will claim that I met my end because I was too proud to acknowledge my lack of knowledge about the tournament strategy. The Grand Duchess will definitely try to engage me in a one-on-one confrontation with her." Is the Empress observing intently? Doki Reichel and the man with the ponytail were both standing and said, "I can use that to my advantage." The Empress was looking at Roxana. "I will turn her strategy against her." The Empress turned back, glipped. The Roxana says, "Take out Empress Knights," she said while raising her hand. The weapon said, "Yes, Your Grace." "Wait, what is happening?" Flapped. Roxana said that the Empress has made a mistake. Lady Roxanne is right behind Her Majesty. There is not a single knight who is there to protect the Empress. Roxanne smirked and said, "Raja?" Belchers came, glancing, in a long caped gown, and said, "Now is the time." He wiped his finger. Shah. The cat and other animals flinched. They said, "Master, do you feel it?" The cat said, "Hiss, it's him." The host said, "Huh?" And there began to be a murmur. He said, "The screen is." There began to be chatter. The host said, "What is going on?" "The feed is breaking up. There was murmuring everywhere, and one man said, "Who is the scorer in charge?" The other man said, "I will see who it is." Roxana galloped and said, "It's finally broken." Roxana said, "Your Majesty, our little race is getting tiresome." The Empress flinched and galloped. Roxana said with a laugh, "To change the people's perception of you." The Empress turned the wheel. Roxana drew his sword, and the Empress also gripped her sword. Roxana and the Empress began sword fighting. Roxana flinched as her sword cracked. Her sword is real. Both swords collided, and there was a shine. The Empress said, "What?" and there was rustling in the air. The Empress said, "Are you surprised? I came up with the same trick as you. The Empress swished and said, "Bringing a real sword to a friendly match is hardly fair." Roxana says, "What are you talking about? I only bought my sword to protect myself. From someone who envies my honor." The Empress said, "Honor? Honor, huh?" The Empress smiled and said, "Why would an Empress be jealous of something so trivial?" "What was that?" The swords clenched. Roxana, gritted, and getting angry, said, "Did you say my honor is trivial?" "How dare you?" Roxana said, swishing with great anger. A cat growled and said, "It's him." The Empress said, "As I expected, he followed the assailants into the Empire. But I don't need to stop him myself." The Empress said to the bell, "Trust me and wish me luck. I am confident I will manage this without your help this time." "Empress," said Luca, the raccoon flinched and said, "Watch over the situation here. I am off to catch the bastard." "What?" The cat said, "The Empress will be all right. However, should her life be in danger, protect her while concealing your identity. I am continuing on you." Raccoon leaped and said, "Yes, master." The raccoon, sitting on a tree branch, says, "Master Belcheris." Raccoon shouted and said, "How dare you?" The Empress and Roxana were both sword fighting while mounted on horses, exchanging swift swings and clever moves. "He must," the boy with a braid glanced, having sensed Manhwa. Bel, with his ear pressed to the wall and listening carefully, says, "He didn't capture me last time because we were outside the Empire. But this time, he will definitely come for me. I will surely be killed. If I get captured. If only I had more power. As soon as I get my hands on the soul stone the Grand Duke has promised." The boy with the braid attacks the other boy and chokes him. "I will be able to overpower Belchurius and put him in his place." He glanced and said, "I must be cautious. Until then, how long do I have to interfere with the video signal?" He chills. Bel chokes the boy with the braid, slams him to the ground, and says, It's Belchurius, you must have lost your mind to show up here." Bel cracks and chokes him with great force, and immediately, a murmur fills the air. The boy says, "Watch out, Your Majesty." A whisper and murmur fill the air, and Bel, holding his throat, watches on screen that the Empress and Roxana engage in a sword fight. He said, "The screen is back on." He swiped, and Bel splashed water on the boy. He swooshed. Dale turns to leave but glances back. The Empress was dueling with Roxana. The sound of clashing swords echoed, clang, clang. Roxana smirks and says, "She's as weak as I thought." Whispers spread all around, and a wave of unease ripples through the crowd. The man with the light beard and Dookie Reichel both stand up, and he clenches his fist with determination. Dookie Reichel stands up from his seat and says, "The Grand Duchess is far better at fighting than you, Your Majesty. Even if you start training now, it would be difficult to beat her in combat." He said, "If only you could buy some time to fight off the enemy's knights." Dookie Reichel, Baron Ven. The Empress said, "On that matter I have a favor to ask. I survived the first attack only because of her carelessness. The Empress gets injured on her hand, she stumbles back and wobbles. And I managed to evade the second attack thanks to luck. But it's too risky to engage in close combat further." The Empress, witnessing it all, says, "In that case," then turns and says, "Hiya." Roxana dashes and says, "Ha!" running away again. The Empress galloped. "A weapon, Your Majesty?" she says. "Hide it around here," as she places her finger on the table. The boy glances around and leaves a sign. He rushes off. The Empress snatches an arrow from the bow and swooshes it away. Roxana gulps, laughs, and says, "I see you are up to something. Whatever your trick is, it won't work on me." She zings. The Empress asks, "Are you sure?" and begins to throw the arrows. She cracks, "Just a few more minutes." Roxana flinches as the Empress, in a whoosh, throws an arrow. Nay! She is aiming at the horse on purpose. The horse jumped. Roxana said, "Calm down, you dumb horse." Empress flashed. There is a whoosh, and the Empress pushes Roxana. Roxana falls hard to the ground. Ugh! The Empress sharpens her sword. The Empress moves over Roxana and swooshes the sword. Roxana gets very scared. The Empress swings her sword and says, "You are out." The Empress attacked and said, "You are out. This is unacceptable. I thought this game could be won with brute force, no matter what strategy the opponent used." The Empress raised her hand, and there was a cloth in it. She said, "I can't believe I lost." To cheap trick, this helpless Empress pulled. "Don't you look down on me, surrender Duchess." Roxana sheathed the sword and said, "You are just a powerless figurehead of an Empress. You don't have to look down on me." Roxana shouted, "Stop right there." Roxana placed her sword at the Empress's throat. The boy with a light beard said, "Lower your weapon at once, Grand Duchess. Her Majesty has your armband. The game is over." Roxana gritted her teeth with anger and shouted, "Shut up, the game isn't over yet. I still have my knights." She glares with such fury. Suddenly, a buzzing sound started, and the flap began to move as well. Roxana wiped and said, "The magic camera is working again." Shetted her teeth and said, "Raja, you useless piece of shit." The boy with the braid stands there, clutching his arm in pain, and then says, "All you had to do was keep the audience in the dark. Yet you failed me once again." The host announced, We have a winner! Rah! The victory goes to our beloved Empress. The Empress grinned, and Roxana started gritting her teeth. Roxana rises and says, "They say the throne of the strong is always lonely." The Empress raises a red cloth in her hand and says, "You lost because of your arrogance. A game against Roxanne, Asilier, the strongest swordsman in the Empire." The audience raised their hands in joy at Arnoah's display of strategy and defeating her opponent. Seeing all this, Belle was pleased. It left a deep impression on the citizens of the Empire. Arnoah is laughing with joy. The Imperial Palace Ballroom is a very beautiful palace, with elegant tables adorned with fruits. Arnoah is sitting on the chair, and beside her stands a man with a ponytail. She says this celebration party is just as grand as the previous welcome party. The Grand Duke seems to have spared no expense. A whisper and murmur spread among the people. Is that so? Yes. People are talking among themselves and Roxana's father is standing with his back to them. He says with a grunt, "I believe he thought the Grand Duchess would win the game. The man standing there is slumping in exhaustion. A boy approaches Arnoah and says, "Congratulations on your victory, Your Majesty." Arnoah replies, "Lord Damien. Placing his hand on his chest and smiling, he says, "It was an honor to serve Your Majesty in this tournament." Arnoah smiles, "Your father, Duke Reichel, contributed greatly to my victory as well." The boy turns around, and behind him stands Duke Reichel. "It was my pleasure," he says. Duke Reichel says, "I could not help but notice that while our knights were fulfilling their duty to protect Your Majesty, the other knights were now here to be found. A bald man and another man in royal attire are standing together." "I don't like your tone, Duke Reichel," Roxana's father said angrily. "Are you implying that the knights who sided with Duchess are disloyal?" Duke Reichel smirks and says, "Disloyal would be an accurate description, yes." And Roxana's father angrily says, "What did you just say?" There, silence and whispers take over. "I mean, he's not wrong. The royal knights should indeed serve the Empress." A man sighed. A man walked step by step and said, "I won't deny that we sided with the Duchess, Your Majesty. We have been serving the Grand Duchy, who is our commander on the battlefield, for a long time. And we wanted to demonstrate our respect for her one last time in this tournament." He said the commander of the First Order finally stepped in. And now that the war is over, he kneeled. Bowing before Arnoah, he says, "Your Imperial Majesty will be the only one we serve." They all kneel before Arnoah and say, "Your Majesty, please forgive our past impudence." And they say, "If you grant us a chance, we will wield our swords only for Your Majesty." Arnoah says, "Shameless opportunists. I hoped the knights would side with me, but seeing them actually do so is astounding." She taps her finger on the chair and says they had no problem aligning themselves with the assailants all this time. But now that the tides have turned, they are switching to my side. What should I do with them? Arnoah sits on the chair and says, "I shall give you a chance." And he, feeling happy, says, "I am grateful for your mercy." She said, "You will serve as squires to the knights of House Reichel for a month to learn how to serve your lord properly. Upon hearing this, they all become very surprised and distressed. Roxana's father clenches his hand tightly, trembles, and says, "Your Majesty, assigning such manual tasks to knights is an insult to their knighthood. Did you not hear the commander ask for a chance?" She says with a grin. "If they truly wish to serve me, they should be willing to endure a little punishment." Roxana is listening to and watching all of this, and she stomps her feet in frustration. "Learn how to serve your lord properly. They should be willing to endure a little punishment. Surrender, Duchess." Roxana is walking away, clenching her fist in anger. She grits her teeth and says, "You lost because of your arrogance. Traitors." Everything was shattered. Roxana huffs in anger and says, "Damn the Empress, damn the knights. I will kill them all." Roxana huffs in anger and says, "Damn the Empress, damn the knights. I will kill them all. I will." She walks up and stands in front of the man with the ponytail, and he says, "Grand Duchess. That ponytail boy is Anakin Willow. Roxana says with attitude, yeah, you are, so you were the one behind all this. He says, behind what? Roxana says, don't play coy with me. The Empress is too dumb to come up with such a strategy on her own. Anakin Willow, laughing, places his hand on his face and says, perhaps you have just been overestimating yourself. Roxana and Anakin Willow stand, and there's a chill. Great, another one who thinks he can get away with mocking me by being slick. Anakin Willow says, you are quite bold for an Empress, lapdog. Lapdogs live longer than rabid dogs who try to bite their owner, don't they? Roxana is listening to all of this in anger, and she dashes forward and says, you dare mock Anakin Willow swoosh. D. He squeezed his eyes shut. I pushed it to F.A.R. Bell steps forward towards Anakin Willow and grabs his sword. Roxana, staggering with anger, says, Belchurious? He said, I could hear you screaming from the other side of the palace. Don't you have better things to do? He says, sighing as he slides his sword to the side. Then harass a civil servant who can't wield magic or a sword. Leave this, it does not concern you. The sword clangs down. And the bell says to Roxana, I decide what concerns me, for I am the one with power. Bell smirked and said, isn't that what you always say? It's all because of him. Ever since he started meddling in our business. The bull is pouring wine into a glass and talking to Roxana's father. Roxana says, my plans have been falling apart. Roxana turns and says, I see things have changed a lot with the new Empress. I never thought I would see the day when weaklings, who can't do anything without magic, would act so smug. She flinches and says, you are the one who tried to use black magic during that tournament. The bell stands behind, laughs and says, when you said weakling, were you referring to yourself? Roxana thumps and says, a weakling? Me Roxana Aslier? Then the thump-thump sound starts to echo. The bull extends his hand, and something like smoke emerges from it, spewing out with force. He says it laughing, with this magic you despise. I can separate your head from your body in a second. Roxana places her hand on her face and says, I have never been insulted in such a way in my life. But the fear of his overwhelming power is suppressing my grace. She trembled her hand and said, I hate to admit it, but I can't kill him alone. I will be on my way. She turns around and says, this is far from over. Next time, you will get what you deserve. The bull slams his hand, and there is a creak. Behind him, Anakin stands. Then Bell opened his hand and said, finally some peace and quiet. Are you all right, Anakin? Anakin sparkles and says, of course, not my flawless neck might have gotten a scar. I should have let her have at you. Is your hand okay? You should not catch a dagger with your bare hand, even if your body is protected by mana. The bull said, I am fine. Looking at his hand, he says, it takes a lot more than that. Blood was dripping from his hand. He said, hurt me. Anakin said, you are bleeding, Bell said. What the? Anakin jumps and says, oh, I got splashed with some kind of poison at the arena. Maybe it's because of that. And you have not detoxified yourself yet. The bull gestured with his hand and said, stop making a fuss, I'm immune to all poisons. Anakin said, are you going to transform here? Your spirit form's ears just popped out. The bull placed both hands on his head, fumbling, and said, huh? Anakin said, are you sure you are okay? Anakin stepped forward and said, this is bad. I will go. Look for an antidote. Get to somewhere safe. The bull replied, oh, okay. The bell walks while tapping, then he glances and says, come out. A few people came stepping forward, and the bull said, unbelievable. Belen clenched his fist and said, who the hell sent assassins after me? Do you have any idea who I am? Blasted. I am turning into my spirit form. Half of his body has already transformed. He gripped the sword in his hand, unsheathing it, and said, his body enhancement magic is wearing off, now's our chance. The two men had masks on their faces and were wearing long coats, caped coats. They leaped and attacked, saying, kill him. Bell swished and swung the sword. The bull attacked, and the man fell face down. I am pretty good with my fist as well, the bull said while attacking him. When the pow and thwack sounds happened, a man dropped to his knees, placing his hand on his chest, and began coughing. The bull strangled the man, gripping him, and said, Are you their leader? He said, Kurg. Bell said, I have never been half transformed before. Bell twitched him and said, It's hard to control my strength. Blood was dripping on the floor. I feel strange. The bull said, My body is heating up, and I am getting dizzy. Blood was dripping from his nose and mouth, and his shirt was stained with blood. The bull crushed the man. He placed his hand on his head and said, Could this be because of his poison? Bell hoofed and thought that Anakin said he would look for an antidote. He wobbled and said, I need to find someplace safe. Creak is heard in the palace. Queen Arnoah walked with slow, tired steps. As she loosened the ribbon in her hair, she said, I'm so tired. She swished and said I would have enjoyed the party if Anakin had not left me alone with those boring people. Arnoah was seated on the chair, while two people stood quietly around her. She said, And if the knights had not fought over who's going to escort me to my chambers. People there started fwishing and squabbling, chaos erupted, and Arnoah sat there, growing increasingly bored with it all. Another crazy day at the palace. Tension filled the air, voices rose, and it felt like the calm had shattered into chaos. The bull entered. Behind it, a long, cat-like tail swayed, and its ears had turned sharp and feline. Its hands, now resembling soft cat paws, moved with silent grace. It walked forward, letting out soft huff, huff. Arnoah asked in shock, My goodness, are you all right? Bell said, I missed you, Arnoah. He seems kind of different from his usual self. Arnoah touched the bell and asked, What happened? What's with all the blood? The bull spoke softly. Arnoah, I feel much better now that you're with me. And then, unexpectedly, the bull hugged Arnoah. Arnoah pushed the bull away, saying, Bull, what are you doing? She looked at him in shock and confusion. Arnoah wiped the bell by its face. The bull starts hugging her again, and Arnoah says, You are not even in Snowy's form. Are you drunk? But I don't smell alcohol on you. Bell said, I just got splashed with some strange concoction. Arnoah gently touched the bull's cat-like ears and said, What do you mean, strange concoction? Your cat ears are showing. He replies, I don't know. I keep turning into my spirit form. Arnoah grabbed the bull's face and said, There's blood on your ears. Are you hurt? Bell said, Huh? Blood? The bell unbuttoned his shirt and said, All my blood is rushing down there. Arnoah yanked him and shouted, Get a hold of yourself. I will have you imprisoned for indecency. Arnoah flinched and picked up a cloth stained with blood. She asked, What is this? The bull replied calmly, Don't worry, it's not mine. Arnoah said, Did assassins infiltrate the palace again? She says, Wait, I need to let the guards know. The bell, as the cloth slips from her hand, says, No. The bell hugged Arnoah from behind and said, Don't go, Arnoah. Bell said good morning with a smile. Bell and Arnoah are lying on a bed. Bell leans over her and says, I just woke up as well. Arnoah turns around and looks back, saying, Bell? She thinks, Why is he still here? She cuddles with the cat. She said, He is cuddling with me, and he is not even in snowy form. Bell rubs Arnoah from behind and says, I was able to sleep well for the first time in a long time. Arnoah playfully pushes him with her elbow and says, You seem to have recovered. Are you feeling all right? He replies, I've never felt better. She rises and says, Then we should get out of bed. I need to get dressed. She gets up, and Bell grabs her hand from behind, flipping it and holding onto it. And he said, Are you running away from me? He holds Arnoah's hand close to his face and says, I did not forget what happened yesterday. She thinks, UGH, I wish he'd forget. Bell holds her hand and says, I told you I like you. Then he whispers and adds, And I still haven't gotten an answer from you. She flinched. He holds Arnoah's hand, and I did not plan on confessing my feelings this soon. But now that the secret is out, I can't pretend nothing happened. Arnoah starts thinking, and said, but it's not possible. Belle said, what isn't? Arnoah said to Belle, I heard you did not understand the concept of love, just like your mother, who never loved her partners. Belle, looking at her, says, the masters of the enchanted tower only feel interest or curiosity toward others, never love. Belle says while clenching his fist. But never love. He says, placing his hand on his forehead and looking troubled, that's what Anakin told me a long time ago. Anakin, you blabbermouth H. I won't lie. He stands in front of Arnoah and says, just like you said, I have never felt affection for anyone. I am sure that Amaryllis has never done so either. I thought it would be impossible for someone to love me or for me to love Samyan. He swished her face gently. He says, while fuming, until I met you. Push me away if you don't want this. He says, getting closer to her, and she says, Belle, why? The girl with yellow hair suddenly comes in, fuming, and says, are you all right, Your Majesty? I heard that assassins were found in the hallway last year, Your Majesty? Arnoah shuffled, panicking, and said, Penelope, this is not what it looks like. I have no affiliation with Hyam. She says with a smile, let me explain. Yet he seems to find his way into your chambers quite often. The cat must really like you. The cat, curled up on the bed, is meowing. Arnoah, looking back while smiling, thinks, thank goodness he has quick reflexes. Good boy, stay right where you are. Penelope slips a coat over her shoulders. Arnoah asks, so what became of the assassins? She replies, most of them were dead when he found them. The only survivor killed himself as WLL. There is no one left to interrogate. Arnoah says the assailants needed to meet them first, so they can't be reached. I see any other news. Penelope whispers in Arnoah's ear and says, there are people who insist on seeing you. Even when I told them you need rest, should I kick them out? Arnoah says, who are they? There is a knock at the door. Anakin and Luca enter. She says, Anakin, Luca, what's going on? Luca, folding his hands, says sweetly, this is urgent, Your Majesty. The Prehen forest, 10 years ago? There are trees, a place with trees, under white clouds, and birds are flapping. And below, there is a carcass of some animal. It still seems not enough. The cures need more lives to become more powerful. A boy is walking towards them, looking gloomy. The curse needs more lives to become more powerful. And he says, I must gather more. Clenching his fist, he looks at a tower ahead and says, if I kill the most powerful sword carrier in the Empire with this, ICN. Whispering, he says, finally become strong. The piercing gaze is in his eyes. A girl in heels walks, she stands behind the boy and says, there you go. The girl in the purple dress says, so you are the one who has been spreading the plague in Prehen these past few days. He starts to thump his fist. I finally met her, he says as he clenches his fists. He says, Amaryllis is the 26th master of the enchanted tower. She holds her head and says, just like my vision, I met the most annoying prick in the history of Parhan today. Then smirks and says, no matter how many tricks you use to hide yourself, you can't hide from my foresight. He gets chills and places his hand on his face. The pressure of her presence is suffocatingly intense. He shudders and says, it feels like she can see right through Emmy. There's a reason why sorcerers stay away from black magic. Some things crumble just by looking at them. He shouted and said, this is not about feeling superior. I'm doing this to show those who look down at me what I am capable of. Such arrogance, she said while smiling. Harassing a few sorcerers with that thing does not make you a strong boy. Can you even do anything other than use that poison you are hiding? He clenched his fist. And he says, and while opening the lid of the box, he says, sorcerers look down on poison because they are protected by magic. He opens the wardrobe box, and something comes out of it. He says, that when you gather innocent lives and purify them, Raising his hand, he says, "You can create a powerful curse like this one." The girl clamps her hand over her mouth and says, "This poison is working on me. This curse is penetrating my skin." She laughs, stretches out her hand, and says, "You little shit." She says nervously, "The curse is blocking the flow of mana." The boy holds the leaking poison container in his hand, and the girl swiftly swooshes her hand, trying to stop it or push it away. She's cracked, under pressure, and says, "He is trying to restrict my movements." "You will have to try harder than that, boy," he says while struggling. "How can you still move?" She swoops the boy, and he says, "I felt sorry that you got into black magic at such a young age, so I wanted to go easy on you." She extends her hand forward and says, "But it seems like you need a lesson." The magic that flows from her hand strikes the boy, causing him to rust and slump. And she says, "I really can't detoxify this poison." He grabs his arm while groaning in pain, starts crying, and says, "It hurts, it doesn't stop. It's cleansing your body of black magic." She wobbles while holding her face and says, "That's what you get for dabbling in dangerous things." There's a shudder, and the boy dashes while running away. She shouts, "Where do you think you're going?" He turns around, crying, and says, "I am sorry, mother." She says, "HAA," and pauses. He runs, tapping as he goes, and says, "I cannot bring myself to kill them." As she extends his hand forward, she taps her head against the tree and says, "So this is why he survives for so long. That little shit will cause trouble for another 10 years. The poison spreads slowly, and she thinks, "What now? I cannot move from here because of the poison. This curse is pretty powerful." The poison continues to spread through her body. She thinks, "I was planning to live in peace and watch my son grow up from a distance, if it weren't for that brat." She laughs and says, "Well, that's life for you," while placing her hand on her chest and pressing her fingers down. She takes out a pearl and says, "It was saving the magic of truth," then adds, "But I have no choice but to use it now. If I disappear like this, Belle will suffer. But I truly wish that we can meet again." It's raining, and the boy with the braid is sitting by the window, pressing his arm. He sits on his knees, thinking, "It seems like you need a lesson. It hurts, doesn't it? It's cleansing your body of black magic." He remembers when she extends her hand forward and says, "That's what you get, Raja." Roxana's father angrily says, "What the hell happened? The master of the enchanted tower and the empress are still alive. You told me you handled it." The boy with the braid sits in front, listening to everything. He takes a step forward and says, "He was poisoned with a very powerful toxin." He steps forward slowly and says, "I provided an opportunity, but your man failed. I hardly think I am to blame for the failure." The boy with the braid mutters something and falls into deep thought. "I don't know if you are aware, but losing this opportunity has put my house in a difficult position," the boy says, "with just one victory." Roxana's father places a crown on Roxana's head and says, "I can hand over this empire to Roxana. How about we kill off the empress first?" He flinches and says, "The empress? Is it even possible? We have been unable to reach the empress because she has Belchurius and the knights." The boy with the braid says, "Belchurius will have to return to Parhen soon. I made sure he has to. I will keep him there." He stands behind the window and says, "I'm sure your men will be more than capable of dealing with the empress's knights," he says, standing behind the boy with the braid. "But what if he comes back to the palace? He will obliterate our soldiers." The boy laughs and says, "You promised me the soul stone of the imperial family when the Duchess takes the throne, of this plan succeeding in Slim." He smirks and says, "Let's change the order. If you give me the soul stones, I will kill Belchurius. But it does not matter, as long as I can get my hands on a soul stone." He clenches his hand with a window of any imperial family member. "So you are saying?" Anakin, lost in thought, places his hand on his chin and says, "The Belle's apprentice rushed to your chambers. You take your beloved cat. The cat is sullen. To the Parhan forest." Arnoah, laughing, says, Yes, he's a very special cat. I do feel bad about lying to Anakin, but Belle doesn't want anyone to find out what his spirit form is. I also cannot let Anakin know I have been with Belle. I believe you are in a hurry, Luca. You should get going. Luca and Anakin stand before her. Luca says, "Oh yes, Your Majesty. And I will be going now, with my master, your cat." Anakin grabs the cat. Grabbing the cat, he says, "Don't you think a cat is too cute of a spirit form for you, Belle?" With a poof, Belle transforms back into his human form. And Belle says, "Since when have you been aware?" He grabs Anakin by the collar and chills him with a glare. Anakin grins and says, "Since I saw the stink eye you've been giving me since I entered the room, it really gave it away." Anakin flinches and says, "Wait, why are you half naked?" And he yells at Arnoah with a lot of anger. "Your Majesty, did you spend the night with this scoundrel?" Belle calmly replies, "It's none of your business," and then blasts in place. He extends his hand forward and performs some magic. Arnoah was watching all of this with her hand placed on her chest. And she says, "So this is what a portal looks like. This is the first time I have seen a portal with my own eyes. I thought about going on vacation," she says with a sigh. "But I did not expect that I would go to the Enchanted Tower. A few hours earlier, the door was closed, and there was no one there." Anakin says, "How could you sleep on the same bed as Her Majesty?" He responds, "Get off my back, it's none of your business." Arnoah claps and says, "Enough, we have more pressing matters to attend to. Belle, you should go back to Prahan with Luca. Luca is making a strong beam. Arnoah says that I want to do some work here." "You can't let him leave, Your Majesty." Anakin angrily says, "You are not thinking of leaving her side now, are you? It's been only a day since the palace was infiltrated by our black magicians and assassins. The palace has been compromised. You must stay here and protect her." He is shouting all of this while on the bell, and the bull is listening to it with its eyes closed. The bull says, "I don't want to live here either, but I don't have a choice. Prahan needs me. Look, I will cast a protection spell before I go." "You must," Anakin grits his teeth. Anakin, placing his hand on his chest, says to Arnoah, "Your Majesty, I think it would be best if you accompanied him to the Enchanted Tower." Arnoah says, "You to the Enchanted Tower?" He says, "It's what's best for your safety. As much as I hate to admit it, Belle is your greatest ally. Even Grant, the Duke, can't mess with him. Judging by the recent actions of the assailers, they might attempt rebellion if they find out that Belle is not here." "Anakin," he says while smiling, "if it has come to that, the only person who can protect you will be Belle." Arnoah is listening to all of this and remains silent. Arnoah turns around and looks back, and Belle says, "Be careful not to get sucked into the portal before me." Belle says with a smile, "Are you ready, Arnoah?" Arnoah gets a bit irritated and says, "Not exactly. You told me not to pack anything, G." Belle says with a smile, "You don't have to pack anything. Whatever you need, the tower will provide." Arnoah asked, "What do you mean by that?" Belle turns around and, smiling, says, "You will see when you are there. Now let us be on our way." Luca stretches out his hand and performs magic. Belle and Arnoah are standing with him. Arnoah moves forward, taking it step by step. Arnoah says, "It's dark inside the portal. I thought it would be glowing with lights, but it's dark and cold in here." Belle replies, "It's because portals are like caves connecting dimensions. Also, this one is a bit old." Belle, smiling and pointing towards it, says, "So if you don't walk fast enough, you might get trapped inside her forever." Exactly which part of that do you find amusing? "Because he got lost in here." Arnoah, scared and worried, says, "Is that true?" Belle says, "Who knows?" Arnoah, her feet tripped and she said, "I need straight." Then she slips. She tapped. Belle catches Arnoah and hugged her. Belle says, "Watch your step. We are almost there." Arnoah looks at him. Arnoah thinks, "What's going on with me? Now that I know he likes me, I keep seeing him as a man." She was going with Belle. And Belle said, We are here at Arnoah. She started looking in astonishment. This is the inside of the enchanted tower. She enters the enchanted tower, observing carefully. Belle said, I think you are the first person to set foot in this place. I will take your robe. He slips off her robe. Arnoah says, it's like I'm dreaming now. Belle says, feel free to look around, except the room with the locked door. A sound comes from this room, Master Belcherios, hurry! This way! Belle said he's got a knack for running the mode. He makes Arnoah sit on a chair and says, sorry, Arnoah, just rest here. I will be back in a minute. Arnoah raises her hand and says, don't worry about me. Go take care of your businesses. A click is heard, and silence falls. There is nothing but a void inside the enchanted tower, huh? Arnoah thought, if I am going to wait here for a while, I wish there were a hot cup of tea and fruit pastries. Suddenly, there's a puff, and tea appears, floating towards her. She said, wow. Are these? While eating, she says, it tastes exactly like what I had in mind. Now I see what Belle meant. She crunches as she eats. A sound is heard there. I see you are enjoying yourself, little girl. Arnoah turns and looks, saying, how was that? Then a voice comes, haha, find me if you want to know. I will be waiting behind the door. A door is closed. Haha, not that one, silly. Arnoah clacks an inch. R. A wrong sound is heard again. Arnoah falls silent in anger. Then a laughing sound comes and says, you really cannot sense mana at all, can you? Arnoah gets very angry. And she says in frustration, I am done. I am just going to go back to enjoying my tea. I have no reason to find out whose voice that was. Now hold on a second. There is still the most interesting and mysterious room left. Arnoah says the most mysterious room is inside the space where everything responds to my will. That would be the room with a locked door. She whooshes towards the door. Your way of thinking reminds me of him. Arnoah is looking at him intently in surprise. Arnoah clicks and opens the door, takes a step forward, and a voice says, come on in. She steps inside and looks, seeing things scattered around. This room seems like it has not been used for a long time. A voice is heard this way. Arnoah turns and looks, and there is a red curtain. Arnoah swished it aside. The voice came from around here. She grabs the curtain. Arnoah looks and says, oh, is that? There is a picture hanging there, which is of Belle's mother. She is looking at the picture and said, Amaryllis? Standing in front of the portrait and looking at it, Arnoah says, when I was young, my mother showed me a portrait. She says, who is she, mother? Just then, a little girl walks in, wearing a red bow and a hairpin. She excitedly says, wow! She's Amaryllis, the great succorer and the 26th master of the enchanted tower. Reaching out her hand toward the portrait, she says, she was more powerful than any master in history. Some say she was the greatest sorcerer to ever walk this earth. The girl said, gazing at the portrait. The greatest sorcerer to walk this earth. The girl says, she is beautiful. Arnoah smiles and replies, yes, she is enchanting. The girl looks at Arnoah and says, she is smiling. That was the first time I saw a smile on my mother's face. She who was always so strict. Arnoah is staring at the portrait, lost in thought. That portrait was probably one of the few places my mother found rest. Suddenly, something crashes down with a loud thud. Arnoah, startled, exclaims, ow! Arnoah stares at it intently and says, huh? She touches it gently and says, ah, it's a crystal ball. Suddenly, a hissing sound fills the air like Chia. Arnoah, startled, after the sudden noise, a girl slowly rises from the crystal ball. Arnoah gulps in fear. The girl shines with an eerie glow and says, you find me at last. Arnoah places her fist against her mouth and says, is this an artifact that imitates a dead soul? What magic can do these days? The girl starts laughing and says, haha, close but wrong. The girl says, although I am without a body, I do exist here. She then swished, and Arnoah instinctively tried to touch her. Arnoah, trembling with fear, asks, "So, you really are Amaryllis?" She responds, "Not in the flesh, but yes," as she places one hand on her waist and extends the other forward, saying, "Think of it like you are peeping into the great sorcerer's soul." Arnoah says, "But why did you appear in front of me? Is there something you want to ask?" Amaryllis sits in front of her and says, "You are the one with the question, I presume." Arnoah says, "Questions about Belcherius, for instance." Amaryllis says, "Ah, I wish I was there to witness it." She says with a grin, "What was his love confession like?" "You liked it, didn't you? You must be dying to know what's in my little boy's mind." "When babble starts happening," Arnoah says. "How did you know?" Amaryllis, laughing, says, "Let's just say I'm way smarter than those assassins sending Asyliars. Knowing things is my thing." Amaryllis, swishing, says, "There is no way she could know there's been an assassination attempt. Unless she is the real Amaryllis." Amaryllis, with her head resting on the crystal ball, falls asleep and says, "So are you not going to ask me what Bel is really like and what he thinks of you?" Arnoah clenched her fist and said, "I want to know." The countless rumors surrounding him. There is a terrible rumor that he captures his people to absorb their mana. If the rumors were true, why does he smile innocently like a child when he sees me? I thought the masters of the enchanted tower were incapable of loving, so why did he say he likes me? She remembers when Bel had held her hand and said, and I had said, Wait, one question at a time, please." Arnoah flushed and said, "Did you just read my mind?" Amaryllis was sitting mumbling in front of Arnoah, listening to her words. And she said, "Other things aside, why don't you see for yourself if he really absorbs people's mana?" Arnoah says, "But the Empire does not have jurisdiction over Parhan." Amaryllis, holding a glowing object in her hand, says while laughing, "But you can't help being curious about him, can you? You want to know if he is really harvesting his people's mana to create soul stones. You are worried he might be up to no good." Arnoah, after hearing all this, falls into thought. Amaryllis extends her hand, glows, and says, "I will give you a hand. Go on, there is no better time than now." Arnoah steps back, nervously extends her hand, and says, "What are you doing?" Arnoah, startled, begins to walk away, and Amaryllis calls from behind, "Until we meet again, daughter of Anastia." Arnoah falls with a thud, thinking, what did she mean by that? She taps her hand on the door, saying, "It's a door." Someone approaches, and she says, "Whimper." Arnoah looks ahead and says, "Bel? What is he doing?" Bel is holding an animal in his hands. The creature says weakly, "Arf. Whimper. Wait, is he absorbing that little creature's mana?" The creature whimpers and slumps. Bel lays it down on a bed. He transforms. He is a sorcerer, and he appears in the form of a child. The boy looks really sick. Arnoah says, "Bel, did you just?" Bel is startled and says, "Arnoah? How did you find me?" Arnoah flinches. And she says, "What did you mean? Will that boy be alright, Bel?" Bel sits silently, looking gloomy, and says, "Why aren't you saying anything? Talk to me." He rises and says he just got all his mana taken, but he won't die. Arnoah says, "His mana?" Bel nod. Bel rises and says, "The rumors are true, Arnoah." He clenches his fist tightly and, challenging, says, "I seek out sorcerers with a lot of mana and take it from them." Bel says, "The rumors are true, Arnoah." And Arnoah was standing in front, listening. Bel extends his hand, and some rays emit from it. He says, "I seek out sorcerers with a lot of mana." He clenches his fist tightly and says, with a cold edge in his voice, "And take it from them." Arnoah places her finger on her chin and says, "I can't believe this. Dot." She, feeling down, says, "The rumors were true. I really hope they weren't." Bel says, "I could not tell you because you might have taken it the wrong way, just like you are doing now." Arnoah says nervously, "Stop with the excuses, Bel. This is unacceptable. I'm telling you the truth." Arnoah turns around, puts a finger to her lips, and says, "If that's how you are going to be, like, I think I am done here." Belle grabs her hand and says, "Wait. Please let me explain." He says, "This is a sort of treatment." Arnoah says in surprise, "Treatment?" Belle grabs her hand and says, "Just take a look." They move step by step forward and see the boy who is sleeping on the bed. Arnoah says, "So it's true it is a treatment. Then why didn't you show me the tea?" Belle swiped and said, "I did not want you to think I am harming people. He thinks it was too risky with the rumors and ll. There is an animal, and it is saying, 'Help.' And Belle is chasing it, trying to catch it." Belle said, "Also, even if it's a treatment, it's true that I am absorbing people's mana." He stands in front of her, placing his hand on his chest, and says, "I was scared that you might fear me." Arnoah and she were listening to everything in silence, attentively. "This is a disease that affects people born with mana. The stronger one's mana is, the deeper the toxin penetrates. It paralyzes people's minds and bodies, leading to death. It's the very reason why the previous masters died young." Arnoah, placing her fingers on her chin, asks anxiously, "Did Amaryllis also?" Belle said, "I was lucky that the cure was passed down to me. If your mana is exceptionally strong, you become able to neutralize the toxin. That must be why Amaryllis gave her mana to me. She created the solution to this problem through me." Arnoah says, "That was admirable of her." He responds, "However, if she had not shared her mana with me, he says, with his hand placed on his chest, "she could have lived much longer. I don't understand why she wasted her life like that. Mothers are hard to understand." Arnoah said, "I know what it's like. My mother also never explained things to me. She would force me to study, saying it's my duty as the heir to the throne. She was so harsh." Arnoah is just a little girl, sitting quietly on a chair. In her hands are a pen and a piece of paper, and she's writing with focus. Behind her, her mother stands, gripping the back of the chair firmly. "It was not until I fully grew up and it was time for her to go." Arnoah's mother lies on the bed. Arnoah sits on a chair beside her. Her mother gently holds Arnoah's hand. That she finally spoke what was on her mind all along. Her mother is holding Arnoah's hand. Arnoah said, "I must admit there was a time when I resented her, but now I understand." He grabs Arnoah's hand. "Trust me, Belle. Amaryllis did what she did because she loved you." Belle listens in silence. She says, "So, I guess what I'm saying is..." Belle leans slightly toward Arnoah. The boy sleeping on the bed suddenly turns over. Arnoah flinches at the movement. She says, "So this toxin, can't you eradicate it?" Amaryllis worked hard to do so, but the Book of Cures fell into the hands of the Black Magician. He is using it to spread the toxin across Perhen. That bastard. He's the sorcerer who serves Grand Duke Asilier. Ragzina's father stands, with the boy standing behind him. The boy, with his hand over his mouth, chuckles and says, "Ragzina is..." Arnoah says, with frustration and surprise, "Why didn't you tell me? If I had known, I would have used my power too." Belle rises slowly, his expression turning serious as he responds gently. "You know fully well that's not possible. Also, he's my problem to deal with as the master of Enchanted Tower. It's a sorcerer's business." Belle steps forward and says, "Most of all, even if you had him apprehended, it would draw too much attention." Arnoah stands behind, listening. Belle taps his hand on a book and says, "There is a reason why I have been keeping this a secret. It's to protect Perhan. There's not much to see in Parhan apart from the Enchanted Tower. But it has become known as a mysterious and wealthy land, attracting bandits looking for an easy score. The rumors help me keep them out. I really don't want to get the Empire involved." Arnoah said in that situation the rumors of him taking mana from people must have been effective against outsiders, ensuring the safety of the people. Arnoah says determinedly, "I know you want to help, but leave it to me." Belle, deep in thought, responds, "I have a plan I have been working on to end all this." Arnoah listens quietly to everything. She picks up a green-colored dangle in her hand and says, "This jewel looks very similar to a soul stone." Belle grabs the green dangle from her and says, "It's just an artifact that works similarly. I don't have to make soul stones thanks to this. Give it here, it's still volatile. Arnoah falls silent for a moment and then says, Hold on a minute. Belle looks at her and then says, with confusion, What? Arnoah, tilting her head and placing her hand on her face, says, Then why did you say you wanted my soul stone? Belle said, I am afraid I can't enter this room. Arnoah replied, Why would she leave me in but keep her own son out? I don't understand. Belle shrugged and said, Well, it's nothing I did not expect. She was a quick, quirky one. If she wanted to leave me a message, she would have done so herself. There must have been something she needed to tell you, but not me. Belle said, as quirky as she was the greatest sorceress, so she would not have created a barrier without a reason. Arnoah looked at Belle, and Belle moved back and said, I would not be able to see her or hear her anyway. Go hear what she has to say to you. That's my boy. He knows me so well. A sound came there, and Arnoah floated, and she turned, and a voice came. You are back early. Hello, Agent Arnoah. There was a woman with long black hair. She was saying, So how did it go? Was the conversation with him fruitful? Arnoah replied, I see why you wanted me to talk to him. She replied, I see. It went well. Conversations are the key to successful relationships. Arnoah thought she was one to talk. She left the bell without telling him anything. The woman made a voice hum and said, "I can hear you, dear." And she laughed and said, "Ha ha, so what do you wish to know? I hold all the answers to your questions." Arnoah pouted and replied, "You have been listening for 10 years. Why do you suddenly want to tell me things?" The woman thought, "Ha, you might want to change your tone, dear. You have no idea what ability Amaryllis, the great soothsayer, had to you." Arnoah blanked and made a voice. Arnoah shouted and said, "Tell me about this ability you speak of then." The Amaryllis replied, "I can see the future." Arnoah flinched. "It's a gift that's rare even among sorcerers. I bet there have not been any prophets after me. With this gift, I witnessed your birth, before Tia even got married." Arnoah was surprised and shouted, "Tia, are you talking about my mother?" "Did you know her?" the Amaryllises replied. "Of course, she was my friend. She once stayed at this very tower." Arnoah thought, "I heard that my mother traveled a lot before she got married, but I didn't know she was friends with the great sorcerers." The Amaryllises replied, "Tia left this place filled with expectations for the future after hearing my prophecy. She was especially excited about you becoming the Empress." The Arnoah was shocked and replied, "Wait, she knew I had become the Empress?" Arnoah looked at her and said, "That explains a lot. That's why she taught me that art of rule when I was young. That's why while others' mothers were busy finding better hotels for their daughters, she taught me how to command people." Arnoah sighed and said, "Why did you decide to speak to me?" Amaryllises replied, "I knew you had come here, you were destined to. And I became curious. I wanted to know what that daughter and my son's lover are like." Arnoah replied, "Did you know that Belle would fall in love with me too? I thought if one possesses too much mana." The Amaryllises replied that they become selfish to protect their mana. That's why the former masters choose their own comfort over love. Arnoah said, "That's what I have heard." So the Amaryllises picked up her finger, and there was shine. And she said, "And that's why I fixed it. I tempered with his mana a little so he does not have to worry about that." Arnoah shouted and said, "You can just do that." There was a sound of done. And the Amaryllises replied, "Darling, what's the point of seeing the future if I don't do anything to prepare for it? In any case, do you know what your problem is? You think too much." The Amaryllises shouted. And Arnoah replied, "So if you can see the future, did you happen to see things like how long I will be on the throne?" Amaryllises replied, "Of course I did, but I am not going to tell you." Arnoah said, "Why not?" She replied, "I am only going to tell you what already happened. Knowing the future is not necessarily a good thing." However, the Amaryllis put her finger on her lips and said, "I will show you one thing. The ball is shining." Arnoah was shocked and said, "Does this crystal ball?" Amaryllises chuckled and replied, "If the former emperor had been as clever as you, I would not have had to keep Prahan closed. This crystal ball shows you the future view, so look at it closely." The Amaryllis beamed and said, "This is the very reason why I have been waiting for you. My prophecies are never wrong." The Amaryllis smiled and said, "It was nice to see you there, Tia's daughter. May we meet again." There was a whoosh, and she said, "Now look at it closely. This crystal ball is very old, and won't last long." The Arnoah looked at them, and in the ball, Roxana's father's face appeared. And there was a sound of a slam. And there was a blast in the palace. Roxana's father said, "You still have not found the Empress." The boy replied, "Your Grace, it's only been a couple of days." The boy in red said, "We need more time." And Roxana's father said, "Excuses, excuses." The boy in red said, "Calm down, Your Grace. Getting worked up won't solve the problem." Roxana's father said, "Don't tell me to calm down. If we don't find the Empress within a few days, Roxanne and I will have no choice but to return empty-handed." The boy in red said, "If you keep shouting like this, the Duchess in the next room will hear you." He replied, "Let her hear it. I wanted to give her the empire, even if I had to get my hands dirty." I plan to have an obedient emperor abdicate to her, and have that damned master's head for defying me. I have been striving to keep her name unsullied. Roxana's father greeted and said, But the plan is shameless now. Although they are a collateral line, the Assyrians held most of the empire's power. If there had been an official abdication declaration from the imperial family, no noble would have refused to acknowledge Roxana's ascension. Roxana's father presses his hand on his head and says, I should have made Luciano abdicate while he was alive. Before I knew it, all of my former supporters had gone to the Empress's side. The nobles who used to cling to me in hopes of winning my favor until recently have now not shown their faces since Roxanne lost the tournament match against the Empress. He said, Those filthy opportunists, not one has shown up to offer consolation. The wine-bearer replied, Well, that's not entirely true. One did show up to give you that necklace. Roxana's father gripped the chain and said, Ah, yes, Countess Hermione, she is calculating but knows her manners. No wonder she survived until there was nothing left but skin and bones. The boy in red replied, I'm glad she was able to calm your wrath even though the Empress is still out there. Roxana's father said, My wrath has not been calmed, find her. The boy in red became quiet, and Roxana's father said, What's that look? Do you know where the Empress is? He replied, She must be in Prehen with Velturius. Roxana's father was shocked and said, Prehen, would he really just let her in? He replied, Yes, he's been making quite a few exceptions for the Empress, who has said to put in Prehen, beaten the Duchess, and is protected by the Roxana's father replied, Shut up, hooray, send men to the Prehen. He gritted his teeth and said, Find the Empress, Roxana's father said. Send men to Prehen and find the Empress. Hooray! There was a rush. Roxana's father huffed and puffed. He sighed and said, Well, don't just stand there. Go to your laboratory. And he moved a step forward. And the boy in red said, Do you remember our contract? We agreed that I would become your subordinate. And receive a part of the imperial salt stone each time I help you. Roxana's father said, Yes, I know our deal. So you had better. The boy in red laughed and said, Ha ha ha. He yanked Roxana's father's coat. And he said, I already helped you plenty. I just told you the whereabouts of the Empress. And with that, our little deal has come to an end. Roxana's father swatted his hand and said, No, it's far from over. The boy in red said, I was promised a salt stone of an imperial family member. He raised his hand and said, And I both know. There's imperial blood flowing through your veins too. Roxana's father flinched. And there was a sound of a creak at the door. You must have been striving to appear as a capable father who has a sword carrier under his thumb. He moved a step, someone came to step, and as utterly meaningless as it was. He said, Roxana chills. And she came there and said, Ha, you told me you had enslaved a sword carrier. Yet it seems you promised him a reward. His father came toward her and said, Wait, let me explain, Roxana. If we give him the salt stone of the Empress. His father shouted. And there was a sound of a crash. Arg, what's the meaning of this? Release me at once. That's an order. The boy in red kept his hand on his head, and he sighed and said, You weak, pathetic man. Deals with sword carriers rarely benefit those who make them. But men like you just can't resist the temptation. A snake cast Mr. Roxana's father. All the imperial royal families were purged. And the only families recognized as royal are now the Cashans and the other one. Yes, the two of you are the only royal family members left in the branch. The boy in red replied, I just need one salt stone. It does not matter whose salt I take. Well, whose is it going to be? There was a sound of a gun. Roxana's father said, You devil, are you asking me to choose? I am merely offering you a chance. Roxana's father replied, Roxana. And she grabbed the locket on her father's neck, and she said, Don't you worry, my child, I will sort this out. Roxana snapped, and she said, Why in the world would I worry? She picked up the necklace and said, It's your price to pay, not mine. But I shall make this right. She tapped her finger on her father's shoulder. And Roxana hugged her father and said, "When your grand plan comes to fruition, I will attribute all the glory to your father." There was a sound of a thud, and her father made a sound arc. The boy in red snapped his finger and said, "That was touching. I am afraid we are out of time. Let's get this over with, shall we?" There was the sound of a swoop, and her father said, "Wait, give me a moment." And Roxana, he crumpled his hand and said, "Roxana." And Roxana said, "Goodbye, father." She cracked, and there was a sound of a creak and a crack. Arnoah became emotional, and there was a sound of clang. And she said, "My God, she is treasured." And Arnoah said, "I can't believe the Grand Duke died that easily. I must tell this to Belle right away." There was a sound of a tap. Arnoah came and said, "Belle." Belle replied, "What is it? What happened?" Arnoah replied, "Belle, the black magician, we were after killing the Grand Duke." Belle thought he finally made his move. He clasped her hand and said, "It's clear what he's up to." Belle said, "We must talk to Anakin right now. The Resigns must have taken the Grand Duke's soul." Belle moved a step forward, and Arnoah said, "Wait, it's not too late. If he already took the soul." Belle said a soul alone is not enough to make a soul stone. It will take him some time to purify the soul and put it in a crystal. Belle said it means we still have time. We must stop him before he finishes making a soul stone. There was a sound of a whimper. "I am so close to achieving my life's goal." The boy in red had something flying in the air, and Roxana stood beside him. Roxana said, "Are you sure you are taking your sweet time? Is not the salt stone finished yet?" The boy in red replied, "Don't rush me, you big child. This is not as easy as you might think." Roxana was shocked and said, "You told me you'd be done by now. The Empress and Belchurius might return to the palace at any moment." The boy in red squeezed and said, "Pick up the pace. The apple does not fall far from the tree. You are impotent and short-tempered, just like your father." Roxana said, "What did you just say to me?" The boy replied, "If you want to become the Empress so badly, develop the patience that it requires, like the current one." Roxana clenched and whooshed her hand. Roxana caught his neck and said, "You insolent little shit." There was a sound of a thud. Roxana said, "To just realize that you don't need your tongue to purify the soul stone." Roxana raised the sword and grabbed his mouth. Then he smiled and replied, "You told me you had to cooperate when you sacrificed your own father." Roxana said, "Cooperating does not mean letting you walk all over me." Roxana said, "You will watch your mouth if you want to keep your head. This apple is not unmerciful as her father." He smiled and said, "You want to kill me, and then what?" He raised up and said, "How are you going to take one attack on Belchurius? You are just a human. Remember our deal. You protect me while I make the soul stone, and I help you usurp the throne." He collected the glass and he said, "So let's try not to kill each other until we both get what we want, shall we? For our mutual interest, we should." Roxana shouted and she said, "Ha, save your bullshit and go back to work." Roxana moved a step up forward, and the boy greeted her and said, "To have had it with that brat. He thought after I tortured that insurrectable master to death." He looked at Roxana and said, "You will be next." Belchurius and Arnoah stood in the garden, and Arnoah said, "Oh, a squirrel." Belchurius picked up the necklace and said, "We should be able to reach him now." He said, "Call me in, Anakin." And she said, "Silent. Dot. And what's wrong?" "He's not answering." Belchurius said, "Well, he should." Arnoah said, "My necklace is not broken, is it? I have been cherishing it because it was a gift from you." Belchurius pouted and said, "Why would you lend it to someone if you cherished it so much?" To Anakin add that. Arnoah replied, "Iss he being jealous?" Arnoah said, "Two would not have if I had a choice." Arnoah pressed Belchurius's chest with her finger. And she said, "You told me you left all the artifacts at the tower. So tell me, what choice did I have?" We needed a way to keep in touch with Anakin. Belchurius replied. Okay. Dot. And oh, it got through. Bel, what took you so long? I have been calling you all. I have tons of things to do other than calling you, you know. Anakin shouted. And Bel said, there were some connection issues. So what's been happening over there? Something strange is going on. According to our spy, the Grand Duke has not come out of his room for a while. Some are speculating that the Grand Duke may be having health issues. The Arnoah hesitates. Anakin, the Grand Duke is dead. There was a sound of a shudder. And what? He said. The Grand Duke and the Black Magician must have committed a mutiny. We must stop them before they finish purifying the Grand Duke's soul. They must be hiding in the laboratory. Even with the tracking magic, it will take a long time to find them. How bad will things get if we fail to stop them? If they combine black magic with Imperial soul, I am afraid the outcome will be disastrous. So disastrous. Even Bel will have a hard time fighting it face to face. After they finish making the Soul Stone, they will use its power to neutralize Bel by turning him into a spirit form. If it comes to that, Bel replied, I will find a way. I will take them down even if it costs me my life. Bel said, stopping them from making the Soul Stone just a way to minimize the risk, not a requirement from Purgatory. Arnoah said, Two won't let you risk your life. Arnoah placed her finger on her mouth, and there was a hoot, and Bel thought there is no invincible power that can achieve anything even if the contract between the Black Magician and the Grand Duke is there. There were traps favoring the Magician. There must be a flaw in Imperial Soul Stones as well. Bel, how do you prove that one's soul is royal? According to stories passed down from master to master, royalty is born from royalty, and the name is written in the gold thread in the Imperial family's golden parchment. Arnoah thought the Imperial family's genealogical record was created by the first master of the Enchanted Tower. Arnoah said, Has anyone failed to create an Imperial Soul Stone? Bel replied, Two heard one did. Bel said, A superior who once tried to make a soul stone with the soul of the fallen Imperial family failed. Do you love purity or something? Just as I expected. Arnoah said, So there are expectations then. Anakin lost in thought and Bel also lost in thought. Anakin below, he said, Yes, your majesty. He spread his hand on the table, and he picked up the pen and said, Write down what I say. Arnoah shouted, I am assuming an imperial order. There was a sound of a done. Soldiers of the Assailers, the time has come. Today is the day when I, Roxanne, the Assailer, will take the throne. There was a sign, Bring down the false empress. Roxanne shouted, Glory to the Assailers! There was a sound of R.A. Roxanne raised the sword, and she slid the sword. There was a sound of a clack. She thought, Everything is ready. Roxanne smirked, and thought father wasted too much time when the answer was so simple. Now as soon as he finished the soul stone, there was a crack. Roxanne thought the word would be mine. She clenched her hand, and the boy in red said it is finished. Roxanne turned, and there was the sound of Shah. Roxanne smirked and said if the preparations are complete, let us begin. There was a gloop, a whoosh, and there was a sound of gloop. Roxanne thought of the palace, the throne, and the pathetic gods crying behind the empress. Everything there will be mine. There was nighttime when the palace was shining. The girl with long golden hair shrieked and said, What's all the noise right in front of the empress' bedchamber? She flinched and said, Who's there? The imperial palace's lady-in-waiting should recognize the rightful owner of the palace. There was the sound of clack, Grand Duchies. Roxana put her hand on her head and said, There was a boy. Clack the sword. The girl with golden hair said, Treason. She flinched and grabbed her hand and said, Treason? No, I am just setting things right. Roxana said, Don't think I have forgotten your insolence. The girl scoffed and said, Do you have any idea? What are you sitting on? Lock her in a room. I shall teach her some manners myself. Roxana thought the fact that there's no response even to the level of the commotion means the Empress is absent. There was the sound of a click. Everything is going according to the plan. There was a sound of clacking and behemmed. Empathy, just as I thought. Roxana said. Find it. She raised her finger, and the boy in red moved a step forward and raised his hand and said, I sense something here. There was a whoosh. He raised his hand and said, So this is where they hid it. Is this a portal? The boy in red replied. Yes, the other side is connected to the person. Roxana stood beside the boy, and he said how lucky he is to be passing through the portal. Now, with the power of the soul stone, he raised his hand. I will summon the beast. That beast there was shined, and the boy in red smiled and said, Behold, there was a sound of clink and clang, and there was a whoosh, and said, This is the power of the soul stone. There was a whoosh and the sound of a clang. And the boy said, What, the master belched? Yes, there was a sound of grr, of the tigers. Grr. And the child pulled the tiger, and the tiger screeched, and he and the tiger growled. And the boy in red said, Your resistance is futile. There is nothing you can do in your spirit form. There was a crack, and the tiger made voices in pain. And Master Belcherius, even he is powerless against the power of the imperial soul stone. The boy smirked and thought, This is too easy. It's like taking a candy from a child. I think I can finish him with my own hands. Narajina said. Wait. The boy moved a step forward and said, Raja. The boy in red stood in front of the tiger, and there was whimpering and panting. I have been waiting my whole life. He pulled the sword in the tiger and said to kill you and become the most powerful being in the world. He raised the sword from the tiger. The boy in red raised his sword and said, I have been waiting my whole life, he said, to kill you and become the most powerful being in the world. He smiled and passed the sword and said, Something does not feel right. I can't sense any traces of mana from him, so he should still have his mana even though he's wounded. What if there was a hoot and the boy in red shouted and there was boomed and he said, Oog. There was pew and zing voices and he said, Shit. The boy in red shouted and there was boomed everywhere. He moved step forward and there was wished and said, Oh, I am sorry. The boy in red sat on his knees and he became cuffed and someone moved step toward him and he was Master Bilgerius and he said, Did I ruin your moment? And the boy in red gritted and said, Bilgerius. He squeezed and said, Bilgerius. There was sound of hiss and some monster moved toward the boy in red and said, Once I get rid of you, I will. The bell whooshed and there was crackled and there was boost and there was crashed everywhere. The Bilgerius jumped and thought he just did not spare his mana in making his huge thing. He will not out of the mana soon if he keeps this up. The Bilgerius shouted and said, Where do you think you are going? There is nowhere to run. There was crashed everywhere and there was a sha sound. Of sha and the boy in red make a sound of hoof and poof and he thought, I am already exhorted when even though I drew mana from the soul stone. He strangled his hand and thought why. The Bilgerius said, Raja Jinas. He swished and shocked and the Bilgerius said, You lack the complexity to become the master of the enchanted tower. There was a sound of crashed everywhere and the Oroxana turned and said, You immeasurable with this is the way I told you to wait. The Bilgerius replied, He won't be getting up any time soon. The Bilgerius moved step forward toward the Oroxana and said, He took that blow without any guard whatsoever. The Oroxana replied, Raja, straighten me with your mana right now. There is no time to hesitate to do it. He grabbed his hand and there was crumbled. Then the Oroxana picked up her sword and there was a sound of sha. The Bilgerius smiled and said, Are you sure you want to do this? The Oroxana said, I won't stop. You will regret it. There was the sound of swords clank and the Bilgerius grabbed the Oroxana's sword and he said, He can't help you right now. The Oroxana clenched the sword and said, I made sure of that. There was shattered and the sword break down and Oroxana shouted and sound of vom. There was trembled and Oroxana said, Raja, hand over all the mana of you have left. And she said, Raja, and she clapped a sword in her hand and there was crumbled. She thought I am trying but there is nothing left to give. The Raja rised and said and thought, I don't understand the power of imperial sword. Stone should be enough to our power even the strongest master. So why is the soul stone not working as it should be? The Raja lost in thought, and the Belcherius said, You still don't know, do you? He moved a step toward the Raja, and Belcherius said, What have you made? It's just a regular soul stone. The Raja looked toward the Belcherius and said, What are you talking about? I made this. Arnoah came there and said, You used the Grand Duke's soul, who was a member of the imperial family. However, his status changed before you finished making the soul stone. He no longer holds loyalty. This scroll was created under the name of the first master and the imperial family. To be considered royal, one's name must be written in gold thread and magic on the scroll. In other words, if a person's name is removed with the Enchanted Tower's notarization, they will no longer be considered royalty. There was the sound of a band. And Arnoah said, His name was removed by my order with the noble's approval. Roxana shouted, Bullshit! I have never heard of such a scroll, and I refuse to believe those pigs have agreed to something like that. Arnoah said, The existence of this scroll is known only to the masters of the Enchanted Tower and the imperial family. Arnoah said, There is no way you could have prepared for this if the Grand Duke were here. He might have been able to protest, but he is not. Arnoah said, Soul stones are dangerous things. They cloud people's minds, tempting them with the power and making them lose what is truly valuable due to their greed. And that's why the imperial family and the Pahan rolled the paper and said they have decided to destroy the scroll. Their Roxana made the sound of a Dan. Soul stones are dangerous things. They cloud people's minds, tempting them with power. Roxana laid on the Raja and made them lose what is truly valuable due to their greed. That's why the imperial family and Pahan were cleared. Arnoah said, I have decided to destroy this scroll, so no one can make imperial soul stones ever again. There was crackle and sizzle everywhere. You lost. The Raja was shocked. The Roxana gritted. She said, This can't be. This is not what I saw in my dream. There was a sound of zing and clap. There was a plop, and there was the sound of shah everywhere. Did you really think you could kill me? There was the sound of whom? I shall teach you a lesson. There was a gasp, and the Raja was shocked. There was a sound of hoof and pant. The Raja lay on the bed, and he thought, It's that dream again. I have been having precognitive dreams more and more frequently. Even about many events. I acquired the power of foresight after I killed Amaryllis. The precognitive dreams that I started seeing it in the form of nightmares. The birds flapped. They became my guide, leading me forward. There was the sound of birds chirping and peeping. There was the sound of pew. The birds flapped. The Raja said, Damn it! I missed again. There was the sound of a cluck. He said, Why can't I hit him? I shouted just like I did in my dream. I nailed every shot in my dream. Strangely, the Raja said my dreams are becoming increasingly inaccurate. He smiled and said my precognitive dreams, which I always thought would be accurate, started to become distorted at some point, and eventually became unusable. The Raja said it's different this time. The vision was as clear as day. Raja sat down in front of the bell, and he mumbled, No, this can't be happening. This simply can't be. Raja lay down and said, I saw the future with my power of foresight. He twitched and said, I am the only sorcerer with the gift of foresight since the great sorcerer. The Belchurius grabbed the Raja's coat and said, This ability you acquired after you killed Amaryllis, did you not? The Raja shouted, So what? It's my gift. I earned it. The Arnoah said, Oh, so you believed. The Belchurius snapped something in his hand. The Arnoah raised the book and said the visions began like precognitive dreams and made the subject depend on them. She flipped the paper of the books and said, But the properties gradually become inaccurate, and the subject's mind slowly deteriorates. A course that shows never-ending visions and unreachable dreams does not yet sound familiar. The Braja taught a course that shows unreachable dreams. We found a few books in Amaryllis's laboratory. Thanks to them, we were able to figure out what she was researching. Rona was reading the book, and the book was shining. To put it simply, someone shoved the heavy hand. You never had the power of foresight. The Belchurius said what you saw was part of Amaryllis's property, and the false vision that she wanted to see you. The Braja replied, Yes, the visions I saw were false. How dare she use such a cheap trick on me? The Braja trembled, and the Belchurius said, "If she filled your empty lips with dreams, even if they were illusory, you should be thanking her." Raja Jinas, Luradian, Delius, Belian, and Casaromia. The Braja replied, "How do you know my name? I am going to seal you." The Belchurius squeezed Raja's arm, and he made a voice. "Let go of me." There was a swoosh everywhere. A ribbon was tied on Raja's mouth and his body. There was a tooth, and is he dead? The Belchurius snapped his hand and said, "So I know I sealed him in his spirit form. Take a look, that's him." Really, he lifted the snake in his hand and snooped at it. Aruna said his spirit form is rather small. He must have been born that way. Maybe spending all his mana has affected his size as well. I think a missilmunder like him caused so much trouble. There were chills. The Belchurius looked at the snake, and he said, "Luca!" And there was a dash, and Luca replied, "Yes, I am here, master." "He is your responsibility now." The Belchurius gave the snake to Luca, and Luca smiled and said, "Really? I will make sure to take good care of him." Luca was very excited. Aruna replied, "Now that one has been dealt with, we should figure out what to do with you." The Roxina. There was the daytime, and the palace was shining, and there was the ceremony, and there was whisper and murmur. Aruna said, "It looks like everyone has arrived. Bring in the criminal." The door was clacked. A man shouted, That's. The Roxana moved, stepped forward, and the man said, "Grand Duchess Aslier." And there was a murmur. "What is she doing here?" There was a whisper. "Her Majesty just called her a criminal." "Is she the one who infiltrated the palace last night?" Roxana snooped. Aruna said, "Roxana Aslier, have you been excused of plotting treason and leading a rebellion? Do you acknowledge this?" Roxana gritted and said, "I won't make it easy for you. If I am going down, I will take you down with me." Arona said, "According to the laws of the imperial palace, it would be fitting to execute you immediately." Abelian Dragzina shouted, "I was just trying to avenge my father's death." There was whisper and murmur everywhere. Dragzina shouted, "Last night my father was brutally slaughtered by the master of the enchanted tower, and had his soul stolen. Only a high-level sorcerer can use magic that steals a human soul." Dragzina pointed her finger toward Aruna and said, "The oppressor must have conspired with the master of the enchanted tower." Aruna replied, "Ha, blaming it all on me. Who do you have? Do you have no shame?" Dragzina thought, "It does not matter if it's true or not. It's a win for me if I can gain the sympathy of the stupid nobles. If I can make them actually believe it, I might be able to find a way out of this." Dragzina smirked and said, "And a little bird told me that the Empress and the Master are more than just friends. If that's true, the Empress could have easily asked him to do her bidding. That Grand Duke has slain the Iron Ruler. Having the Master of the Enchanted Tower kill the Grand Duke is utterly sinister." There was whisper and murmur everywhere. Somebody said, "If she can kill the Grand Duke, she can kill any of us at any moment." The other said, "Conspiring with the sorcerer to handle politics is just wrong. This is the threat." There were chills everywhere. The Belchurius greeted and said, "That's it, I am going to make those imbeciles serious." Aruna raised her hand, and there was a sound of Aruna's sandals clicking. And he said, "Oh Duchess, the little throaty one of yours is quite entertaining." There was a sound of clack. Aruna moved towards Dragzina, and she said, "But all I am hearing are empty accusations." Aruna said, "Do you have any evidence to support these accusations?" Dragzina said, "What?" Aruna said, "Are you telling me that you committed treason solely based on doubt without any evidence?" Dragzina smiled and said, "Evidence, ha? I have no evidence that she ordered my father's death. But he was killed at a senior's manor. In other words, the Empress also has no proof that Raja was behind it." Aruna said, "You see, Dragzina, you need to prepare before making accusations like me." Aruna snatched the necklace from Dragzina's neck, and Dragzina shouted, "What are you?" Aruna replied, "The necklace that Countess Harman gave to your father is not just an expensive trinket. Why don't we show everyone just what kind of enemy he had within his manor? In the video, everyone murmured and whispered, and everyone was shocked. Father, I shall make this right. Wait. Dragzina, goodbye, father. There was a gun. Dragzina was shocked, and Anakin said, Good Lord. As you can see, your crimes have all been recorded. Do you still intend to blame me for your doings? The necklace was tossed on the floor. And Arnoah said, I don't understand your obsession with the throne. And Ragzina lay down and trembled and said, Of course, you never even wished to be on it. The throne is not meant for someone like you. You are just a divorced woman who only sought to please the king of a kingdom of nowhere, Arnoah replied. I don't blame you for thinking that, but you don't know anything about my life either, Arnoah said. And you are the one who has been defeated by the helpless divorced woman. Can you really say you are fit to become the Empress? Arnoah glanced and said, Anakin, how many charges does the Duchess face right now? Anakin replied, Treason, complicity in the murder of relatives, attempted assassination, insulting royalty, and spreading false information and defamation. It looks like it will take a long day to list everything. Okay, I will make up my mind. Arnoah said, Creator, Ragzina, hey, assailant, I am sending you to the northern border. Ragzina was shocked, and there was a dune. The northwestern border is the edge of the desolated continent known as the Land of the Suffering. Beyond the border lies a habitat for monsters rarely visited by humans. During the day, the burning sun scorches the land, and at night, fortuitous monsters roam the area. That's why both administrators and serious criminals are sent there to protect the border. You will fight monsters in the Land of the Suffering for the rest of your life and repent for your sins. That's the sentence for your crimes. Ragzina shouted, You can't unhand me. Imperial blood runs through my veins. I am destined to become the Empress. Just kill me. That was the sound of creak. Kill me, Arnoah. Arnoah looked at Ragzina, and there was the sound of a slam. Rise and shine, my gods. The young boy clapped. The sun is up. Get up and show some gratitude to the Emperor for sparing you miserable pestilence. The three men are gathered together. Your head on your feet now. He claimed the sword. The red-haired man is called Ha. You are telling me what to do. Listen. The brown-haired man said, Oh, forgive my riddance, my lady. I am well aware that you were Grand Duchess Ruxon. The red-haired woman said, But you are just a slave now. So get off your lazy ass and move. It's my time to go to work. Blaze said, There is a blaze. And the red-haired girl frowned. I can't believe this. They accept me to work in a blaze like this without proper equipment. The red-haired girl said, I will bring you to countless battlefields, but none compare to this. He sired the sword. Get out of me, bitch. She bumped and crashed. The red-haired lady was on the land, and she said, She's just another former noble who can't do shit on her own. The brown-haired man felt happy, and he said, I will give my dinner. That she'll be dead in a week. I say she'll be dead by the next sunrise. Am I really supposed to endure insult from scum like them now? Now I have nothing left to lose anyway. The red-haired girl sighed, and she clenched the hammer. There is a bush. And the boy said, And again the bush. The red-haired girl was prepping the roses. And she said, This is the edge of the border, sweetheart. And there is a creek. She has a scorer. And the brown-haired man said, This is not my first time dealing with my criminal family like you. She tapped the girl. And she said, You are lucky you are tonight. There is a whoosh, the red-brown man said. Get up. It's nearly time for the monster to awaken. You said you can handle a sword, right? Make yourself useful and go kill them off. The red-haired girl smiled. And there is a shriek. This is a cancel. The red-haired girl handled the sword, and there was a terror. Those morons made a mistake by giving me a sword. There is a swing. And he clashed. There will be no opportunity to escape. I just have to kill someone, monster. There is a thump, thump, and fun away. To get out of here. The monster caroled. The girl said, There is a terror and a thud. So, So you receive reports like this, one about the situation and their border, regularly from the administrator, the boy said in the palace. And the girl said, yes, because anything could happen at any time at the northwest borders. And they sat together on the sofa? And he said, while most lose their lives within the first month, it appears she is still holding on despite her injuries. And she said, judging by the report, it seems to be use for her. And this Aquila wood that came with the letter is, the man said, brought from the land of death, huh? That's right. It comes from Aquila trees that have grown with monster blood, and it is used to craft weapons to fight monsters. The bearded man and the unbearded man were smiling at each other. And he said, given the recent monster attacks impacting many nations, it will become an important resource for the Empire. There's a beam, and thanks to Rixon's hard work, we have a storage of supply. So that was her plan. The lady said, by the way, Belle, what have you done with the black magician? And he said, Raghunat, I left Luca in charge of handling him, and it seems to be going well. There is a hiss. He has been training Raganzan every day, saying he'll reform that snake into an honest man. The girl said, so he's been staying in this secret form? And the man said, yes, and he will stay that way until I remove the seal. The girl tapped on the table and said, so the only thing left to decide is what to do with the soul stone. The girl said again, you are going to destroy the remains of the Grand Duke's soul stone, are you not? The man said I should, since I can't restore his soul, and there is a flaw. And he said, or we could make use of it. And there is a crack, and we could use its power to subjugate the independent sorcerer, forcing them to work for the Empire. That would benefit both Prahan and the Empire, promoting prosperity for both sides. The man said, but I know you would never support this idea. So, and she clenched a hand on her chest. And he said, why are you laughing? The girl said, oh, you are right. And there is a suffering. I don't care. And I don't know, we have been through so much lately. The girl said, again, now that all of that is behind us, I have time to enjoy a cup of tea with you. The girl smiled and said, I am happy. The man becomes blush. Arnoah kept the hand and said, without your help, none of this would have been possible. What I am trying to say is this. Thank you, Belle. They kiss each other. And hug. Belle said, I have something to give you, Arnoah. And she said, present? And he sat on his knee and said, what will you be giving me for this? Arnoah saliered Clayson. Belle said, will you allow me to stay by your side until the end of our days? It was a quiet morning, the soft light of dawn filtering through the windows of the imperial chamber. Arnoah saliered Cajun sat on the edge of her bed, her gaze fixed on the small, velvet box in her hands. The memory of the night before played vividly in her mind, a scene that had kept her awake for hours. In her recollection, Belle stood before her, his expression unusually tender. He had opened the box to reveal a ring, the gem catching the light. Will you allow me to stay by your side until the end of our days? He had asked, his voice low and steady. Arnoah had looked up at him, her eyes wide with surprise. Do you mean it? Yes, I do, Belle replied without hesitation. I know it's a big decision. I'm not asking you to answer right now. He knelt then, taking her hand gently in his. But I want you to have this ring. With this ring, you can summon me at any time. I can only make one of them. Whenever you chant the incantation, I will come to you. Incantation? What kind of? Don't worry, he interrupted softly, stroking her cheek with his thumb. You'll know what it is when the time comes. He leaned in, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. I will be waiting. Back in the present, Arnoah sighed, the weight of the proposal settling heavily on her shoulders. Marriage, huh? She leaned back against the pillows, staring up at the high ceiling. I've never imagined marrying Belle. It wasn't just a matter of the heart. The political implications were staggering. She was the Empress, and Belle was the master of the Enchanted Tower. Such a union was historically unprecedented. It hasn't been long since Roxanne's rebellion was quelled, she thought, her brow furrowing. If the Empress and the master of the Enchanted Tower announce their marriage, won't the Empire fall into chaos? A sharp knock at the door interrupted her spiraling thoughts. The heavy mahogany door creaked open, and her blonde attendant peeked inside, a bright smile on her face. "Did you call for me, Your Majesty?" the attendant asked, stepping into the room. "How are the preparations for the next ball going?" Arnoah asked, trying to mask her inner turmoil. "Everything is proceeding smoothly without any issues," the attendant replied cheerfully. "The dress code for this ball will include the use of special fabric developed by the imperial family. I have already sent the order to the supply source to ensure that the boutique has sufficient. I think I've heard enough." Arnoah cut in, feeling a headache coming on. The attendant paused, blinking. "I assure you, Your Majesty, you have nothing to worry about. Thank God I have you to take care of these things. There's just so much to handle." She stepped closer, peering at Arnoah's face. "Your Majesty, is there something troubling you?" "No, not really. Why do you ask?" "Well, you seem troubled," the attendant observed, her eyes narrowing slightly. "And I can't help but notice that you're trying to hide something." Arnoah swiftly hid the ring box behind her back, but the movement was too sharp, too guilty. "It's Arnoah stammered. The attendant swooped in, grasping Arnoah's hands with sparkling eyes. "Please tell me what happened. I will do everything I can to help. Please, Your Majesty. Pretty please." Defeated, Arnoah sighed. Fine. I'll tell you what happened." She paused, bracing herself. "He proposed to you." The attendant's shriek of excitement echoed through the room. "Were we just ordinary nobles, I wouldn't hesitate to marry him," Arnoah admitted, her shoulders slumping. "But I'm the Empress, and he's the master of the Enchanted Tower. Announcing our marriage will only stir up the trouble we've barely managed to suppress. The nobles will weigh our union against their own interests and choose sides. Then the Empire will once again—" "Your Majesty, no, Noah," the attendant said softly, using her nickname. She reached out, placing a comforting hand on Arnoah's. "I don't think your marriage will jeopardize the Empire. What's more important is how you feel about him." Arnoah looked down at her hands. "How I feel about him? Have you been spending time with him lately?" the attendant pressed. "Of course," Arnoah replied defensively. "He has helped me on multiple occasions. He's quite capable." "Not that. I mean dates," the attendant groaned, exasperated. "You know the fire festival is just a few days away, right?" "Yes, I am aware. Why don't you take him to the festival?" The night of the fire festival arrived, painting the city in warm hues of orange and gold. Lanterns strung between buildings cast a soft glow over the bustling crowd. Arnoah and Belle walked side by side through the throngs of people. Surprisingly, despite not wearing disguises, no one seemed to recognize them. "It'll be easy to get around," Arnoah noted. "No one would expect us to be at the festival together." "Haha, true," Belle chuckled, though the air between them was thick with awkwardness. They walked in silence for a moment, the noise of the festival swirling around them. Belle reacted instantly. "Walk closer to me," he murmured, pulling her by the arm until she was safely tucked against his side. "I can't have you bumping into people." Arnoah looked up at him, her heart skipping a beat. The proximity was dizzying. Belle cleared his throat, looking away with a slight flush on his cheeks. "Perhaps we should hold hands." He didn't wait for an answer, his large hand enveloping hers and giving it a gentle squeeze. They continued through the market, the contact sending warmth spreading through Arnoah's chest. "Hey, handsome, come check out our stand," a vendor called out, waving them over. "How about a gift made of flowers for your girlfriend?" The stall was overflowing with intricate floral accessories, hairpins, brooches, and corsages made of preserved blooms. "Oh, there are quite a few types," Arnoah marveled. "I've never seen accessories made this way before." Belle picked up a delicate white flower pin. "How about this one, Arnoah?" He reached out, carefully tucking it into her hair. "Look, it brings out your eyes. For your girlfriend." The vendor's words echoed in Arnoah's mind. Her heart pounded loudly against her ribs as Belle smiled down at her. "Do we look like lovers to others as well?" she wondered, a blush creeping up her neck. Seeking a quiet moment, they left the busy streets and climbed to a high vantage point overlooking the city. The view was breathtaking, the festival lights below looking like a sea of stars. "What a view!" Arnoah breathed. She turned to face him. The moment had come. She took a deep breath. "Belle, I have given it much thought and—" She reached into her pocket and pulled out the ring box. I don't think I will ever use the ring you gave me. Bel's face fell. A look of crushing disappointment washed over his features, his eyes losing their light. Because I understand, he said quickly, his voice tight. I shouldn't have said anything. You have your position as the Empress to think. Would you let me finish? Arnoah interrupted, grabbing his face with both hands and squishing his cheeks together to stop his rambling. Ugh! Bel grunted, startled. What I meant, Arnoah said firmly, staring straight into his eyes, was that I won't need teleportation magic. Bel blinked, confused. Arnoah smiled, a genuine, radiant smile. Because we will always be together. Realization dawned on Bel's face, his expression shifting from heartbreak to pure, unadulterated joy. My answer is yes, Arnoah declared. In the final scene of the story, Arnova and Bel embraced each other. At that exact moment, fireworks erupted in the sky behind them, illuminating the night with bursts of color. Bel didn't look at the fireworks. The scene shifted to Arnova's bedroom. She was confused, yet satisfied. I'm so glad I finished everything in time, she thought, remembering how dealing with the noble's tax evasion and the corruption case involving Marquis Stubert had kept her working all day, every day. She raised her hand gently. Now that our wedding is approaching. Arnova looked at the ring in her hand and asked softly, Shall I call upon my soon-to-be husband? I miss you, Bel. Suddenly, Bel appeared and smiled. I miss you too, he said. Arnova asked in shock. So you appeared out of thin air, just like that? This ring is really magical, Bel replied cheerfully. I told you, I would come to you whenever you needed me. Arnova's cheeks flushed. It's a shame you came in your human form. I wanted to cuddle with Snowy. I miss that little ball of fur. Am I not cute enough like this? Bel asked, slightly annoyed. Arnova laughed softly, rubbing his hair. You're cute, but you're not a kitten. She lifted his head onto her chest and said, Sorry, I was just teasing you. I wouldn't have called upon you if I hadn't missed you dearly. Bel lifted his head. Arnova. She replied. I can't wait for the day you call me your husband. Arnova smiled gently. That day will come soon enough. Later, a maid brushed Arnova's hair and placed a necklace around her neck. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Your Majesty, it's me, Anakin. Yes, come in, Arnova said. What brings you here? Anakin bowed slightly. Bel asked me about the wedding and I. Your beauty is blinding, Your Majesty. Thank you, Anakin, Arnova replied calmly. I can't wait to see the future we will weave together. Congratulations, Your Majesty, Anakin said, gently kissing her hand. As your friend, I will always wish for your happiness. I appreciate it greatly, Anakin, Arnova said with a warm smile. Soon after, Arnova and Bel entered the palace together. Everyone looked happy, clapping for them as they passed. You two shall make an eternal vow in the name of the Empire, the priest declared. From this moment on, do you promise to embrace and support each other in good times and in bad, never abandoning one another? Bel spoke firmly. From this moment until my last breath. Arnova followed softly. To be with him forever, with these same feelings in my heart.